Yeah. People who grew up in any sort of topographically varied environment, it's never ever learned to really. Like there's so many people at the university that come from, you know, a lot more people, they just never ever get used to it.
You never really connect to it, do you?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting. Like when I look at that picture, it's like, but I know other people don't.
Yeah, and this one's actually a lot more diverse than what our land is. This is actually from the nuts, where they actually have tree growth art, you know.
See, that reminds me of the
Well, it would be on like, you know, some of the more rural areas. But in central Illinois where I'm.
Well, there are huge expanses of soybeans, right?
Yeah.
Those are not as big. But I guess I'm wondering, you know, 20 years ago when the tree rates were still there.
Yeah, it was.
There were animals integrated into the ground. It wasn't just all the industrial. So I guess it's a sort of dated.
Yeah, the last 20 years, equipment has gotten so large. Yeah, all of the field margins have been reduced and.
Yeah, no, it's not as diverse as it used to be. It's still, there's still something about the greenhouse that we don't have out here that I find it's all.
Okay. Sir, I'm Don. Don Patterson. We've been on a couple of conference calls together.
Okay,
So
yeah.
excited to hear you in person.
Yeah. Fun to meet it.
Nice to see you. So I turned on the switcher so that people remotely can clap. So I don't know if that's going to be out, but I invited you on to the thing. So I didn't send the link explicitly. Let me do that.
Oh, you invited me.
Yes, let me get it. Thank you.
30 emails waiting for me.
It's just overwhelming.
I'm looking forward to reading the thing you sent this morning.
Oh, John, I don't think you have to.
Right. Right. Because we're all one. Whether it's University of Illinois, I don't use this word, University of Illinois, we're all one.
What is the model?
Which one? The wireless?
Jet lag, I think. Oh, no.
Well, I need this, but I need the,
So I think I mentioned to you the data collected on harvest timing. The next step after that.
so the,
I want to try bringing design system, which is going to be very different.
Yeah.
I think we can make it something that's secret.
Getting a start, right.
I'm not sure you can focus on what I know. Maybe work with the machine. I have a hard time reasoning about actually.
And I'm the opposite, like I can't make sense, I need those limitations. Zones and crops, a limited number of crops that we can manage, otherwise it's just like overwhelming.
I think the thing that I'll always come back to that I get confused about how to reason is where does irrigation fit into, like for dry land? How do you reason about sustainability? Actually, Bill and I had this discussion about this. Sometimes it seems like irrigation can't be sustainable. On the other side, and what sustainability is, but then the other side, we're discussing, should we be growing crops in Central Valley that are irrigated with water?
Don, are we close
We're
to?
recording. Doesn't make sense.
Can we start?
The other hand,
Okay.
it has such a good
Is there a URL?
you just get, yes, let me, and you can grow that, because it has such good growing feet.
let me send that out.
Yeah, I'm seeing figure out wasted water or something. Make it better.
And by wastewater, you mean like sewer
Gray
system,
water.
gray water.
Yeah.
Should we go over that? Over here? Do it.
I love salty
This morning.
Yeah, it looks like you
And as far as day one,
Okay, hi everybody. Welcome back to day 2. Please settle in, get your donuts and whatnot. It's my honor to introduce Sarah Taylor Lovell, who is a professor of crop sciences at the University of Illinois. We've been working together for, I guess, I don't know, 18 months or 2 years now, on an NSF Cider Seeds project together. So it's quite excitingly, this is the first time we've ever met in person. So it's nice to, it's amazing how technology these days lets you do things like that. And she will be here talking with us about alternative agricultural systems for sustainable food production. So please join me in thanking Sarah.
So thank you very much for the invitation, and I am honest in saying that I've really enjoyed the past day or so, hearing all the talks, and so like every talk had messages that really resonated with me. So even though my subject is completely different than what others are talking about, I hope that you can kind of find the same things in mine. I thought it'd be useful for me to give a little bit about information about my background to kind of understand the context of where I'm coming from, and how I deal with being in a Department of Crop Sciences in a university in a area that's fairly conservative and not always like-minded in their thinking. So I grew up in rural Illinois, so I'm a farm girl, and went to college. I studied agricultural sciences, agronomy, which is like plant sciences for crops. Worked on my master's degree, looked at weed resistance to herbicides. My PhD was looking at soil degradation of herbicides in the soil. Worked in industry. I worked for Dow AgriSciences for about 3 years. And then somewhere in there, realized that I just was not happy doing what I was doing and wasn't sure where to redirect that. I knew I loved working outside, loved working with plants. And then I read a pretty pivotal book for me, Sand County Almanac by Aldo Leopold. And that really changed my mindset about how I looked at the land. And it gave me a vision of how I could still work in an agricultural realm, but in a more sustainable way. So much to the dismay of my husband, I quit my industry job that paid well and went back to school and got a master's in landscape architecture. And then ended up getting my first faculty position at University of Vermont. So that took me out to an area that is more like-minded, and I was kind of preaching to the choir there. And then somehow I got drawn back into the very department that I grew up in and received my degrees in crop sciences at University of Illinois. So I'm now literally sitting next to, in committee meetings, the same advisors who trained me in a very conventional agriculture, and I'm coming in from a whole different direction. But they have been really great, and they really value what the newer generation is looking for in their food system. And so I think they see what we can bring with this new vision of agriculture, even though we're working at very different ends of the spectrum. So I'll talk a little bit about the problem with our current food system, some of the sustainable solutions that I'm working on, and then the specific study systems I'm working in, a little bit about the limits that we face. And then Bonnie also asked me to talk about selling the concept, which was good for me to think about in my own mind. So I think we're fairly familiar with the problem of our industrial food system, various realms of things that happen from growing all the way through the eating and disposing, that are highly industrialized, require a lot of energy, a very open system in terms of bringing inputs from the outside and sending materials at far distances. And looking back at that, I should mention I'm primarily really working in the growing space on this spectrum. So conventional agriculture, we all have this thought that it really does have a lot of negative environmental impacts. But what is conventional agriculture? So what I'm talking about is it's a very industrialized agricultural system, heavily reliant on synthetic fertilizers and other pest control agents. Genetically modified organisms are the norm. Where I'm working, it's a corn-soybean rotation everywhere, and literally almost every crop that goes in the ground is genetically modified, resistant to herbicides, and resistant to a lot of pests. Heavily irrigated in some areas. In our region, it is rain-fed at this point, but that could change, certainly with the variable climate. It's almost typically a monoculture, which means it's a single crop within that growing period. Again, for us, there's a rotation, but it's an every year rotation. So it's a monoculture of corn in 1 year, and then the next year would be a monoculture of soybean. It's mostly annual crops, which means that they're replanted every year. So there are a lot of resources that go into the planting and harvesting every single year. And that requires soil disturbance every year. So there's tillage that occurs every single year, redisturbing the soil. So you think about like the community structure that occurs in the soil, and that's lost every time that happens. And then it also leaves the soil bare a good portion of the year. So there's nothing on the ground. You just have bare soil that can erode and have other problems. The impacts on the environment, of course, there's the land conversion and habitat loss that has originally occurred as we've taken over land for agriculture. We a lot of times think about destroying big forested areas for agriculture, but in our region, it has a lot more to do with the drainage of the soil. So this is an example of a prairie pothole region where that's its own very healthy environment. And right next to that is the area where it's tile drained. So all of the land in our area has tile drains that run through. They've been installed beneath the soil, and they basically drain all of the water from that area and shuttle it straight to a drainage ditch, a very channelized drainage ditch. And that allows farmers to get into the field early in the spring. Otherwise, the growing season, by the time the land actually dried out, would not be long enough to produce some of the crops that we produce. So the complete hydrology of the system is completely artificial. In this area, again, wasteful water use is a big concern, excessive irrigation, depleting water resources. We're probably many familiar with soil erosion and degradation issues, soils that are several feet deep that take hundreds of years to build to that level to a healthy soil can be washed away within just a few years under poor tillage practices. Soil and water contamination from pesticides and fertilizers. We're fairly familiar with that. Climate change, of course, is a really big issue that we're talking about now. We know that agriculture contributes a lot to greenhouse gas emissions. If you look at the chart here, here's the agriculture and other related industries and the chunk that takes. If you take that and look at the food systems and the emissions breakdowns, this largest part of the pie is production. So a lot of people worry about like the transportation and packaging and other things that go into the food system, but such a big portion of that is at the production end. And I should also mention that a big portion of the production end is related to the synthetic fertilizers that go into that. There's a lot of energy that goes into creating synthetic fertilizers. And the other end of climate change is the adaptation piece. And so our current agricultural system isn't well adapted to a variable climate. So our crops, they're not tolerant to drought and other temperature extremes or pest outbreaks. And we've lost a lot of the genetic diversity. So we've gone from land races where people had very specific races and varieties for their regions, very well adapted, to this, which everything looks the same. There's no genetic diversity anymore. And a lot of that's lost. So when you guys talk about indigenous culture types of things, our interest is in like the genetic information that's available and trying to retain that, because we expect that we could draw from that in the future as our climate changes, and we try to develop more diversity. So what are some of the solutions? Who's heard of this concept of land sharing versus land sparing? Anyone? Okay, not very many, but a few. Okay, so this is the idea. The land sparing idea is one that most of the US has been developed on. It's the idea that you can spare good tracts of land And so you can conserve national parks and things like that and keep them in their mostly natural form. But to do that, we have to be really efficient on the land that we do use. So if we're putting out agriculture, then we want it to be very intensive and produce absolutely as many calories on that one piece of land as possible. So we dump all these resources and inputs into making that more productive, and we do all this breeding to try to make the corn plants produce more. And we justify that based on if we produce more here, then it spares more over here. So that's been kind of the kind of guiding concept. But then on the other end is this idea that that instead you create an agricultural system that more closely mimics nature and that has integrated within it smaller habitats that provide some of the same benefits or ecosystem services that a natural system would. And that's more the end that I'm working on, is like looking at how we create a different paradigm for what agriculture actually is. So I use the framework of landscape multifunctionality, and it's particularly useful for thinking about how we design landscapes and how we're actually transforming a landscape. And so this is the idea that we integrate ecological, cultural, and production functions, and really emphasizing that it's very site-specific, so that each one of these systems is designed based on the context that it's in. So my system that I'm designing in the Midwest is going to be very different than what you guys are designing for California, certainly. And it also has to appreciate the needs of the users. So it's tempting for us to come up with solutions that we think a landowner should impose on their land, but they purchased that land, and a farmer's livelihood is happening on the piece of property that they've purchased. And so we have to be cognizant of that and understand that the solutions we come up with have to take that into account, and we have to work with some of the things that they're dealing with in their livelihood. And so we talk about how we stack these different functions and kind of come up with an overall landscape performance that's higher. So what are these different functions? So agriculture, just by its nature, is focused on the production function end. Commodity crops is mostly what happens in our region, but also fresh food, medicinal products, fuel, and other materials fall in that. Increasingly, we're trying to think about how we integrate ecological functions with including biodiversity and nutrient cycling and some of the other kind of ecosystem services that we tend to think about. Cultural functions is one that's really been neglected in U.S. agriculture. People almost never think about the cultural functions of an agricultural landscape, at least in the Midwest. Now, if you were in Europe, people certainly do have a greater appreciation for recreational values on an agricultural landscape, the visual quality of agricultural landscapes. But there's no reason that we can't start thinking about those dimensions as well. So when we start bringing in design tools and thinking about how we can actually transform the landscape, that's where we're really using this landscape multifunctionality to think about that. Because when you talk about designing a landscape, if you tell somebody to design a landscape to be more sustainable, it's like, what does that really mean? But it's easy to tell people to okay, add some more functions into that. Okay, your landscape's very much production driven. How do you bring in some ecological functions? What pieces and infrastructure do you put into the landscape to add those values? So it's easier for people to understand from a design perspective. And then thinking about how we just optimize performance and bringing up the whole value of the landscape. Okay, so my work draws on several different disciplines. One is horticulture, because some of the crops that I'm going to be talking about that we integrate they're called specialty crops, so they're like fruit and nut crops that aren't commodity crops. And so there is a very rich literature in horticulture that helps us understand what's going on with those crops. Permaculture, I know a few of you guys have actually asked me about the permaculture concept, and this is the idea of a permanent agriculture. It's a very integrated type of agriculture, thinking about many different species working together and being able to, again, be not annual crops, but focus on more of a perennial system that works a lot more like a natural system. So we do draw from that as well. And most recently, I've really been connecting maybe most with the agroforestry area. And when I talk about agroforestry, basically what agroforestry is the integration of trees and shrubs deliberately combined with crops and livestock. So it's like trees and shrubs on farms. In the US, most of the agroforestry hasn't been very production oriented, so it's more like integrating a windbreak on a farm. And so it's like trees are on the farm, but they're still kind of separate from the production component. They may support production, but they're not actually producing anything. And so we are trying to go a little bit different direction with that. Okay, so a couple of the study systems that I work in. One is urban agriculture. And urban agriculture is just basically producing food in the city. This is a real thing, and people are very interested in the idea of producing food in the city, the most localized type of local food production. And this almost looks like a photo simulation, but that's actually a real image of a farm in Chicago. And so we've done quite a bit of research in Chicago and found that urban agriculture is a fairly prevalent land use, depending on how you define urban agriculture. And we are including backyard food production, so residential spaces. And one of the first projects that we did was actually go through and look at satellite imagery and scanning for a signature of food production in gardens. So we basically scanned the entire city of Chicago and identified as many food producing spaces as we could find. And this is an example of one neighborhood where there were a lot of identified different food production spaces. We also went through and looked at the community garden sites and verified Chicago had been kind of claiming that they had 500 community gardens or something like this, and making these claims that was making a contribution to the local food system. Well, it turns out that a lot of these community gardens weren't producing food at all. I'm not sure how they were defining community garden, but they had no food production aspect. And a lot of times they were just kind of this little ornamental token little space. So it turned out that only maybe 100 of those community garden spaces were actually food producing. And we found other spaces that were community gardens that weren't in that list too. So verified those and then connected that with some of the census demographic data. So again, one of the things we found was the community garden spaces. We found the total number was 135, way off what they had been proposing. We also quantified those areas as well. So any of the bigger plots were quantified directly in terms of their area. For the smaller residential gardens, we did a sampling approach to estimate what the average of community garden space or residential garden space was. So the big message here was that in terms of number, residential gardens were huge, 4,000 of residential space gardens, but also in terms of area, they beat out the other categories in terms of just area that was covered in food production spaces. And that had been really overlooked at the time. People were talking so much about big urban farms and how important community garden spaces were. So this backyard piece was kind of a really new and interesting one. And if we look at how these map out too, so these are the more community type spaces, the urban farms, community gardens, school gardens, pretty well distributed throughout the city of Chicago. Here's where we plot out every single residential garden space, and you can see that these aren't equally distributed, that there are certain clusters that exist here. And we were able to connect that with some of the census data and found that there are connections between certain ethnic groups and community garden likelihood of community or backyard garden food production. So Chicago has kind of ethnic enclaves in the city. So you can go into certain communities and they may be, 95% African American, 95% Chinese origin, or whatever. So it provides a really unique setting where you can go in and look at how these groups differ in their food production. And so my grad student did a sampling of 3 different areas, one African American, one Chinese origin, and one Mexican origin, and really did a very in-depth study where he was returning to the site. He mapped out all the food production spaces, did soil analysis for them, multiple interviews to find out how they were using their food, where they were getting their materials from for food production. First, one of the main findings from that was that ethnicity certainly influenced the crop species composition. And so if you look at, this is basically an ordination based on similarity that shows each one of these numbers is a garden, and these axes basically define what the plant composition is. And you can see that they cluster. So the blue ones are Chinese origin, green African American, and red are Mexican origin. So you can see that you can pull out or draw out the plant community composition based on the different ethnic groups. So that was interesting. And also looking at the structure of the gardens. This is kind of typical here where African American gardens, and many times they had access to larger spaces. They might have a whole vacant lot next to them where they could do just a more broad scale production. The Chinese origin ones were very many times multi-layered and oftentimes had some sort of trellis system designed into them. So kind of the overall findings from that, found out home gardens do supply important ecosystem services, but also some disservices. So they do contribute to local food systems and certainly provide culturally appropriate foods. So these ethnic groups were often producing specific vegetables and foods that they might not find at the grocery store. So they were very tied to their origins of where they had come from. But they did, in many cases, rely heavily on external inputs. The pretty picture of composting food waste and using that as their only input was not the case at all. In many cases, they were bringing in synthetic fertilizers and other chemicals and overusing them in many cases, using them well beyond the recommendations. Soil contamination, also a big issue. Chicago and many cities that have some history to them were using lead paints at the time. And so Chicago really considers every single one of its lots to be a contaminated site for lead, just based on the housing stock age. So that is an issue, and there were lead was found in the soils in varying degrees, and there are hot spots. You know, there might be one spot that has a heavy lead load and other places where it doesn't. So that's a concern. We also found there was a lot of biodiversity in these gardens, but they did lack trees and shrubs that provide structural diversity. So there's a trade-off there where they need light for the vegetable production, so they may forego some of the trees and shrubs that we might see. And so you have some people promoting urban forestry for all of the ecosystem services that trees provide, and then on the other end, people taking out trees are not allowing them to grow in that area because they want more light in the site to be able to grow food crops. So we're really interested in, thinking about what land's available to expand production beyond just the simple gardens, and thinking about, how do we deal with this issue of competition between trees and food production spaces. And so we started to think about, what spaces are available in the public realm, and we were kind of talking about public space potential. And for Chicago, this is basically a map that shows where their public parks exist and other natural habitats. They have a really nice boulevard system where a really, really wide boulevard space connects some of these parks in certain areas, and that space is very, very underutilized, and it's wide enough that you could actually produce some crops in those areas. And then campus park spaces as well. And then the next thing, of course, is the vacant lot situation. And Detroit is one area where you hear a lot about vacant lots, but Chicago is another area where vacant lots are extensive. So it's estimated that there are about 70 to 80,000 vacant lots in Chicago. And just the city itself owns 11,000 of those lots. We were able to get a list of addresses for the city-owned vacant lots, and so we were able to map those out. And so there's an orange dot for every city-owned vacant lot. And you can see how clustered these are, that they're, just these really two large clusters of where there's just a lot of vacant land. And so that can represent vacant lots overall. And you can see that in some cases, it's one single vacant lot. In Chicago, the lots are very standardized. They're 25 feet wide by 125 feet deep. But in many cases, it's multiple vacant lots put together. And so you can start to think about something larger in terms of food production in the space. One issue there is that the places where all the vacant lots are, there aren't many people there to actually tend an agricultural system. And maybe they don't want to. Maybe that's not what they envision as an appropriate type of workload for them. So we have to be cognizant of those issues. So then too, thinking about, if we are going to think beyond just annual production, what do we do with trees and shrubs, and what unique ecosystem services can those provide for cities? And with trees and shrubs, you get more microclimate control, so better shading of the urban setting, mitigating heat island effect, more habitat when you have multiple layers, carbon sequestration, visual quality is typically considered greater in areas where you have tree crops. So this is just an example of a design of where you might integrate the two things of both annual crop production in the center area, but also include buffer areas that have productive tree crops. And in this case, having a road buffer that could have productive components, infiltration swale, privacy buffer, and windbreak. So getting more into the kind of tree crop area and perennial agriculture area has drawn me into this most recent study system, which I'll call agroforestry for food, as opposed to, again, the agroforestry where it's just trees that are on a farm, but the trees themselves aren't particularly productive. So agroforestry for food is a project, again, we're taking agroforestry, but we're really, for the trees, we're using trees and shrubs that are themselves crops. So for our landscape, it's a complete transformation. We're going from an annual system of corn and soybeans to a perennial system. We're going from herbaceous plants to woody plants, which are trees and shrubs. We're going from the monoculture, which is just one single crop, to a polyculture, multiple crops growing together. An open system, which is one where a lot of inputs come from the outside and the outputs leave, to a closed system where you're kind of closing the loops and working more like a natural habitat. An example of this that a lot of people are familiar with would be a coffee system. So coffee beans, as you probably know, grow on small trees that are typically would be growing in a shade environment and typically in a very diverse shade environment. And there are different versions of this. So the rustic condition would be like the natural condition that coffee shrubs, trees would grow in, where there's a lot of different levels of shade, a lot of different species. A traditional polyculture might be one where very intentionally fruit trees and other types of useful trees might be integrated in that. A commercial polyculture, again, a mixed system, but designed for different levels of production. And then all the way down into sun coffee, where there's no shade provided at all, where they might get a higher yield, but the quality of the coffee might be reduced, and certainly the environment, the natural condition, ecosystem condition is much lower. So what about for the Midwest? We hear a lot about polyculture and permaculture and all these concepts working really well in tropical regions, but how do we think about it for the U.S., especially in the Midwest? So for us, a lot of our habitat would have been prairie when it was settled, although it's disputed whether that's the true natural condition or if that was because of the burning that was going on to kind of keep the landscape more open. But there were a lot of savanna habitats as well. The savanna would have occurred near the waterway, near any stream or river. And that's a habitat where you have kind of a multi-layered system. So you may have overstory trees and then a bit of a shrub layer, and then still have an open understory as well. So we're using that as the system to mimic. We're selecting specific species that replace functions of crops that we currently have, because if we were to sell this idea, how do we get the infrastructure to be able to manage what we're doing? So we're thinking if we have replacement crops for what we're currently doing, corn and soybeans, then some of those materials could actually fit into the same niches that those crops did. So we're looking at chestnut, since it's a high starch crop, replacing corn. Hazelnut is high oil, which is what soybeans provide. And then evaluating ecosystem services. So not just thinking about the production aspect, but also quantifying carbon sequestration, the impacts on water quality and quantity. And then we're also trying to sell this as like focusing on marginal lands first. So not taking the highest quality farmland out of production, but instead thinking about these systems can actually work in areas that are more marginal for traditional production. So the concept is that a multi-layered system would allow plants to really explore these different niches in terms of light environment, soil environment, even just their root structure, being able to, some of the trees will go deeper, exploring the soil for water and nutrients. And so in our system, we have, we'll look at the one level that's the canopy trees, the higher trees, and medium trees, shrubs that can actually grow in the understory between these trees, and then between rows. For our system, we're looking at a forage, which is a mix of a grass and a legume crop. And the forage, in theory, could be used to graze livestock. So if you're very careful, you could actually put electric fence up around the trees and shrubs and actually graze livestock in between those. For our research, it's not worth taking the risk of having livestock in there, because if the fence ever went down, whoever was there would probably trample all over, eat up all the trees and shrubs. So instead, we're doing a system where we bale it into hay bales that then go to the animal sciences group. So there is a livestock component in that we're taking the hay from there to feed livestock. So again, this multi-layered system, because it explores different niches, again, we're getting some of these other benefits in terms of carbon sequestration. So all that biomass that's in the trees and even in the below ground rooting systems is carbon that's sequestered that wouldn't have been sequestered in an annual system. And biodiversity, better use of water and nutrients, because you're exploring the deeper depths of the soil. So last summer, about two years ago, we got funding for this project, and we got funding from our Institute for Sustainability, Energy, and Environment on campus. There was a big call for kind of transformative ideas that cross disciplines. They definitely had to have people from different departments involved. So we were fortunate enough to get one of the bigger grants for that. There were 3 awarded, and so it was pretty exciting that this was the only agricultural one. Others were in energy and other realms, but this was the only agricultural one. So with that funding, we were able to, last year, establish this first large-scale field trial. And as far as we know, and everyone we've talked to who's in this realm, this is really the only trial that's really looking at multi-species systems like this, like a true polyculture at a production scale, replicated in large plots where you're actually able to harvest enough to understand the connections that are going on there. So we have 7 different treatments here, replicated 4 times. Each one of these plots itself is about 1 acre in size, and so the whole study covers about 30 acres. It was planted on what we call the energy farm. It's a part of our research farm at the University of Illinois that was funded by BP to look at bioenergy crops, and a large area was devoted to this for several years, and Illinois was receiving many millions of dollars to work on bioenergy crops. Well, a lot of that funding got pulled fairly recently, and so there's all this space available and people available and infrastructure. There was all sorts of like huge farm equipment, great farm equipment that could be used, and the people that were connected to that. So that's been like a free resource for us as well, as is the land. So we're very lucky in that aspect. What are we looking at in terms of treatments? So treatment 1 up there, and treatment 1 and 2 fit into the same plot. Treatment 1 is the corn soybean rotation. So that's just the comparison between our existing system, so that we can look at the hydrology of that system, carbon sequestration, biodiversity, those sorts of things. Treatment 2 basically takes a lot of our different species and looks at them in monoculture, so that we can compare a chestnut growing in a monoculture setting, like in an orchard setting, like you normally see, versus how it operates when it's working in a polyculture where you have multiple species. So our component species, again, we have chestnut, hybrid hazelnut, currant, and apple in some of the treatments. So treatment 2 is monoculture. Treatment 3 is just offset rows of chestnut and hazelnut. Treatment 4 is where we integrate the black currant between the chestnut and hazelnut, and black currant is known to be tolerant of shade, and so it should tolerate the shade conditions, but we expect over time there will be a decline in the production level, the actual yield of currants as the chestnuts start to shade out that area. But that's what we'll be able to gather information on. Treatment 5, we did double density just so the plants start to interact more quickly, because they're 30 feet apart for chestnuts. It's going to be so many years before we ever see any sort of interaction between those. So that system will get us there a little bit closer. 6 adds in apples, and then 7, which is my true baby, goes with totally different species. These are all species that are native to our area. Pawpaw is the largest native fruit, native to North America. Persimmon, plum, and in between those, the shrubs are aronia and elderberry. This system is unique and interesting because this actually has a current application in our area, in that the government will pay farmers to put some of their land in conservation areas. So they basically pay farmers to lease their land for a period of like 10 or 15 years to be retired and in conservation. And in those programs, they have farmers plant native trees, and typically they'd be, oaks and hickories and things like that would be planted in there. But this system will fly, actually, because all of these trees and shrubs are native, and so they fit under that umbrella. They can fit into a windbreak program. And I literally just did this on our farm, where I put our land into the government program in windbreak and did 2 rows of it in this. 2 rows had the evergreens, but 2 rows were basically this. Now, the trick is you can't harvest anything for sale from this because you've retired that land. And it has to be land that was being tilled and used in agricultural crops for the past 3 years. But once the contract is up after 10 or 15 years, usually farmers will just take it all out and go back into production with corn, soybeans. But instead, now you have a more mature system, 10 or 15 years old, and you actually know which one of these species are kind of the winners. Like, these may not all work really well in terms of production capacity, but now you know which ones work, and you can maybe even thin it out into the type of system that would be a productive system, and you'll be closer to the level of production that would be profitable at that point. So it may be that pecan and persimmon might be good, or pecan and pawpaw might be a good combination of things to narrow that to. And you can harvest and consume yourself. There's nothing stopping you from just eating what's available there, as long as you're not selling it. So if anybody's interested in this, we do have a Facebook page where we're trying to track what we're doing as we continue to add to this system. So if you're interested, it's just called agroforestry for food. So some of the limits for sustainable food production, there are many, and there are trade-offs. People tend to think about our system as being one where it's kind of limitless in terms of, if you just put in a little bit more labor, or, we have a little bit more information, there really aren't limits, but there are. First of all, the local environment, weather, land, what can actually be grown there. Certainly in our temperate environment, we're very limited by just the growing season and what's available there. Trade-offs in terms of plants allocating resources toward fruit versus biomass and defense. So plants have only so many resources. So we breed plants so that they, like corn plants, we breed them so they allocate most of their resources into the grain of the corn plants. So we get as much grain as possible. But that means you're losing something in terms of maybe the plant being able to defend itself against pests. And so now we're having to add in pesticides to be able to manage the pests. So there are issues with plants allocating resources. There's also true competition between plants above and below ground. So it's most easy to think about the light competition, where there's only so much solar radiation coming down, and so plants have to fight for what they get. So if a big tree has really dense shade, that doesn't leave much for the understory to be able to take advantage of. But below ground is maybe even a more challenging case, where plants need water and plants need nutrients, and there's only so much available for them to use. Other issues to think about: soil contamination. So when we talk about urban areas, this is a real thing. You have to think about, if you're encouraging somebody or some community to grow fruits and vegetables in their in a vacant lot near them, are you putting in this extra food safety issue by dealing with soil contamination. So there are ways to deal with this, and that's one of, that's a realm where I think there is a lot of area for improvement. Also limited a lot by social and cultural factors. Farm bill subsidies favoring commodity crops is a huge thing for us to overcome right now. It's really hard for us to get growers and landowners to think beyond this system where they're getting so much support from the government to do a conventional type of cropping system. Also, the ag industry is, very much focused on short-term profit. They don't put a lot of resources into thinking about some of these alternative systems. The other issue is absentee landowners. In our area, there's so many of the landowners live in other places, and so they own large thousands of acres, large tracts of land, but they may live here. And, so there's a farmer renting that land. So the landowner has certain expectations for what they want the land to look like. And the farmer may not benefit from anything that they do that's kind of sustaining it in the long term. So that's really difficult to overcome. And then the concept that agroforestry and perennial systems, they just take a lot longer to establish and get some return. And so how does a person who jumps into this deal with a crop that doesn't become productive for 8 or 12 years? So what's the short-term solution to that? So there are those limitations, but then there's this idea of selling this whole alternative concept. And who are we trying to sell this to? So the first thought is, we're trying to sell this to landowners, right, or farmers or whatever. And I found that that's really not where we're at right now. We're not ready to do that. We can sell it to a few. I mean, there are a few people who can recognize that they're taking on some risk and that we're working with an experimental system. And it might not work right. We may be not giving you the right recommendations. But if they understand that, they might try it on a very small scale. Who we're really trying to sell it to right now is the funders. So we're trying to sell this concept to competitive grant agencies to at least see the vision and try to give us a chance to start experimenting with these systems. Because if we don't start now with something, 20 years from now, we're going to be so far behind because it takes that long to get these systems up and operating. So we're trying to sell it to competitive granting agencies and then to donors too. We haven't had luck with anything large there, but we're hoping maybe this concept would appeal to certain larger donors. So the other aspect, again, is kind of by targeting marginal lands in the beginning, so that reduces risk. So if we are working with landowners, thinking about areas maybe that are prone to flooding and erosion, smaller fields, so as their equipment becomes really large, we're talking, really, really large equipment, large planters that have to go through the field. So there are still these small fields that farmers try to manage that just aren't very convenient for them anymore. And so maybe those are the ones that we're like, okay, what if you tried a whole different system over here? And then the underutilized land in urban spaces. So we have issues with that with contamination, but if we're looking at tree crop systems, we worry less about contamination. So with vegetable crops, especially root crops, you have direct soil to the edible product contact, but there's a good evidence that shows that it's very unlikely that much of the contaminant would end up in the fruit part. Also information, characterizing marginal lands using GIS layers. So one of the aspects is finding, like in general, how much marginal land is available. And so we can do that with data. Identifying less productive areas in the fields with yield data. So farmers have extremely accurate yield data now with GPS systems. So their maps of fields show, down to inches what the production level was at different areas. So you can find the red zone where it was way less productive than the other parts of the field and tell them, okay, you just took this little piece out and put it into this alternative system, and you're not losing any real significant yield across the whole field if you weigh it all out. And then again, mapping underutilized spaces in the urban environment. Also recognizing that landowners are driven by regulation and incentives. So regulation, of course, is punishment for bad behavior, and this is going to start happening. So water used for irrigation is pretty likely more and more people are going to be charged for that. Our tile drainage system, where all of the drained water is being shuttled right into channelized ditches that end up going into rivers and lakes, and sometimes people's drinking water sources. So there's a case right now in Des Moines where a lot of the farmland is drained into the Des Moines area into a reservoir that's used for the drinking water, and the contamination from that is driving a lawsuit that suggests that they should shut off the tile drainage access for the farmers. So what happens if you cut off the drainage for the farmers and their fields go back into this more prairie pothole wet condition? They'd have to develop a whole new cropping system. What they're doing now just wouldn't work. But then there's also incentives, subsidies for good behaviors, and so carbon markets is one thing that we look at because of the carbon sequestration potential with tree crops. Conservation programs, as I've talked about, are subsidies for good behaviors. And then are there premiums, like adding value for good practices. So organic certification is one idea on that. And then finally, it's like showing a vision of what this looks like, visualizing what could happen on the landscape. And so I just put together, this is an image of where I grew up. I took a hot air balloon ride, and this is literally like where I grew up. And so, you know, the drainage area goes here. So this is pretty diverse because you actually have the drainage area there, but you know, you have your corn, you got your soybeans, and that's replicated all over the place. But then you think about, okay, so what if one farmer said, I'm just going to take the area in the field margins and I'm going to convert that to a woody polyculture system. So trees and shrubs that produce fruits and nuts in that area. So it produces multiple functions. And then maybe, you know, they start trying that on the other side. Another farmer adjacent to that area tries that system. And then maybe somebody says, well, you know, why don't we actually try a really integrated polyculture system in this one portion of the field, just see how that works. And then maybe that's replicated into that whole field as it becomes more productive. And then just thinking about that whole landscape, what if it was converted to more perennial types of cropping systems, what that could look like for our Midwest landscape. So just, you know, providing that vision, starting to think about, you know, starting with one node, one area where we make change, and thinking about how that could diffuse into the broader landscape. So that's all I have. Yes.
Yeah, it's really interesting, great talk. So I'm curious, you know, in terms of like, you know, getting driving adoption of these kinds of techniques, you know, what do you think of the role of kind of knowledge sharing, kind of, you know, farmer field visits, you know, kind of international exchanges and things like that? Because, you know, I have a lot of experience working internationally with farmers, and a lot of the techniques you mentioned are familiar to me from what I've seen in more traditional kinds of growing areas.
Yeah.
And those farmers are super interested in what's going on here, and
Yeah.
I imagine likewise. And you know, do you know of any projects like that?
Yeah, I mean, there's small ones, and that is very, very useful for sure. I think what we're finding, though, is adoption-wise, that we may best be targeting the youngest generation of farmers. So there are certain groups that we can really start to think. We just recently did a study that looked at the demographics of different groups and their likelihood to adopt these different strategies. And it is kind of the small farmers, the younger farmers. And so I think there is a lot of potential to start in that area, start exposing them to some of these ideas and providing other sorts of support. So
is your field site, like, do you use it as a demonstration?
We can, yeah, it's so young right now. It's kind of like, it looks, you know, in the graphic it looks cool, but in reality the trees are like this big. So it's kind of like, it's not that exciting to take somebody out there right now, but it certainly will. It's, you know, easily accessible. It's in a really good location in terms of people just being able to access it and park easily out there. So demonstration wise, it'll be a great resource. Yeah.
I had a question, just out of curiosity. So flying over the Midwest, I'm always struck by these huge, big circular fields, the way the irrigation systems work. What are those farmers plant in the corners where the irrigation doesn't work? Is that?
Yeah, mostly nothing. Yeah, our area isn't irrigated, but Nebraska would be an irrigated area. So I think in many cases they are planting nothing.
Nothing, so
Yeah.
that could be.
Or just like a grassed area, it would just be,
So that could be an opportunity. for some of
Yeah.
these,
yeah, absolutely, yeah. Yeah, so it's those little niche spaces
Yeah.
certainly that have potential.
So something that you brought up in the Chicago case that I thought was really interesting was we have all these marginal areas within the communities, but is that what the people who are living in that area actually want to be producing? So I would really love to hear more about some of the labor requirements that are associated with these and then how that operates into supporting these agricultural systems.
Yeah, so a lot of the systems that we're talking about are very high labor requiring, as you suggest. So in most of the urban farms, even the ones that are profitable probably wouldn't exist without extra support to help pay that labor. So in terms of economic sustainability, we're really not there yet. So it's not until there's better real value placed on what the food is worth. That's one piece of it. And then people appreciating like that type of labor. So that's the other thing. A lot of people don't appreciate the value of actual physical labor and the benefit of that. So it's a difficult thing to contend with. So as long as you can pay people well to do that, so you're providing jobs, that's great. But it's hard to make all the ends meet with that type of system.
But in one sense, the money is there because we're subsidizing the farmers now to do things that we don't like as much.
Right.
So that money could be transferred theoretically. Right?
Yep, right. Yep, exactly. And that's where lobbyists. Right. Yeah, why aren't we putting more money into something that makes people healthier and makes them more physically active in terms of labor resources? But we're not. There's a complete disconnect really between the food system piece and other health-related issues. Yeah.
I was, well, two things. I'm just wondering if there is anything that people can do in a local way to deal with the lead in their property. I mean, is that like just crazy or?
There are a lot of people looking at different things. There's the concept of phytoremediation, that there are plants that could uptake these, but basically, so lead is most safe in many cases left in its place. So even with phytoremediation, if you get it up into the plant material, it's still lead and it still needs to go somewhere. So you harvest that off and then you're displacing that problem elsewhere. So there are things that can be done just in terms of if you knew your plot was contaminated and you did want to grow food, even just mulching that and avoiding root crops, mulching the area and growing other types of crops. It's most of the lead contamination isn't related to the plants actually taking up the lead. It's the soil that stays on like a root crop or something that's the biggest contaminant. And one of the actual biggest issues for gardeners who work in contaminated areas is actually the dust becoming airborne and breathing in the dust of lead that's lead contaminated. So it's almost more the management of and dealing with the management of those systems. So we can certainly think about behavioral things. But
But the other, I mean, the comment I was thinking is kind of related to is the connection with other kind of community groups, and I don't know if it's still happening, but some other people at your university working with Paseo or Quad, Puerto Rican neighborhood.
Yeah.
And I just remembered that there was all kind of an alternative school.
Yeah.
And they were doing all this Puerto Rican related.
Yeah, absolutely.
It seemed like such a natural kind of continuum.
Yeah, I was actually connecting with that group a little bit too. Yeah, they did some really cool things. So they got a big grant to install a greenhouse as a rooftop greenhouse on top of the high school. Yeah, and so and then they were growing culturally appropriate foods to make some of the Puerto Rican dishes they needed, and very well integrating it in with the curriculum of the high school. So you could literally walk out of their science classroom on the third floor into this greenhouse where they were doing more hydroponic production.
Yeah, and then but then when they graduate, or they could be carrying on the stuff
right. They had good skills, and it was the whole concept for that was actually developed by the students. They were tasked with not anything related specifically to food production. They were tasked with how to improve their community. And in their community, obesity was a huge issue. Like obesity in their community was much higher than even the average in the region in Chicago or something. So that was one issue, and gang violence was the other issue. And so they saw this food production system, local food system, as a way to deal with the other types of social issues that they were dealing with. And the students found that.
That's good.
Yeah, it's a great story.
Could you talk a little bit about the in-view proposals that you guys put together? This idea of building design tools to help, to help people really implement some of these ideas. In electronics, we have something called electronic design automation, which has brought us the beauty of the cell phone by giving designers some guidelines so that they have what we call freedom from choice. There's just too much stuff out there, and so design methods have to be constrained so that you can actually get things done.
Right. Yeah. So you guys can probably talk to that with it.
If you want to.
I mean, the basic proposal is that we'd like to build computational tools to help farmers, especially those who haven't been doing these kinds of practices, to design a landscape. So, the system would know what crops are available, what interacts well with what other crops, the irrigation, the rainfall in the region, the climate, and then also uses constraints from the farmers themselves to guide the design process. And we'd have to iterate. I mean, we're very early on in this, but this is the vision. And then I guess one of the big challenges is actually figuring out, and this is where the ground truth is needed. When we model that these interactions are going to work well and you're going to get some certain yield, do we know that's true?
Right.
We need ground truth to say, yes, if you plant these things, you're going to get this kind of yield. And then the farmer says, yes, I want that. And then, they go forward with that design.
Right. Yeah. There's the theoretical yield of what people, in the permaculture realm, certainly in theory, you can produce X number of layers and, all of this yield. But what is the reality of what happens with competition and light limitations and things like that? So,
would you do a similar kind of tool for urban farming, for like backyard? People who want to start backyard farming and don't know where to, how to get started. What do I plant?
Right.
Yeah, the hope would be that the same tool could apply in both contexts and scale it up and down in size. But the basic principles hopefully apply in all these contexts.
Right. Absolutely.
And so this combines work that Barath has been working on, as well as Juliet has been helping the project that Sarah and Don and I, the NSF CyberSeas project that we have. And so this would be taking those two and sort of combining them and scaling them up.
And one quick follow-up on that is, how do you see, having those computational tools, you listed a number of barriers, and a lot of these were sociological barriers. People just, there are various constraints that are keeping them from implementing these sorts of things.
Mm-hmm.
And do you see these kind of computational tools being effective in breaking down some of those barriers?
They'll break down some of them. Yeah, they'll break down the barrier of lack of knowledge. So that's one piece where people no longer are constrained by not knowing what they can plant in their area and what combinations of things work together. But they won't help with providing people with more time to do it.
But addressing some of these issues, part of why one of the roles Bonnie will play in that project is helping to look at some of the social factors that can influence all of them.
Yeah.
I was sort of interested that you were talking about people wanting to plant culturally appropriate foods, but then also a lot of the foods that you were trialing, I was thinking I've never eaten a pawpaw. And so I'm sort of thinking it not only, it's a different way of farming, but it's also going to require a different way of eating.
Yeah.
Because we can't, we're not going to be able to just eat the same things. And that's a whole other barrier, because that ties into the price you can get for these things. Mm-hmm. If no one knows how to eat a pawpaw, then it's great that it's native.
It turns out that our culture is changing, and that people are becoming more curious and interested in alternative crops and native crops and something that they know has a local connection. So we already know that there are premiums for pawpaws for, with pawpaws, one of the biggest constraints is their ability to be stored and transported in any way. So they're very delicate. There's been no breeding to make them able to, be stored for long periods of time or anything. So there are various constraints, mainly because no resources have been put into improving any of these crops as well. But the premium piece is there. And some of the shrub crops we're working on, elderberry and aronia berry, and even the black currant, very, very high antioxidant levels, like way, way above blueberries and things like that. So specialty markets related to the very specific health aspect, even if people haven't heard of it, if the marketing is done appropriately, that this is a native crop, well adapted to our area, very high antioxidant health benefits, then it seems that right now that, there's more demand than there is supply for some of these products. But there are other parts of the supply chain that are really tricky. Like people want organically certified aronia berries, which is easy to do. Aronia is so it's native, it's very resistant to pests. It's not difficult to produce aronia as an organic crop, but processing it. So it needs to typically be, like most people want, it's called chokeberry, was its original name for a reason. It's not very tasty to eat directly, but so it's processed into other jams and things like that. But to find a processing plant that satisfies organic certification is a glitch, a weird glitch that people haven't figured out how to overcome. So there was an aronia producer who could easily do the organic production piece, but then getting it all the way through the system to be organically certified product was their gaps. And they have to have, like, it's chicken and egg thing, like all these things often have to happen almost simultaneously. Like the market can't start developing until there's production capacity. And yet, how do you build production capacity if you can't prove to farmers that there's a market available for it?
Thanks.
It's a paradigm shift.
I really appreciate how real the things that you're working on are, and how you're really engaging with the farmers and their concerns, and there's actually plants being grown. I think that's really great.
It's fun. It's fun. But you guys work in an applied realm too, so it's as opposed to more basic science stuff. So I think the application piece is something we definitely all share, solutions oriented. Yeah.
So that time shift you're just talking about, and also the kind of ramp up time for getting perennial crops going, so significant. Those are kind of problems typically addressed by financing mechanisms, longer term financing mechanisms, bonds, investments, so on and so forth. Mm-hmm. So has there been discussion of kind of innovative financing mechanisms that could catalyze these kinds of shifts, either at a small scale or a larger scale?
There's a little bit of thought of it. This is so early on that so we have our one token economist who kind of works on this, who actually is also from the Midwest and typically works on corn, soybean financing stuff. And so this is his little weird thing that he does on the side, and everybody else in his department looks at him like, why are you doing that? So we're not to the point that we're just now to the point of figuring out, the general profitability piece of the whole thing. But there's so many dimensions to it and so many that have to kind of work out simultaneously that, it's ripe for multidisciplinary work. That's the plus side is as granting agencies are really looking for interdisciplinary projects, this is ripe for that, for sure.
I think the other exciting thing about that, what you're doing here too, is that the diversity issues, and we can talk about how important diversity is for ecosystems, and look at natural ecosystems, but gathering information about natural ecosystems is but by designing, I'll say designing a natural ecosystem. You have the opportunity here to really gather some, not only the social data, how it impacts the community, but the carbon cycling in the soil.
Mhm.
Now, this is a hugely controversial concept in bioenergy. Is, everybody thinks that the biofuels are carbon neutral. I don't know,
Right,
you start
right.
looking at what happens to the soil as you do it year in and year out. Maybe not so, maybe not such a full cycle.
Yeah.
And so I think there's a lot of exciting science to be done.
Yeah, and our system, the stuff we designed is very, very practical in terms of like even moving equipment through it, based on the fact that our farm manager says you need this much alley space if you want me to get the hay baler through there. Or whatever. It's like, okay, we can manage that. Or if you want me to be able to spray or do it, whatever, you're going to have to design it in this way. So, yeah, the real constraints that a farmer would face similarly. Yeah.
Because you're focused on temperate regions, I'm wondering, is there a way to basically get a crop out of the winter? I mean, are there tricks in agroforestry that you can actually get some sort of useful yield because there's all the sunlight falling for 4 or 5 months of the year that are getting wasted if the trees are losing their leaves?
Right. I mean,
have to be
there
evergreens,
are
but
a few crops that can grow through the winter. There's a winter spinach that can grow, that will continue to photosynthesize through the winter, and then you harvest it in the spring. But there aren't many. And, all of our tree crops are deciduous, so they do lose all their leaves. We could put conifers, evergreens in there, but they don't typically have products that we need.
Christmas trees.
What was that?
Christmas trees.
Yeah.
All right, so I think in the interest of having a few minute break before the next set of presentations, please join me in thanking Seth. Yes, we have a 15-minute break for the next session.
I was going to ask whether you guys were concerned about the noticing content of the laws. Because several recent studies that it's off the charts compared to the other related groups.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't gotten a whole lot into the fruit quality aspects of each individual. And pawpaw is not a component species in our system. It's just one of the ones we have in a really diverse system. So it's definitely not a primary focus like the.
Because it was neat that you had opted that on the flip side and the health problems of pawpaw instead of kind of worrisome.
Yeah. It's again, it's like one of the multiple species that we get it into the system, understand how it works, get a few of these out there and start to understand how, what the market potential is for various things. And some of, none of these, or very few of these crops have had any real solid improvement readings applied to them. So pawpaw,
They didn't with chestnut? I thought they did a lot of tree.
Chestnut. Yeah, the ones were in our component system. So chestnut and hazelnut, yes. But in terms, a lot of the pawpaws and aronia berry and things like that.
Are there vines other than maypop that you can use?
So you can use grapes, and actually one of the earlier iterations of this actually has
It seems like
grapes
if you
in there
use the
that
tree,
What happens though is that the grapes are so invasive, they basically, so it might be that they could be introduced later. So part of the problem I think was that they introduced grapes in the very beginning, and the trees were still so small. So grapes could potentially be introduced. But again, so then we get to this other issue, light competition, where now you introduce the grape with the chestnut tree. It'll grow fine. It'll go all over the tree. Probably won't do any damage to the tree. But in terms of actual production, how many grapes it produces, and where they're produced on the tree, it's like you could get a few grapes to eat, but in terms of harvesting at any large scale, now you have reduced, but not grapes, reduced harvest because it's not getting as much light, and it's in all these weird spots. So there's nothing like mechanical, or even if you were to hand harvest that, it'd be too high.
I'm feeling much better.
Usually hand harvest. So.
Much better.
I mean, it seems like maypop is better because the fruit will drop.
I wasn't all I have is
Although then you have
grow
to.
that.
I just had like a really, it just hit me like,
It's,
and it was like I hardly slept.
Cassicor
the night
incarnata.
before.
I actually recently got some seeds from so they
I was
harvested
just like, when I
wild.
was walking, I was like, man, I'm so
Oh,
tired.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, Southern Illinois is a
Yeah.
little bit
Yeah.
yeah,
It's just like,
So maybe.
Yeah, they're like,
it's
you
wrong.
couldn't get melted line, yeah.
No,
Yeah.
in a few years.
Yeah. So,
So
I mean,
interesting to hear about, like, I just think it's really neat to see the actual plant, because I'm out in Santa Barbara, and it's just like food everywhere. Like, it's just their trees and apples, and like avocados are falling on your head as you're riding your bike.
And that's like so foreign to us, like,
It's totally
yeah.
crazy, and so we have community
You're really
gardens.
lucky it's too. All the stuff was done like 150 years ago.
It's totally true. Yeah, so we have this, like, a neighbor that has so many avocados, and it's so abundant that now there are organizations, like kind of social justice volunteer organizations.
Like leaning.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that you can
yeah.
call to come and harvest it
Yeah.
to do a food bank.
Yeah, yeah.
What a great, what a great problem.
Yeah, I know.
But yeah, you know, we're gonna find it so drastic.
So I have some extra material
I think I'm kind of extra. I really like the tropical, like just this
Yeah,
a little
yeah.
slice of that. That's nitrogen.
Yeah.
I hope it like really establishes itself.
Yeah, me too. I mean, it's a
Such a
long-term
huge,
game.
yeah, but it's such a huge grant.
I wouldn't touch me.
So do you have
I don't want
like
to
farm
get
managers and
anybody
everything?
Yeah, so I'm super fortunate in being in a crop sciences department. I'm on the plant.
I don't think
We didn't actually have to budget for a farm manager. We just have
You have
access
like,
to
that's
it.
like the IT department.
Yeah, so it's
I
like,
wanted to come
yeah,
yesterday.
we have
I even
our
had our
department managers.
Yeah.
So the acreage is
handshaking.
pretty much free. I mean, they try to, like, if I were to write a grant to keep that project going, I would put a line item in there for land rent for like $250 an acre. Almost nothing for the land and all of the equipment that's available, all of the labor and
It's just
everything that we have as a farm.
Yeah, I'm feeling
But
Well,
that's
then it
almost
may-
nothing.
It makes sense that you're doing the research. I mean, right, if you have access to all these resources. you're the right
no, I
person.
mean, like,
Yeah,
I
no,
just,
I'm lucky.
when on Wednesday, I just like, once I went home, I was barely awake for 24 hours. I just like, I had to sleep.
Are we doing on
Two
this
days,
guys, or-
even with my eyes open. Just really high fever. But,
I had the opposite problem. All the topics of yesterday provoked such anxiety. I woke up at 2 a.m. and I've been up since. Just I don't know. It's just this like cognitive dissonance. I mean, there's definitely excitement. Well, really, Tom Murphy's talk really affected me. And I thought
Why? Because you weren't familiar with it.
I mean, I'm familiar with it, but just like really seeing it in that quantified form where it's like, and there's so many interconnected pieces where, even if you do the math and it's like, yeah, it's pretty good, but you can't, how do you begin to?
I went through that like 8 years ago or something.
Yeah. I just go through it periodically, right? Like, I mean, I know all these things. None of that was surprising to me, but just, the sheer emotional impact of it, you can truly internalize it.
Yeah. Yeah, I even had like on my Swedish language before class, which I thought was pretty depressing. I warned you. I chose a picture that was like, this alien guy, artist, kind of like dark, and,
Yes.
because that actually fit the mood of the piece.
Right.
But it goes up and down.
Yeah.
And now I don't. Yeah,
I guess maybe
hard to be detached.
Right. I think maybe it was seeing it from somebody who I wasn't really familiar with. Like we're all sort of, we know each other and we kind of know how to talk about these things, but then seeing like a proper physicist come in,
I'm talking about Tom Murphy.
Yeah.
That's pretty great.
Yeah.
Yeah, I actually asked my colleague.
So they didn't recognize it as
so it's just like she said the sound was okay, but I asked her to look at it and figure out if the sound quality is good enough for us to give that to our students to listen to as part of the before lecture.
Talk.
But it might be a little bit too heavy actually. Now that you mentioned,
And that this was news to me. It was just, I mean, especially when he was talking about that matrix of the alternatives, and like all of them suck. And it's like, well, all right. I mean, yeah, I agree. I'm optimistic that we can survive after industrial civilization, but it's just that process of like de-industrializing civilization that I think is just like, so. And actually,
They don't
it
even take care of the journey.
right, oh my god, that metaphor is amazing. It worked really well. So, I mean, yeah, but so maybe in a way I'm optimistic that because it will be, I mean, most likely that it could be a slow collapse, and that's a good thing. But there's still going to be,
That was that.
So are people interactions about adaptation?
Right. Right.
Yeah, very fun. Thanks so much for showing that. Like information.
Yeah.
To adapt.
But there's still going to be, like we see the war on Syria, the civil war in Syria, there's still going to be all of those kinds of effects along the way. And so that is the
So a lot
scary
of
part.
landowners would want a completely.
I spent some time this morning polishing off the consider cabinets. So I just shared the rolled off.
I have another good look I can share them because it's only my eyes on the also. Or perhaps you, I don't remember.
I don't think I've seen it.
Okay. But I really need to freshen up. You know what I discovered when I looked at my notes? I discovered a link to a blog that I had started, like which is it isn't open, but it was more like a diary you consider half 2 years ago. I was thinking, that's actually good because there are some things in this document that needs to get offloaded. They're interesting, but.
Thank you. I walked here this morning.
I'm glad that you're just, honestly, I'm glad that you're all like this.
Started, yes.
I figured if you were to
Number 64, no, it was way back.
It's only a matter of time before I'm ready.
I don't know. It was just, yeah. Anyway.
No, she's a little crazy.
Yes, thank you.
There's a couple of things.
Malaise,
Yeah, she's not feeling
No, I look forward to it. Yeah.
We have childcare arranged for the afternoon, so.
She might just like.
Yeah, I've suggested that she do some
That's what I
nap.
did yesterday.
But it's like a normal childcare, and like our regular, like mother's helper is scheduled elsewhere, and her mom agreed to cover her. But I think Karen may nap while it's yelling. She woke up in the middle of the night and like lost her flowers of sleep. It's just, it's not good.
That's because Laura's
That's weird. Like, that's the worst, is when like the baby's asleep and you're awake, and you're like, what is wrong with my life?
That happened to me.
It's so cruel. Sleep is so precious, and then like you're not doing it, and you have no external reason.
That happened to me actually because of this dog.
You wake up thinking
It's like this cognitive dissonance like experience for like several hours. Yeah. Sarah Lavell's talk was great. I actually heard. I'm wondering if there's a role for us, especially if we're just talking about like visions for this.
Yeah, it's just another way of.
I need to send you something that sent me this morning.
Like this is definitely.
Essentially says
They had an alternative
it essentially saying
that just
climate change is an illegible problem for
currency.
humans. It's not a thing that you can emotionally or cognitively reason with. And so we don't need 60,000 climate scientists in consensus. We need 60,000 artists producing new narratives of the future. It's completely aligned with it's in the document that I just shared.
We have considered half. We have the your connections with the graphic artists. We have even Sarah Lavelle trying to sell to farmers. Really interesting.
What is the question then is if your life is revolving around these very pragmatic material concerns. What is the communications channel that change you think?
Isn't that interesting?
Help you rethink that. Yeah.
Isn't that an interesting area?
Incredibly interesting question.
Yeah. I mean, I think that That's probably, that could be right. That might even be fun.
But then these things are.
Demographic survey of farmers, and you look at how they make decisions and how they.
Certain people, so there would be actually status relationships going on, but I'm just saying it's different. Yeah. But,
How do you communicate?
oh, right, okay.
Beyond soybeans. I know.
I looked them up during the talk. Very neat.
So like his own, yeah. Whatever.
I'm gonna go to that last. I actually want to visit her site.
Thank you so much for
Well,
sending
I'm
me
glad I
that.
sent it. I was thinking you probably got this.
No, and it's exactly what
I actually don't even know how I got it on this email list. I don't even have how I got on the email list. Yeah.
It's so perfectly aligned with what I'm saying.
Yes. But thank you for all of the things you do.
Yeah, actually, send you the person whose email list I got it from, because he sends some interesting stuff.
Yeah, I will, but and I can also double.
Gotta chase people back in.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, a lot of it's about sustainability.
Maybe they just found you and you wanna. I mean, you're pretty prolific, so.
I got this email this morning and I'm like, oh man, I need to add some slides to my
So there's this thing about how we need 60,000 artist voices to tell the stories about sustainability. Oh, yeah.
So I'm telling everybody about
We're
it.
both really interested. Yeah. It's like, sounds
It'll be really interesting for you also about how, again, like how you narratives.
Well, I mean, Sarah, the concept.
It's not UCSD.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah, so probably not that. In fact, I probably got on it because I'm building suggestions. It might be on our climate education database. You get things from John Florian?
Yeah.
Okay, so we got on it because of the climate.
Oh, is that why?
Yeah.
Okay, I wonder how I got on it.
Because I just looked at these from UCSB, so he must be one of the climate people. Anyway, he sent this thing this morning about 60,000 voices.
Oh, yeah.
It was really good. I sent it to Josh, and he's all excited about it.
Yeah.
Oh, I was thinking about the absentee landing. That seems to be like a perennially populist issue. We want to do, we're the working farmer class, and we want to do X, Y, Z. This seems to be like a recurring thing. Yeah, but you know, I totally believe that narrative. I own, a million acres in Illinois.
Well, I didn't see it. I was fine yesterday.
All right. Hi, everybody. We're going to start the next session now. Please sit on down. All right. Thanks very much. In the interest of staying on time, I'm going to cause myself to start on time. I'm Bill Tomlinson. I'm presenting a paper that was co-authored with Don Patterson and Bonnie Nardi, and also represents the work of lots of other people who we'll mention at the end as well. So this is a discussion of a class that we've been teaching that's trying to engage with many of the topics that are at the heart of the Linux community. The background is that University of California Office of the President had a thing called the Innovative Learning Technologies Initiative, where they wanted people to make online courses. The state of California put, I don't know, what was it, $10 million or $10 million behind making online courses. And for a number of years, we in our department had been teaching this class called ICS 5, which had a previous name that I think had environmental issues in the title. But we then restructured it, rebranded it, and turned it into one of these online courses and made it a course called ICS 5, Global Disruption and Information Technology. And so this is a large, relatively large scale undergraduate class with several hundred students per offering. And this paper that we're presenting is essentially sort of a postmortem on the first 2.5 offerings of that class, or 3 full offerings.
Yeah, we just got to the end.
Okay,
Yeah.
just got to the end of the third offering. This class has had significant enrollments in part because it satisfies a thing called the general education elective here, or the general education requirement. It satisfies the science and technology requirement. So we have lots and lots of students from all over campus, most of whom do not have a technology background, who are taking it because they have to take some technology. And I think there's a sense that this class is a relatively painless way to do so. And it satisfies their requirement. So this class, there are a number of various efforts where people have taught interesting things in this space and have had ideas about the relationship between sustainability and computing in an educational sense. I mean, just about everybody here has had some engagement with it in a research sense. Sam Mann, who is here at Limits 1, Leslie Smith, and forget what Bueller's first name is, had a paper at 60 in 2008 where they talked about some of the core early principles of what education at the juncture of sustainability and computing would be like. Probably the class that's most similar to the one we're offering is one that Daniel and Alina Erickson have offered at KTH for how many years? 4 years. That is at a graduate level for people with an engineering background. And so we see them as being complementary, where ours is for non-expert undergraduates at an introductory level. Theirs is at a sort of a much higher level for people who are already moving into engineering as their main discipline. Also, I wanted to say, Don and Bonnie, at any point, like if you have things to say, hold for it. So in terms of pedagogical content, it was a 10-week course, and we arranged it around weekly themes. So themes like Peak Week, where we talked about peak oil and stuff like that. Wicked Week, where we tried to discuss the complexity of a variety of the different problems. Each week there was a range of content, many videos. So I don't know, there might be 5 to 10 videos per week, some of which were the core content of the class, us standing up and sort of doing 10-minute lectures. Interviews with world experts, some of whom may be in the room. Yes, at least some of whom are in the room. Field trips, Don and I took them on a field trip to the e-waste recycling center. I went to an aquaponics farm outside of Santa Cruz. As well as each week there were reading quizzes, discussions, and students worked on final projects as one of the main pieces of the class. In the first offering of the class, the final projects were in teams of 4. I then switched it in the second offering to be in teams of everybody doing it on their own. This time, how
yeah, actually, I switched it to a paper.
Oh, now they're doing
paper.
Okay, 1 person per paper. We used a platform called Canvas, which is a topic for another paper. We found it deeply unsatisfying. The students seemed to like it just fine, which I will chalk up to one of 2 possible things. Either Canvas's entire design effort has been meant to be student-facing, which would be great. Alternately, it was because we had a great team of students who were working really hard, and faculty who were working really hard to solve the problems from the students' point of view, so we absorbed their suffering. In the first offering, we used a system called Live Chat that was a Don introduction innovation that allowed students 24 hours a day, essentially, to try to chat with one of the 3 of us. And because Don, Bonnie, and I live sort of different life schedules, we were able to cover a large percentage of students, so they would instantaneously get access to one of us in the first offering. That went away in the second, third offerings because instead of being 3 of us co-teaching, it was one of us teaching at a time. And so we did not pursue that.
You're not up 24/7?
I'm not up 24/7. I have 2 little kids.
Actually, I did use Skype this time.
Oh, did you?
And it didn't work quite as well as the live chat, but it worked okay. Sometimes people wanted to talk through voice and sometimes through actual.
Okay, I Skyped with a couple of people, but like of the 150 students, I had about 2 of them ever actually Skyped.
Yeah, no, I actually had more.
Oh, okay.
I kept telling them they could do that. And so.
Cool. When we had the student group projects, we had some really interesting findings where Canvas has some tools to allow people to do these group projects together. But almost none of the students used those because they were no good. Instead, and this would be a totally different paper, but they used Facebook groups and Dropbox and text messaging, and there were all of these different technologies they knitted together, each group in their own individual way. And that ended up actually being a sort of I think a really significant learning outcome for them, was the realization that online collaboration is hard, and a discovery of how you can knit together lots of different pieces in ways that are hopefully productive. So our student population, we had about 95 the first time we offered it, and then it went up to about 150, and Bonnie, you ended up with 220 something?
225.
225. So it has been growing, and this is a continuing growth from the offline version of it, which was gradually making its way up as well. It took a little bit of a dip when it changed its title, and then picked back up. The student experience, students have given it solid evaluations. They've seemed to enjoy the class. One thing that we thought was really interesting, though, in terms of student evaluations, comparing this to the KTH class, was at KTH there was a question on how meaningful was this course to you and your education. I forget if that's the exact wording. UCI doesn't have a question like that. It has did it encourage you to think, but that's sort of a different thing. And we found it interesting that there is not even really a question in the UCI evaluations about whether or not something is meaningful to you. And that did not allow us to interrogate this piece of what we hoped it would be meaningful to people. It also potentially betrays does the infrastructure not focus on meaningfulness? And that's something that KTH seems to be doing nicely. You know, there were all sorts of things like, were we passionate about our work and enthusiastic, and did we turn up on time and stuff, but not, was it meaningful? However, as an anecdote, since we didn't have any specific evidence of it, a student at the end of the second offering of this course, a couple of months afterwards, sent me an email and said, I think you'd be happy to know that I'm working at a global environmental information company. How I ended up here was largely inspired by what I took away from ICS5. And so we're hoping that it can serve in some ways to help people change the way they understand the world. In terms of student projects, this is a chart of all of the different ways that things students did projects on. Some of these, we had a week on food, so it's probably not surprising that they ended up, right, a bunch of them ended up in food. We talked about many of these topics, and so they were certainly taking our cues in some respect. It was also interesting to see we asked them to solve their own problems, but many of those had to do with the transportation was a big thing that people were focusing on. And water bottles got a surprisingly big slice of the action. But there were lots of different things where students were engaging with topics all the way from sort of incredibly mundane, minor deviations from the norm, all the way to some pretty interesting projects. And so there's a bit more, yeah, Don.
I guess one point to add on this is I felt like a lot of the projects all springboarded off of problems that the students each individually felt in their daily life. And so it was hard for them to sort of think outside of their just daily problems getting to campus, or their daily problems finding, the kind of food they wanted to eat, to think sort of to the systemic level of what's happening that's maybe driving these things in the project that can address that. It was really like, an app to find a carpool or something.
And I can see how part of that came from the prompt, which was asking them to make a system that was relevant to one of the UC campuses. But saying relevant to the UC campus doesn't necessarily mean my particular unique or my particular problem that I experienced in my everyday life. But I can see where they were coming from in doing that. I think the most relevant challenge that we're still facing, and part of why we wanted to write a paper about it and discuss it with this group, is that many students struggle to grasp the core premise. What we were pitching them is at odds with the prevailing industrial model that they all bring with them to class on the first day. And a few of them hopefully came away with a different way of thinking about the world. But I forget, we were talking about it at dinner last night. I think it was Tom Murphy who was saying, that it's hard to set up a class that sort of forces somebody into a new way of thinking about the world, as opposed to allowing them to come to it on their own in whatever way works for them. What we're trying to do with the class is put in place many of the structures that would allow for people who are already primed to head down this kind of a path to think about it with us. So that's something that we're continuing to offer this class. It's it's a stable part of our curriculum now. And so thoughts people have on how successes you've had in teaching at various points or engaging with others about how to get people to set aside, I couldn't find a parking spot this morning, and engage with the questions of what the right way to structure civilization is, how to make that step. Yeah.
what's your assessment of that first point there? So how do you know how well they're grasping the core premise? So what do you?
I think it largely came out of the discussion board assignments, which were one of the main sort of free response type mechanisms. Most of the quizzes were either multiple choice or short answer, just to make sure that sort of watch the videos and such. But in the discussion boards, and in fact in many of the final projects, there was sort of it was very much business as usual, with a little bit of like but let's use, we're gonna have water bottle refilling stations as sort of an incremental progress on what's already in place. As opposed to, I don't know, some of the more, I would call them positively outlandish things that we as a community tend to talk about as like how it could be instead. I don't know, Bonnie or Don, do you have specific concrete examples of that?
The whole thing also intersects with the fact that it's an online course. So if we had small groups of students and we could talk about the kinds of issues you're raising, I think we could do that in small groups and make a lot more progress. But, you know, with this kind of course, there'll be the occasional student like the one who wrote to you and said, this changed my life. And, you know, we've all gotten a few of those. But that's because they were kind of primed. They were sort of ready to hear the message. And in general, it's not because we're, you know, making them think in new ways, I think.
Yeah.
But we might be able to do that in smaller groups.
Yeah, Lisa.
Just sort of one of the papers I mentioned yesterday, Designing for Discomfort, where we were looking specifically around decolonizing things, but it's still this idea of shifting people's way of thinking, and the transformative learning literature has a lot of great stuff around this in terms of it's not just getting people to feel uncomfortable, like asking them these questions. And this was a class that we based this all on a class that was a mixed class, so some online, some face-to-face, and giving them material that and the current practices. But then so much of a part of the importance is giving them a chance to reflect on that. So I don't know how much, you know, you can disrupt people, but then it's the reflection. It's also trying to think that the time period of that class is going to do it. You know, you might be putting those seeds in there that over time they're going to be like asking questions, and that's really hard to measure because we have this idea that within 12 weeks or 10 weeks you're going to make this huge shift, but I would be surprised if that class is changing those students over their trajectories. That's all.
There's also presumably a built-in conservativeness because I assume these students taking the course of grade, they know they need to get a good grade.
Yeah.
You're asking them, with what you'd really like to see them do, you're asking them to take big risks with their assignments.
Right.
And students are trained not to take
Yes.
risks with their assignments in the North American education system.
And UCI, I think in particular, is even more that way than other places I've been in terms of being very sort of goal-directed, instrumental about how they're engaging with what they're doing here.
Instrumental,
that's the word. Anybody who's Facebook friends with me, we had a big struggle to find the word instrumental like 2 weeks ago. So yeah, now we're using it every chance I get. Keita, do you have a?
What were there any instances of positively outlandish projects by students? To use your phrase.
Let's see. What were some of the best projects?
What was the one that we didn't put in the paper because of the IP stuff? Remember, there's one that we cut because we thought it was interesting. I'm trying to remember what the subject matter was.
Oh yeah. I mean, the ones that popped to mind, there was one that was doing sort of an interesting solar charging station, centralized solar charging station. There was one that did a really nice job of it was not a here's a solution, but it was a satire on iPhones that was both engaging and also demonstrated that they had that sort of lifted the veil a little bit in their understanding of the world.
One of the groups proposed sort of expanding the idea of the recycling stations, the self-serving recycling stations, to be like a reuse station, so that you would go and you would, in particular, they were thinking again about textbooks because that was on their mind, but they were thinking about like having this library where you'd go and you just put your book in, and then you would get credit for it, and then someone else could come and sort of like pay for it, sort of like a long-term library. And they sort of developed that with a lot of different things that really could be automated and easy and like encourage reuse, but not, but sort of just deal with money as a transaction rather than a Craigslist kind of. So that one sort of struck me as being, okay, it's still sort of like coming from the very basic experience of the student, but that was a little bit outside of the box, I think, about sort of we need to use less water bottles kind of approach. I mean, at first I have lots of questions, but then I kind of realized, oh yeah, it's an online course, so that wouldn't be relevant.
Right.
But my question is, do the students, I mean, I understand that they work in groups the first year, but then they haven't. And so like, what is the interaction between the students in the course? Can they, because some of the things that we found was that was very interesting. And we had certain kinds of students in the class and, we mixed them.
Yeah, so we've been trying to allow there to be some intra-student engagement because I feel like that's a really important part of an online course being successful and one of the things that's often missing. One thing we did was we had the discussion groups, even though there were 200 people in the class, would break that down into 10 groups of 20. So over the course of 10 weeks, they talked to the same group of 20 people, and their experience of it was being one of 20 people. And they would make video introductions of themselves so that you knew who these 20 people were, at least a little bit.
All online?
All online,
They
yeah.
never met?
Yeah, so they were allowed to meet, and certainly some research groups, because, or some project groups would meet in person. Even though this was available to the entire UC system, all 9 undergraduate campuses, because I guess of the history of being here at UCI and some intricacies of the general education elective process, we would have 145 from UCI and 5 from other campuses. So almost everybody was physically here. But many of the students who were taking it because they didn't want to have to commute to campus. And so they were still wholly online.
So did you notice differences between these groups of 20?
I didn't, so during the time we were offering it, you were the one who was tasked with.
I didn't do any analysis of the differences between the groups, no.
Actually, we thought about having them have a requirement to meet up in person. And we sort of ran into this tension of like requiring people to meet up offline without sort of the accountability and sort of, I mean, this sounds weird, but like the safety of the university at some level. You for a while were talking about the workflow method of the H office, I think, where people just total strangers got together to work. And it's like, that's so foreign to what we might be willing to have our students do just because of the, like this perceived risk of danger of meeting people that are in the class and kind of maybe a little bit of the liability of like, you sign up for an online class and now we're making you go meet in person. And if something happened, like, that's bad.
Well, my sense was that a lot of the students didn't want to meet because they do want to do the course purely online, and that's one reason they take it. They love not having to come to campus. They love being able to do it at 3 o'clock in the morning in their pajamas. And so if you take all that away, then it's not as much fun for them.
Yeah. So I'm going to give ourselves the 1-minute warning as timekeeper. And there are 2 just quick slides. In conclusion, we feel like these are critical topics in computing. We're going to continue to offer the course. We'd be excited to hear further feedback you have on how we can do this more effectively, examples of things that are working out really well. Because we feel like the UC undergraduate campus, there are 186,000 of them across the 9 campuses. It could be a potentially powerful population to reach with these ideas. And we have official permission to potentially get all 186,000 people to take this class if we can get them to do it. So there's sort of an outreach component, but also making a class that people speak highly of. And so I just wanted to offer some acknowledgements. The NSF funded it in a variety of ways. Juliet Norton was never our TA, but she built out the original infrastructure. Marcel Pafal and Aubrey Slaughter were our TAs the first time and helped debug a huge amount of different stuff. And then there was institutional support from 100 different angles. I think Ankita's the only person who's in the room who's on that list and is also simultaneously in the room, but a lot of other people did awesome work on it. So, so that's it. Thank you very much. And I guess we can take one more question while we're swapping to the next speaker, if anybody has one. Yeah.
Did you guys only have the sort of videos offline? I haven't read your paper.
Yeah.
Videos offline, or did you have like a real-time kind of lecture format or something where everybody was sort of at the same, at least temporally, the same place?
No, it was all asynchronous. We thought about early on having them be temporally co-located, even if they're not physically co-located. And I forget for what logistical reason we have
Well,
come up
that's
with
what they
that.
don't want, because they don't want to have to show up at a particular time. They want to be able to do it on the.
Yeah, I remember why.
Oh, tell me. Tell me.
It's, you guys are planning on doing it with Second Life. You're considering doing it with Second Life,
Oh, yeah.
but you had to buy out and reserve a specific time period each week. You couldn't make everybody commit to that time period.
That's what it was?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
so there were
we're gonna-
institutional barriers
Yeah.
to requiring a certain time.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm just thinking about like this thesis talk about like, well, the discomfort part, right? Like, I mean, sure, I mean, we want to engage students and make it really entertaining for them, but part of, at least when I taught my recent course, which is an ICT course, I think that it was really hard for the students to come up with projects, and that was good. And that, going through that whole process was educational. These are not like quick fix problems that we're trying to solve, and so constraining it to an artificial like order or whatever it is, it's kind of sending them the wrong message. And this temporal element, on that side, it just seems like it's a matter of engagement, right? Like if I'm in my pajamas, I might be very comfortable, but I'm not really engaged with some of the issues maybe that.
No, I totally agree. There's a hybrid model where you ask the students who are willing to come to a face-to-face meeting to do that, and you get a smaller subset, but they're very engaged. So I might try that next time.
In a different class that I did that was online, we did have an optional in-person meeting, and we kind of learned that students actually needed some training on how to have an appropriate professional online meeting, because some students were not professional.
Is that the one who turned up without a shirt?
Yeah, a couple of people showed up without a shirt on. And so I was like, really?
But to respond to your question, Jay, just one last thing. With regard to sort of the temporal extent of projects, and in the original vision of the class, one thing that we were pitching was the notion that projects would extend across quarters, so that one group might do here is an issue that needs to be addressed, but we don't have a solution to it. A second one, I mean, not to make it always solution focused, but a second group would be like, okay, we're going to build on this and say, okay, well, how is this relevant to one particular campus? Then the next quarter group would say, given that we know this is relevant to this campus, what is the kind of intervention that we might try to enact on that campus, and what kind of people do we need? The next quarter would be, what's the budget? The final project would be, let's integrate with an engineering project class and go build the thing. And then another one would be evaluation. So allowing the course to have temporal extent more than just one quarter at a time. Given the logistics of it, we have not successfully pursued that, but I wish we had, and hope we will.
But that sounds really cool, like having like a multi.
Yeah.
Span.
It's interesting you mentioned the multi-quarter, because that's the way I've been doing some of my stuff at Evergreen, and people can keep taking it too. So when other students come in, there's the option of, it's like coming into a job where some of the people are already working there, as opposed to all of a sudden a brand new every time. And so you can do this kind of undergraduate research thing. That's a little kind of escape clause that I use, because then they can keep doing it. If they can keep entering, we don't require courses though at Evergreen. But anyway, maybe I'll start. Thanks. I'm glad to be here. Thank you for inviting me. And I've actually been talking about this idea that you need to kind of embrace limitations. That's kind of reality, but it actually can make you stronger. I've been asserting it for quite a while, and then this sort of encouraged me to really kind of think it through, even though I don't think I'm done with the thinking through. But it's actually was really, I like the opportunity to sort of start exploring that. So this is obviously David and Goliath, and he's trying to overcome the limitations of not having all that heavy armor on, et cetera. And then I made an alternative titles page. I don't usually do that, but I thought it was kind of maybe worthwhile here. It's just this idea: there's no building so tall that a small dog can't lift its leg against it. It's a Banksy thing. And so basically, I think that we really have an uphill struggle ahead, and we're sort of still kind of in the minority. But so here we will stare limitations in the face. But why in the world would we want to do that? And so they're real, they exist. Why not embrace them and think about them? Because they really won't go away just because we don't think about them. They're influential and powerful and ubiquitous. They're all over the place. The better they're known, the better we can face our challenges
And they make a very good case for humility. And I really appreciated hearing about humility the first day. That's interesting. And so humility is something that kind of we don't talk about too much, but I think it is kind of key. And it's acknowledging that we're not all powerful and that we don't know everything. And so that's something that some people in the computer field don't quite understand, I think, but maybe everybody in this room does, hopefully. So anyway, I sort of came up with a rough cut of what I think are sort of maybe the five fundamental limitations. And you know, it'd be interesting. This is kind of the first cut. I like to play with it as time goes on. But kind of there's inherent limitations, social limitations, myths and social beliefs, disempowering artificial limitations. Maybe these are limitations that aren't really limitations at all, or they're limitations that we can sort of breeze through if we're smart. And then there's places where limitations should be placed, I think, and that aren't. And so these are still under development. Anyway, this is kind of the first. This is kind of this kind of approach that I went through this to explore the different types of limitations, and sort of looking at what sort of limitation it is, how it kind of works, what are the implications for it as it remains a limitation, and then kind of what could or should we do about it. This is the way I was looking at these different limitations. So this first one is really these limitations that Tom, I guess, was talking about yesterday, and we don't quite ignore them. The speed of light, the fact that there's these critical thresholds in the environment that if you go beyond, you sort of throw everything out of kilter. These are sort of things that how much sun reaches the earth, etc. And basically, the implications for those is that really you need to respect them and acknowledge them and don't pretend that they don't exist. So basically, I think the bottom line on this type is to know about them and respect them and realize that they're not just kind of fake, or that we can just ignore them. So these are kind of social limitations, and I'm trying to talk about things that are like this institution has certain rules of how we're supposed to do things, and some are formal and some are informal. Some you kind of are not policed by the university, but are policed by your discipline. There's all sorts of issues that I'm sort of throwing under this. One is just the limitations of our own individual brain. One is that sort of culture sort of dictates what's viable to do, what's not, etc. So this is a big category, and I didn't really concentrate on this one because I want to concentrate on limitation number 4. But this is, just hearing about this last class, there's all sorts of rules and constraints that we're sort of trying to work with while we're trying to sort of develop an alternative curriculum. I think ideally people that came out of that would find it meaningful and would go on to do meaningful things, etc. And sort of so the third one is these myths, and these are intended to be, you could argue about whether these different myths could be categorized in 3 ways or 4 or whatever, but these are ones that have been they're sort of they're meant to be these kind of overriding kind of paradigms. And some of them are, I would say, this idea that technology will solve everything. One of the myths might be that we're heading necessarily for catastrophe, or the other version is that we're heading towards a better tomorrow, and it doesn't matter what we do. This is supposed to be kind of this the broader type of myth that might not be so inherent to our species. Anyway, this is the one I kind of wanted to concentrate on, and this is this idea that there's a lot of limitations that we more or less place on ourselves, and these are the limitations that really we don't have to cower in fear about. These are the sort of limitations that we actually can make some progress in transcending. And I guess basically the point I'm making here is this idea that sort of ordinary people, and I always quote it, I don't know how else to deal with that, but it means that people that aren't in power, that aren't in position of privilege or economic dominance, etc., that whether it's for fairness or equity, or the fact that we just need more people involved and more ideas in circulation, sort of quote, ordinary people have to be involved in this process if, moving to a different future than where we are now. And so it seems to me that some of these ideas are that people, they're too busy, or they're not smart enough, or they don't have any ideas, or all they want to do is consume media or whatever, and they're sort of left out of the equation, and then that leaves it for sort of the rest of the people to be making the decisions and to be coming up with the ideas and to doing the work, whatever. And so some of the implications of leaving those people out might be rage, and I think of the new Trump voters. They feel very empowered. They might get their person in. There's not really a program there. It's kind of build a big wall and make fun of the people from different countries, which I don't know how well that's going to work. Or we hope it doesn't actually play out, in the future. Or it might be business as usual if people sort of don't get involved. But ideally, this would be a positive influence for social innovation and creative adaptation. Not to pick on the paper that we were discussing in the car today, but that was the paper on refactoring. I didn't see, maybe that's in the extended version or whatever, but there were no people in it. And so, it's I think you try to involve people as collaborators and people people that you're going to cooperate with, that are going to sort of co-develop this future, or people want to sort of make this positive future and just hope that they go along with it, or make a dystopian future and then they're screwed. So it's sort of seems obvious to me that somehow people need to be brought into this, and I think that the academy is one of the places that has to be doing that. And so it's I guess we have lots of issues. about that, but it's talking about the Sarah's paper this morning, a presentation about getting farmers involved, getting students involved, getting people involved. It seems like not only is that necessary in that endeavor, but it should be done, I think, maybe in all the disciplines. And so I guess this is where I'm focusing here. And so what are some of the things that should be done is especially with technological systems, it seems like there are ways that could be, things that could be developed that encourage social imagination, that encourage people to get together and collaborate and this sort of thing. Some of these ideas are academic community partnerships, community developed indicators, where communities develop their own sort of indicators of what they think what a sustainable city might be. There's a sustainable Seattle project, and they have indicators. Then the indicators got folded into kind of public policy in the city of Seattle, and also just the development of these indicators kind of engendered a whole kind of activist community. And so new sorts of mapping, citizen science. I think this cross-boundary cooperation is very important because I think people don't necessarily know the extent of their of what they're doing. They don't know necessarily that we are connected to each other, and so this is kind of a whole sort of, I don't want to say random, but just some ideas. The other is this kind of more punitive sort of approach. I don't know if it's punitive per se, but there's lots of things that don't seem to be limited at all, and that's maybe the amount of money that you can put in elections, for example, or how much control of the media you have. And so really, I just want to, this is not a set of precise, this is not a program per se, it's more of maybe a philosophical kind of overview. But there are certain sorts of things that don't seem to be limited and maybe ought to be. And maybe the free market, the idea maybe is good in some way, but as it's played out can be bad. Anyway, so did I go the wrong way? Yeah, that would have been there. And so I'm kind of, I don't know how much time I have, but I think I'm probably running out because I always do. But this I think was very, very interesting, and I'd like to throw it in, is this Habermas talking about these unheroic virtues. And mostly he's talking about the roles for intellectuals. Maybe I would assume that we are all in that class somewhere. And he says, a mistrustful sensitivity to damage to the normative infrastructure or polity, the anxious anticipation of threats to the mental resources, the sense of what's lacking and what could be otherwise, spark of imagination, and a modicum of courage. And so I think this really, I mean, I don't know if it seems quite articulate, I think, and pretty succinct. My students don't necessarily think that when they look at those long words. But this is something that I think we really need to be thinking about, even though it's not always easy. And it certainly doesn't necessarily fall under the category of learning a canon or a doctrine as much as it means being active and insurgent might not be the right word, but not necessarily accepting the status quo. And then kind of sort of trying to, this one thing I just almost have to say is that I don't know if, to me, these seem quite real and powerful, and I'm not sure, well, I am sure that this is not the accepted wisdom. And it seems so obvious to me that I have, well, we can talk about it, but it seems like it's not, these aren't necessarily part of any sort of dialogue, and there are things that I think demand these unheroic virtues, that we need to be looking at these. And so just computing is a handmaiden of the economic stuff that's going on. The economic imperatives are driving most of what's going on in the world. And this was alluded to yesterday in a couple of the talks for sure, but computing is the enabler. It's the heart of the derivatives. It's all the global trading. It's how you can make money very fast in some invisible way that the rest of us go, what? And so it's the driver. And I don't know how much responsibility we have to take for that or whatever, but that's I think a reality. The second is really, I believe, and I'm not even necessarily paranoid, because I have some kind of faith that we'll get through this and whatever, and maybe there'll be new normals in the future. But where people are going now with computing, we're at the point where there really are opportunities in a very, very near term to fundamentally change things. Like, I'll start with the prosaic stuff, like our livelihoods. If you happen to drive a truck or a car, or you work in the warehouse and there's driverless cars, you will not have a job. And so that's just the job side. And so I don't know, are we going to think about it in advance, or are they just going to say, well, they didn't take enough computer courses, at the university, and so they're out of luck. And yeah, but what if they want to get a bite of food or something? Well, anyway, so there's the lives, livelihood, but also education. There's lots of people that are saying, Bill Gates, you've got to do this. You're going to measure. We're going to get rid of the bad teachers. All we have to do is just get rid of the bad teachers. We'll just be left with good teachers. Society will be good afterward. And we're studying it. We've got the big data to show it. And then people are the body. We're modifying the body. We're modifying the behavior. War. We're now at a point where I can't read it.
Oh, 0 minutes.
0 minutes. Okay. And so computing has the potential for intentional or inadvertent manipulation, and that shouldn't be just something that you see in the movies. I'll just go by all these. These are some of the things that I thought we were going to maybe talk about, of ways to be able to coordinate work without necessarily being tightly coupled. And so I'll just go right here to the end. This is what I've been working on for this civic intelligence. And these are what we've come up with over, I don't know, probably 5 or 6 years, different aspects of things that sort of help enable civic intelligence in students, in organizations, we've tried to strive for a big list rather than pare it down as small as possible. We have things like humility in there, courage. These are all the things that don't show up
in terms of learning objectives. But these are the sorts of things that I think that we would like to have people come learn when they go to school, but also this is what we want to play out in the real world where we need people learning and working and being active members of society. Thank you.
All right, so time for maybe one quick question.
I don't know if this is a quick question. I'm trying to make it quick. So this is very interesting to me. One of the areas I work in is digital games, game design. And it occurs to me that there are models for how we understand the interplay between design systems, player behaviors, and aesthetic experiences in games that are really relevant to what we're talking about here. In particular, there's a model known as MDA in game design, which is mechanics, dynamics, aesthetics. And it's all about looking at the interplay between what are the rules of your system, what are the underlying design constraints of your systems, and then what is a lived experience when those rules are put into action. And I mean, you're clearly focusing on the aesthetics here and on sort of the human experience of it. And I think that there is this intersection where we have a system of rules that has become so complex that we can no longer meaningfully control the lived experience. That we have bureaucratic systems that themselves have agency beyond what the human dynamics are within them. I'm wondering how you address our powerlessness in the face of these really, really complex systems of rules that govern behavior.
You know, you're right. It's a long question, and we can go on for a long time talking about it. But one thing I would suggest is that the world was. We always only knew a part of the world. You know, this is not a brand new thing, and this idea of sort of powerlessness was ever thus. You know, I mean, it was not anything that's a recent invention of government, for example. And so I don't, and I think it's also a fact that we do need to sort of simplify things. But the world is complex, and so I guess what I think that in terms of this trying to overcome these disempowering limitations, on individuals, is that we need to figure out new ways to think about the complexity. But I don't. There's part of the people that seem like in the game world are saying, it is just too complicated, and we're going to make it very simple. And I don't really know if that's the best way, because we never understood all of it anyway, and we never will. There's too much. So it has to be, we have to rely on the village or whatever for, you've got some information, he's got information, we've got the, we're in it as a big nexus. And I think there's plenty of places for game development, etc. But one thing that I think is that I've heard and I've read quite a bit about it, and people are saying, this is the answer. And that I really do not like that. And particularly things like, oh, reality is broken. A lot of people think reality is broken. That's why they're drug addicts. I mean, we've got plenty of ways. And so we're not, I can't quite see how gamifying things is going to fix these things.
I'm not arguing for gamification here.
Yeah, okay, but I'm on board with all of these, but I really am just filled with sort of apprehension, and I don't. And it's kind of from listening to computing, and I'm not attacking it in any way, but listening to the computer rhetoric for 25, 30 years now, it's always been, oh, this is going to save the world. This no, not that. This is going, and you kind of think at some level, there's some kind of a game going on here, and they were talking about e-democracy, and all this was like big news for a while, and then it was just dropped And then it was e-commerce, and now people are talking about e-commerce, but it's vast. And but yeah, I mean, it'd be interesting if a game could sort of help develop these sorts of things. I would be really keen on it. If it would teach you almost more about the complexity, not trying to simplify it for people, but maybe have them appreciate it, because we're always, every time we don't have a name for every single tree out there. We've simplified it. They're all trees, Anyway, so I guess.
Have this conversation. Right. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
So Dom, you're in charge of the next presentation, is that true?
Yeah, so our next presenter is Dr. Junaid Kadir, if I pronounce that correct. He is a professor who is located in Pakistan. So he's at Lahore in Pakistan, and I'll show you his bio here. He's online right now, but he's recorded his talk so that we can not deal with bandwidth issues if that show up. It does show up. But afterwards, he'll be available for questions if we have them. Let me get the audio again. Bill, how do I turn on these speakers?
Tap the little yellow light.
There we go, great. Okay. So you recommend playing it at 1.25, so we'll give that a shot.
Hello guys, hope you guys are doing well. I'm going to present the work Taming Limits with Approximate Networking. Just to introduce myself, I am Junaid Kadir. I currently serve as an associate professor at the Information Technology University in Pakistan. And this work is in collaboration with my team of collaborators at the Computer Lab at the University of Cambridge. And this work is essentially aiming to mitigate the effects of limits with a new approach of networking that we call approximate networking. So I'm not going to dwell too much on limits because I think this is a specialist audience that understands this term very well. And this is also the second day of this workshop. So I'll start by discussing the idea of approximate networking. And I will begin by saying that this concept is essentially a porting of the idea approximate computing to the networking world. So in recent times, there has been a lot of interest in using approximation as a degree of freedom through which we can optimize computing systems. And by compromising on the accuracy slightly, we can gain many other benefits. So this is, in a sense, the idea of using good enough services. And we will see that in computing and in networking and in many other parts of human life, we make use of approximation. And it is often very useful because with approximation, we get many benefits. Just as a concrete example, we note here that results in approximate computing have shown a 50-fold energy efficiency gain with an accuracy loss of only 5% for certain applications. So this shows the kind of gains that we can get. So to set up the stage and to talk about approximate networking, I need to talk of three concepts. The first concept is the Pareto principle, also known as the 80-20 rule. The second concept is the danger curve, which highlights the downside of too much complexity. And finally, a concept from health sciences, something known as iatrogenics, in which we talk of the externalities of technology. Whenever we have an intervention, it also has certain side effects, and this is very well known in medical sciences. So I start by talking about the Pareto principle. And this is illustrated on the slide. we see here that there is non-linear relationship between the effort and the results that result from applying these efforts. And typically what we see is that most of the results come only from a subset of the contributing factors. And this can be codified in the 80-20 rule, which is written on the screen. And we see that potentially there are many factors, but among the factors to be considered, there will usually be a vital few and a trivial many. So the general idea here is that we should be optimizing for the vital few. And it also highlights the law of diminishing returns. So this is important for our concept of approximation because we don't need to have ideal services, because even if we were to strive for an ideal networking service, we'd be having diminishing returns beyond a certain threshold. So the take-home message here is that instead of aiming for 100% ideal networks with very high throughputs and very low latencies, we should focus on good enough services, and we can get there with considerably less effort and also less negative externality. The second concept I want to talk about is the danger curve, which has also been discussed in another paper in the same workshop, in which the effect of over-technologizing is reflected in a curve, in which we see that while initially with some complexity we see certain benefits, but beyond a certain threshold, if the society or a system becomes very complex, we see even not only diminishing returns, but also a collapse. And this is very dangerous, and it is very important that we recognize this and also see that in some way our networking is also becoming very complex. So the take-home message here would be that if we have a very over-engineered system and a lot of technology, the society becomes very fragile and brittle in the face of future black swans. And from this I mean that in the future you may have unpredictable extreme events happening, and the results of those would be very drastic if we have a fragile society or a very complex society. The third concept I want to talk about is iatrogenics, and this is from the field of health sciences and very relevant to technology. We see that it's not always the case that by putting in more effort and more resources, we get more response. And we see here that there is this curvy linear relationship. It's not always the case that by increasing the dose, we would have increased response. A certain point comes when having a medicine in copious amounts would actually make it a poison, and that is very important to recognize. And all these three concepts are very important and highlight why approximate networking is important in the context of limits. So the take-home message from this last concept is that more technology may actually be less useful. And this highlights the problem that abundance and having a lot of resources is actually counterproductive in many scenarios, because it may engender certain features that are not desirable. For example, if we see the society today, we see that we have never been richer as a collective. The humanity has never been richer, but we also have never been in more debt. So the idea is that we're suffering from the problem of overconsumption. And in some way, we posit that the same thing is happening in networking as well, that we are over-consuming our resources, and we can do much better by scaling down on the complexity of our systems. So we can now start to talk about approximate networking, and I would like to highlight that approximate networking is not a new idea. It has been there in many different ways and shapes. The new idea is that we're presenting the centrality of this idea in the context of many new applications, including limits, but there are other applications of approximate networking. A principal application that we are interested in is using approximate networking to get networking services to everyone. And for that, we would have to take various degrees of context-appropriate trade-offs, another concept that we propose. So as existing examples of approximate networks, we see the best effort internet is itself using approximation, because it recognizes that we will not always be able to have reliable services. And we have many other examples in hardware and in software. For example, we make use of Bloom filters, which is an approximate set membership query algorithm. We make use of UDP, we have UDP Lite, we have delay toggle networks, which demonstrate another flavor of approximate networking. So with approximate networking, we are interested in providing services that are qualitatively similar to what we would expect. And the important thing is that the user and the application quality of service is satisfied. So just to reiterate this point, we say that if we relax the requirements of ideal networking, we can obtain many advantages. For example, in terms of reducing cost, complexity, and also reducing negative conflict externalities, and also increasing efficiency. So we can now highlight the approximate networking simplicity imperative. So as I highlighted, as the society becomes more complex, we need simpler solutions because these simpler solutions are more robust and they can withstand an uncertain future. So we know of something known as the Occam's razor, which basically is used for model and deciding which models are most appropriate so that we can avoid overfitting. We say that the simplest model is often the most plausible model. In a similar vein, we propose the approximate networking's razor, through which we aim to reduce the complexity of networking architectures and protocols and algorithms. And the idea can be stated that the simplest network, be it architecture, protocol, or algorithm, that satisfies the desired quality of service is the most desirable approximation. And in some way, we can think of this as akin to the lasso algorithm in machine learning. We know that the lasso algorithm is a regularization technique through which we penalize complexity and reduce the importance of certain factors so we have simpler models. So in a way, approximate networking aims to simplify protocols, architectures, and algorithms by reducing certain complexity, by reducing certain factors and certain features that are not essential, and by removing them, our idea is that the solution would be much more scalable as it becomes simpler. And we see all across us in society, in many different aspects, we see that the good enough phenomena, in which good enough services are increasingly replacing complex services, especially when they come with certain convenience. So we see that MP3 has almost replaced the market of CD quality audio. And it's given that the MP3 quality cannot match the quality of CD quality music, but still people prefer MP3 because of the convenience and the cost and other benefits that we get. We also see the same thing in people moving towards voice over IP services instead of services from the public switch telephone network. We also see that we are increasingly using simpler technologies because of the sustainability of these products. For example, in many advanced countries, people are taking recourse to riding bikes instead of cars. And this is again an example of an approximate technology. We're not using a very high-tech technology. We're using a low-tech technology because it gives us certain benefits. So we come now to the central idea of this paper, in which we propose the idea of context-appropriate trade-offs. And we say that it is not always the case that the high-tech solution is more desirable. It may be the case that an approximate low-tech solution may be much better. And we see that trade-offs have been the staple of the networking industry for many, many years. And we see that many trade-offs are intrinsic to networking. For example, the latency versus throughput trade-off. We know that we can get increased throughput if we can compromise on latency. And this is highlighted, for example, in the sneakernet concept. We also know of the trade-offs between performance and cost efficiency, the trade-off between fidelity and convenience, the trade-off between privacy and free services, the trade-off between coverage and consumed power. And we also see that there are many spectrum of connectivity options and user requirements. So just as an illustration, we point out here that the upcoming 5G standard of wireless is aiming for great advances in throughput and great reductions in latency. But we have to also note that there are many different types of requirements. There are certain applications that can work with latencies on the order of minutes, for example, smart meters. And for those applications, it's not necessary that we over-engineer a network for a very low latency. There will be certain applications that have low latency requirements. There are other applications that can work very well with high latency. And similarly, the case with throughput, there is orders of magnitude in difference between the requirements of different applications. and similarly for many other attributes. And when we talk of context appropriate trade-offs, it may also be appropriate that we do not use any technology at all. So this has been highlighted previously in literature. So if we consider this, then an important problem would be how do we outsource some of the things that we do on the current internet and outsource them to less costly and less energy intensive offline methods. So this context appropriate trade-offs would then encompass all of high tech and low tech and even no tech solutions. There are many open questions, and through this work we have raised many questions. We have not provided many solutions, and we recognize that. But we're working on coming up with concrete case studies in which we can apply principles from approximate networking. Some open questions are even something as basic as how do we define context? And there may be many contexts in a single interaction or in a single system. There may be a context of the user, there may be a context of the application, there may be a context of the service provider. So there are many contexts, and some of the times they may be in conflict. So individual versus society context has to be matched. We have to quantify when our approximation is working and when it is not. And we have to ensure that we are not approximating away the factors that are important for the performance of networks. Another important issue is how do we dynamically control the approximation trade-offs according to the network condition. And we also have to design proper incentives for everyone to behave in a way that is optimal. So to conclude, I would like to just stress that this deep-rooted reliance on infrastructure is making networks really fragile. And when we take into account that many of our energy sources are coming from non-renewable, depletable sources, then our society is vulnerable to a disruptive collapse. And we propose that the idea of approximate networking, through its simplicity imperative, can help in such a world that is burdened with limits. And it may be the case that good enough services are good enough in such settings. So thank you very much for your time. This is all I wanted to say, and I am interested in hearing your feedback and comments. Thank you very much.
Okay, let me see if we can connect the video, although I'm the only one on video. All right, so that sounds like the time delay. All right, there we go, we're live. All right, so let me see if I can turn the camera around so you can see the audience, so you're not talking to me. Thanks for your presentation. It worked really well, I think.
I think we have feedback.
Thanks for your presentation.
Feedback on the screen. Do you want to be projected?
Oh, yeah, so unprojected. Okay, there's our audience. We're going to be echoing through eternity. And great, maybe I'll just let that be. So anyone have any questions I can forward?
So this approximate networking erasure seems like at the end of the day you're making a quality service trade-off, as you acknowledge. And something that struck me is that networks are kind of their infrastructure that is shared. When you start making these quality service trade-offs, there's also a flexibility and generality trade-off. Try to make it work simpler for given use case. And I think that kind of limits the number of applications that you can run on top of such a network as well. So if you look at a 2G network, which is very simple versus an LTE network, the 2G network is great in a resource-constrained environment for a lot of reasons, but the types of applications will run are much more constrained. So I'm wondering if you have any thought on how you think about how you make those trade-offs and where that balance rests.
Right.
How you think about, I guess, flexibility and generality of the infrastructure within this model.
Okay, so were you able to hear that, or do you want me to re-summarize?
No, I couldn't get anything.
Okay, so the question is that when you do approximate networking, it is sort of choosing a quality of service, and that requires a trade-off between flexibility and generality. And approximate networking then is going to limit the kind of applications that can run on top of the network. And since this is a shared resource that lots of people are leveraging, what sort of ideas do you have for trying to manage the flexibility, generality trade-off, given that that's going to impact some of the applications that can run on top of that?
So it is single approximation that you're talking of is not because when we talk of the internet, we have systems at very different levels. So we have systems at the level of algorithms, at the level of protocols, and currently we are already doing many trade-offs simultaneously. So for example, we know at the transport layer, the TCP protocol, the other protocols, they make certain trade-offs. At the network layer, we have other trade-offs. So we're not thinking of a single way of doing a trade-off, because then we would get into the problem of there is no one single size that fits for it. So we are thinking of being more flexible, because otherwise we don't think that this kind of a framework will work. So potentially we are going to have many diverse problems, and we would like, because like I mentioned, the context, when we talk of the context appropriate trade-offs, then different applications may have different contexts, different users may have different contexts, and sometimes there is a tussle between the service provider and the application and the user. They want different things. And then you have to somehow harmonize all of that. So in a sense, it's not an easy thing, but the general idea is that we are mostly interested, when I talk of this in terms of limits, we're interested in simplifying things. And there is this idea of using the lowest common denomination, which exists in the dataset. What we're currently interested in is to settle on something that serves all the purposes of the different contexts that are defined for a particular interaction and service.
Thank you.
I had a question about how this impacts a principle like net neutrality. And yours is not the first work where I've seen this, looking at the sustainability of the internet. It seems to be, if we take limits like this seriously, we have to abandon net neutrality, because otherwise you're provisioning for the lowest common denominator. But is that the case? I mean, is net neutrality out the window when we embrace this kind of research?
So the question is, with respect to net neutrality, is it the case that because of the nature of approximate networking that you kind of have to abandon net neutrality, because net neutrality assumes that you can support anyone in anything they want to do? Please, period.
Yeah.
Question mark.
So we did consider this. I think this question is a more general one. It's not really related only to approximate networking, but when we consider approximate networking, we have this trade-off between privacy and getting free services. And we also considered like the free book, the Facebook, the kind of services they were offering for free. So in a sense, that's also an approximation. You're also thinking of what are the most important services and the most important websites that we want to offer to people. And in a sense, we are settling on, if we think of the 80-20 rule, we are interested in settling in the sites that give the maximum benefit to most people. But then we thought that maybe this is not the kind of approximation we want to include in our framework at this time, because then it becomes too complex. As you all would be knowing that even net neutrality, it's a controversial issue. There are many opinions on it, on what is fair and what is not. So currently, we're not really thinking of net neutrality within our framework. But in a sense, yeah, it's related to approximation.
Okay. So I'm just trying to understand what is like fundamentally new about what you're trying to propose. So clearly there has been approximations in computing and networking in the past. We understand as systems builders that there are trade-offs to be made. And if you're suggesting that that there should be sort of lower quality of service or a common denominator of quality of service, it seems like a societal issue, right? Like we all sort of want faster, more, cheaper, all of these things. So how do you deal with that in relation to your suggestions?
So how were you able to hear that?
Just some of it, so if you can repeat, I'd be able to understand better.
Sure. So one part of the question was what here is really different from what's been done before in terms of engineering decisions that have to be made in order to engineer networks in general. And then if somewhere along the line there's a decision about quality of service, it seems like there is pressure to deliver higher quality of services from the people that want them. How do we, what's the new thing that helps us to negotiate the level of quality of service that's appropriate?
Right. So in a way, approximate networking, we have a section on this in our paper that it can be thought of, it's in a way an old wine. It is repackaged. Obviously, it is most research is based on previous ideas, but there is also something new, and that something new here is that we're proposing this as a systematic way of decreasing the complexity. We are making a conscious effort on decreasing the complexity of networks because of the fact that we're going to increasingly face more and more limits. So currently we do make use of approximations, and we talk of that a lot in the paper. In fact, starting from the best effort internet and to the kind of service that, for example, UDP offers. It's a kind of an approximation of what TCP offers. And then, DTN, it's again, you're making use of, you're not making use of synchronous communication. You can have offline, out of time transfers. So in a way, we are going to use all of those technologies, but we are making a conscious effort of reducing the complexity. So when I talk of the, approximate networking data, which is like the idea of consciously working on reducing unnecessary complexity, because most of the protocols, they're not designed to be simplistic, simple in their consumption of resources. So they make an assumption that they can use everything. So what we want to do is we want to bring down their resources, their consumption, so that it becomes more robust in a way. In fact, there was this concept of, there's a book, Anti-Fragile, by Nassim Nicholas Taleb, who talks of this idea that when you have, when we talk of limits, it can be thought of, we have an uncertain future. We do not know how it will hit us. So he has a book, Black Swan, as well. And then he has a book on creating systems that are anti-fragile, that can work, even work better than, an uncertain future full of potential black swan hits. So, our position is that, if we have such approximate networking, such simple solutions, then we probably will fare better than, some system that has all the bells and whistles and all the complex features, but then you become, in a way, victim of your complexity. So the new thing really is, we want this system to tackle new challenges. So that's essentially the new thing.
Great. I think that's what we have time for. Thank you very much for joining us from far away. Appreciate your time.
Okay. Now we go to lunch. Right? Yeah, and we reconvene. Right, when is the? We reconvene at 1.
Yeah. So an hour and 8 minutes for lunch.
Like who would want these approximations?
I've never used this particular device for a talk.
I think you do need to have it.
But is it? It's a Surface 3 Pro, and I don't trust it 100% yet.
Design a little infrastructure.
But I want to
entirely share. Like you need to be able to.
It's still reading it. So I go right here.
And I use sound.
Okay, all right, so we'll need to slide that back then, because the limits of the cable.
So far, so good.
Right now,
The sound's actually kind of straightforward.
Like that actually simplifies
So like there's no
Yeah, I mean, I wonder about that because you might also be.
Right.
Is that a Kira?
That is a Kira.
You might be pushing that complexity.
All right, and you see if the sound will reach me here.
Okay, so it's easier. So is that really true?
And I want to. All right, seems to be working. Great. If I wanted to bring in a bigger, louder speaker, would that be okay?
That you can. That one's actually pretty loud. Could you not hear it back there?
Not particularly loud. Not from here. Maybe it's just not facing me.
It's pretty loud.
It is closed. It should be loud. All right, I'll assume that when there's less ambient noise in the room, it'll be fine. Going for a really cinematic experience for the first 43 seconds of the talk.
I'm doing one of them. Whatever you need, password, like.
Yeah, they're doing the same, solving the same kinds of problems.
Right.
Same thing. We've got a bunch of things that come in and they all have different orders.
I finished the email. Just said, go to your.
They want hypercode, so they.
Yeah. Basically saying like you have 5 minutes.
What did he use as the culprit?
Yeah, because I was working on some stuff.
This was the last. So this was supposed to be. He's a chair. But this is that's the same. Try logging in as that. I bet you he did it by your email rather than what you think your account is. Let me try Aeroterry UCI. Maybe use my UCI. email address, and what is that? I guess that would make sense.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty sure that I've never used.
One day, bringing people like, we're gonna put together the community
Okay.
place and the colors and
Okay, so once we advance, let's just. When you're creating an account?
Right.
I wonder if there's some.
This one, you get 3 months.
If there wasn't an account, you could have assigned it a paper. It's like yeah, so the immaturity add-ons.
So he,
I actually have some of my yard.
in a program in a class. Anyway, he does all of this other work. Yeah, we were trying to get your cards yesterday for you to see some of this stuff that he does around after cars, after bikes. That moment, not as wrong, that's great.
Yeah.
Yes, actually.
Maybe I'll go home and get them.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Are they allowed inside the house?
I know, I've got it. One day, one sort. No, we gotta go to the.
Yeah, no, it's nice to see all of them. You know, all
Yeah, and me representing the project. Right, but it's not. If you give an issue, clear that I'm I'm not, I'm talking about studying or, and so the kind of.
Sometimes I was thinking about what's in here? Oh, okay. And I was thinking, because when I was visiting colleagues in or they actually took all this. Still there.
That's why I wanted to like.
Then I was thought, I don't want one. You want.
Yeah.
Because and so then that's what kind of I was thinking in terms of, it'd be nice to
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because it's, so I think there's friendship very often. Sort of makes several
Right, and there's, I mean, some of the people who are looking at, who, like, the project is ongoing, disability, Bella, so that's what the health of conversation. There are health of scholars at the museum. They have a library there, there's another public museum. They are members of the community, and they are the people that are making this possible, so we bring together as the scholars and also community members. And there's others as well.
What's outrageous to me is how sort of this canon of what's acceptable critical that happens at universities is that in the communities that is not part of it or they can't understand.
You're gonna take
And then there's with like, you know, like if you're in social sciences, you have to go. You know, and I think, what if it doesn't, what if it's not applicable? I've seen people in my paper, they said, well, you didn't factor that. I said, no, because it didn't really factor in, you know.
To be surprised, right?
About it, and this idea of dehumanizing part of this.
Right.
And it's often, it's good. You know, and it's not right. This last time I sat in I interviewed this artist that I work with. He said, what you need to do is get somebody from a big name school. Oh, you know the better.
Yeah. So Davis is recommending. Yeah.
He tells me the same. And I think, well, that's kind of about this is not what it's
Right.
But we do have some analyze because
You're right. Yeah.
And it's not particularly easy. I have to remember, you know, with this community technology, one of the things I want is you don't want it to just be everybody that's trying to get stuff so they can get their PhD. And then those are the other people that want we try to do this, but you don't but they're not going to spend $800.
No. Yeah, I've just been.
Yeah, those are sort of.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's.
I had a grand fund, but it was expensive and this and. Yeah. I mean, now it's moving more to community archives which is fine, I mean, that's as well. Right?
Yeah.
But the community technology is what we just learned about, so.
Yeah, we really want to, I think, boost it up if we can and make it, because really my friend, Fiorella, she and I have been working together for a long time. She's in Milan, and she fought with these for a long time. And one time, somebody said, "Oh, don't do it." And she just said she's just curious, you know. But so she's been fighting, and they said, "Well, no, this is too much of that." I mean, I don't know I don't even understand sort of the academic argument. I can't even really make it. But what did you do this for? Really? Yeah. And it's
sort of, they say, well, indirectly, it might have somebody, but it was like, more or less, we studied them, not, we're in this together, and we're on the planet, and so it's really irritating, but the idea now is we're changing it. The woman who's co-chair of the whole conference is really inspiring, she's like, anyway, she's very political, very energetic, and I'm not really that word, but anyway, so she's from India, and she's has some organization, and they're working with indigenous people, and they're working with, lower caste, and she's just fighting anti and so we've got that side, not that I want it to be a sectarian left conference, that's not what it is either, but I don't have this really sensitive stuff.
Right,
Yeah,
right,
it's
right.
really,
It's like there's all this stuff that we just can't talk about.
right,
Yeah.
I mean, I like, I think that most audiences, I don't know, I kind of.
Like it's nice to, every conference is different, the kind of common ground and voice. It's not, I have no common ground here, community, education, or the idea. We are people, they're just like, no, what they don't have here.
Yeah.
So, I mean, there are little,
Yeah.
but like the ICT for that just.
Yeah.
Yeah, like those kind of organizations that we are saying to, or we are kind of studying with them, all of that. I would love to go somewhere where that's just not any part of it.
I went to this, Orange.
Yeah.
That's not a big Henry. But anyway, I went to a workshop on sort of ICT 4D people that are saying, all that sucks. So they were the type of people that were interested in. And I guess I'm just interested in ones where at least there's a few, I hate to I was a kite. Now I found these twice. And I felt like just, and, this bit about nature computing. Because it's all about shining stuff on the wall, go fast, and oh wow, how'd you do that? New algorithm.
Are you familiar with Nick Bidwell? She's in Libya. She's a professor there. She's some great pieces about very critical. She works with individuals of role in the context, and she brings them. She brings her collaborators to conferences with her. She's just a fire.
I really should have gone to this. There's some people from India. There's participatory design conference. There's some connection. And in fact, it was actually there at the time before that. The PDC conference. And I thought that would be cool. But I
Right.
If you're not asking for it, just waiting, hello,
I'd like to go. Yeah, well, Nick is very challenged in how much that she can travel.
Yeah, especially if she doesn't go to people.
Right. But she was just Sector 5, which was a big surprise, so I think it didn't connect with her too much. But
Yeah,
she,
so how is NICK?
NICK and then PID. She has a nice piece in Tokai around practice theory and walking and like just really keeping the dominant approaches to design within HCI in terms of taking a very normative Western, very urban orientation to the kinds of products that are activated. and is looking at it much more from the third degree culture. And she just was one of the organizers for Africa, Africa.
That's interesting. Huh.
Getting that together.
Boy, I'm, it would never fly, but almost anything where, I mean, in this sphere, you have, it's like, it's often, we have technology, we're working on that, and then you find an application that serves the technology, so it just keeps being just backwards. It seems like you should move to serve the research question or the service and the service to whatever, and then you use the appropriate technology. We're not all proxy salesmen with the computer. I mean, and I kind of so I'm gonna try to find a way. I mean, it's.
I have the clarification, and I don't think that's where the question is coming from. No, but so I have all. Yeah, my partner feels the same, and he seemed to part, because he's in learning and education and young people. I seem to part in Georgia Tech, so they've been writing some work to really try to do, especially she was involved in the oil things, the oil thing, and they just go through that whole game that was set up where it's supposed to, people could go online and talk about how we're going to keep oil prices, how they're going to do game masters or releases, and got a lot of media out of that. They very good. No, it's so problematic, and it's so, it just cheapens the whole education.
I would love to talk, I mean, I'm not talking about it, because I think that there probably are some interesting, really cool things that come down with it. I mean, your response I thought was very good. I see, but people want to say, well, let's make global whatever the enemy. It's not really the enemy. Everything is kind of trivialized. It's really weird. And then you make the characters out, I don't know. There's so many ways to sort of be in the game and actually somehow learn about something.
Yeah, so I wish that there's another area I asked for CCW have a paper on where we critique some of the nature games or the environmental games that are out there for kids to play in, because they are so, like you go around as a player and you pick up all the trash, you get the oil out of the water, but you never have any trash. Why is the oil in the water? Why is the trash there? And they give you these little blips of information, like six plastic bottles will make a sweatshirt. And so you want to use more bottles, so you have more sweatshirt. He's like, what are the messages here? And really trying to work out, using that guy, Benny Weston, and some of his ideas, like, how can we enrich these things, add some complexity and some, add this mindful rhythms, the song sets, there's tides, there's this, everything is not static. And yes, it's hard, but if you're looking for a hard computer problems, there you go.
That's
Try to
what I'm thinking.
represent some of these.
And I was trying to allude to it in one of the slides, but I don't have the job, but if academics, et cetera, are interested in challenging yourself, you've got it. But if you're interested in tutorial, you can do that too, but these are not kind of little tiny little chunkifiable challenges. These are big challenges. And
you know, people are sort of realistically kind of ask the questions, but if I have to come up with.
Yeah,
an
the grading challenge
not
keeps
the answer,
continuing.
but-
So
I
we
have
have
more
to change all
questions,
the grades.
but then that's what.
I'm coming in just a second. I just, before I forget, I wanted to make sure I did
Okay,
this.
sorry, please, sorry.
No, what's your, my favorite name?
Yeah, David, yeah.
David Eller.
Yeah, okay.
Sorry, I'll be outside in just a second.
Other things we want to figure out in terms of scheduling today.
I don't know what they are. We should also figure out, are there things we borrow for the instrument we return?
So I guess it's your.
Well, that belongs to them, so that actually, we did not get them, so we need to return them. I need to go drop this off, and I'll be right back in a minute.
And now. I couldn't remember. No, you've been very good on it. I've always been very good. I mean, there's a whole discussion now after a lot of where we're trying to figure out, you mentioned that assessing the potential for all because people always come back and say, well, this is what we say, well, we think it's relevant to where you're coming from. And so,
So, yeah, local, unlimitedly expensive coffee.
I know. If anyone has a sweet tooth. Yeah, look at this. Somebody said yesterday when they were eating hot dogs, I would love it if they had chocolate on there. So I thought, oh, I'll get some.
When you're there, don't just look at what's on the streets. You have to look up at the mountains and see all the homes. Look for them. You won't for them. There's somebody that's not like just things are over. Maybe you've seen something like this before. Big mountains covered with homes all over the place. Yeah, there are a lot of poor people, right? A lot of poor people.
Did you see that there's a animal above your head?
Oh, the monkey. Yeah, it was really cute. I like all the animal stickers around here. Can I ask for your advice?
Sure.
So, I am writing a response to reviewers for a paper that I submitted. That is due tomorrow, actually, but I've never written one before. And if they tell you that your techniques were not like analysis of the data wasn't exactly like mechanical or like straightforward, this is kind of like too qualitative, they don't know where our results came from, then how do you sort of go about that?
Ask Bonnie.
I missed the question.
So I just got reviews back for a paper that I wrote with my advisor at UBC.
And which conference was it?
It's called Assets. It's the conference for HDI and accessibility. So we got our reviews back, and they're actually really good in terms of ratings. But we're still going to write a response to the concerns that they have. And one of the big concerns that one of the reviewers had is like, I don't understand how your methodologies match up with your findings, and like how you came to certain conclusions. And I don't really know how you're supposed to address that when you're responding.
Okay, so there's two things that could be happening. One is that they just don't like quantitative methods.
Okay.
And the other is that they don't see how the findings, the methods match up. So which one do you think it is?
It might be because our methods were very scattered because it was very ad hoc in the beginning. We taught 60 physical therapy students how to use 3D printers. In the beginning, I was like, hey, we're just going to help them out and teach them. And then it turned into a research project. And then we started like asking them to take surveys, and it was just very ad hoc. But of course, in the paper, it's kind of, they don't want you to say like these random things happen.
Yeah.
So you made it sound more systematic.
So the real issue is it was ad hoc.
Yeah. So
And they have reasons not to like your methods.
Yeah.
Well, but on the other hand, you actually did do interviews and observations and surveys, right? You just didn't know at the beginning exactly what you were going to do, but that's okay. So can you point to like the survey and say, here's what we learned from the survey, here's what we learned from the observations, instead of just kind of presenting the findings in that blanket way? That might help
So
them.
telling them that if it's accepted, let it to seem like it's more exact of where findings are coming from and which data.
Yeah, I think that would help. I mean, it sounds like you even have quantitative data if you do a survey, right?
Yeah, we made them do a pre and post survey for every class with 60 students, so.
Okay, so then I think they're just
yeah.
not linking up, here's finding A
Yeah.
and here's where it came from. So that shouldn't be that hard to do, right?
Okay.
And I think in your response, you might not even have to put all that detail, but just say, I can tell you what findings came from which instruments.
Okay.
Or you can say, from the survey, we mostly learned about X and Y.
Yeah.
From the observations, we mostly learned about A and B. That's probably what they're looking for, I'm guessing.
So in terms of like the ad hoc, two reviewers had concerns that our first survey, we surveyed 4 physical therapy professors and physical therapist professionals, just asking them questions in a survey and like what do they think about 3D printing, how they see it in the practice and stuff like that. And both of them were very concerned. They're like, why'd you have too little physical therapists? And it's like, well, these were just the people that our professor you're working with just kind of sent it out to.
Oh, yeah, this goes on for the rest of your career where people try to pick apart your methods.
See, I knew Bonnie would be a better response to this because most of my research is in software engineering and it's much more straightforward.
Yeah, exactly. So I would say what you just said. Here's how we constructed the sample. The more you make it sound like you knew what you were doing in the beginning, even if you didn't really, which people don't often when they're doing kind of emergent studies, the more relaxed those kinds of people will be. Okay, so if you say, here's how we drew the sample, even if it's just these were the people who talked to us or whatever it is, say that up front so they're not like wondering in the back of their mind.
Okay. Yeah, they sent it to us on Wednesday and was like, you have until Saturday morning to submit a response.
That's nothing.
Yeah,
Wow.
I was like really surprised, but I'm the first author, so I'm responsible.
So you got high scores, but you got these comments? Is that
Yeah,
what you're saying?
I guess the highest score is 5 and we got 4s and 5s from the
That's
reviewers.
amazing.
But
That's really good.
Yeah, we were really happy about that. It was just there's very specific critiques from one reviewer specifically who didn't think it was publishable, but they still gave us a 4.
See, that's another weirdness of reviewers. Yeah, so I'm sure you've done this before, but I always like thank them really profusely in the beginning and then again at the end.
That's
To make sure
exactly
that
what
they
my
feel
advice
sort
just
of, yeah, okay, validated. And then in the middle, you just say, we want to respond to reviewer previous comments or whichever one it was, and here's what we think about them. And we're going to make the paper better in the following ways so that hopefully that will be.
Okay.
You don't say so they'll be satisfied, but that's kind of the intent.
Yes.
But that's great. That's fantastic. You got such good scores.
Yeah, we're super excited. This will be my first time writing reviews, so that's what I was asking.
Yeah, okay, good.
If it does get accepted, that means you get to go to Reno in the fall. Yay.
Well, at least it's close.
Yeah.
Actually, Reno in the fall would be pretty nice. It's probably, the trees would have been
Yeah.
colors and stuff.
If I have the time as a busy grad student, I would consider driving there because you go straight through all the different national parks.
That's true.
Getting there.
Yeah.
And I have friends that are up in San Francisco as well.
The train stops there, but I think you'd have
Oh,
to
really?
I think you'd have to get up to Emeryville first, and then it goes east. So that probably wouldn't work from here. If you're in the Bay Area, it works really well.
Okay.
But you could take the train up to
But you could-
Emeryville and then across.
Yeah, it's just hard to get to Emeryville. from
Oh, is
here.
it?
You have to stop a couple times. You have to go to LA, then you have to go to Bakersfield or some other place,
Oh.
and then you finally get there. And if you're kind of time constrained, that would be hard. Yeah, I know. I just hate the fact that we don't have a good train.
You think that would be something that they would have too, because it's just too big.
Well, it's in Brown's agenda.
Yeah, it's on the
Governor's
agenda,
agenda.
but people are like, no, it's gonna go to Modesto or somewhere first, and people are like, why are we sending the train to Modesto? I mean, I don't know the politics.
They're redoing the entire the Amtrak system soon that goes from New York to DC.
Oh, they are? Wow.
Yeah, which is super exciting because like that is like New York, that's Philly, that's Baltimore, that's Washington.
That's really an investment that's important for us to
Yeah.
do. Now, out there, people don't rail against even having a train. Out here, people are like, we have Highway 5, why do we need a train? So,
Yeah, it's just kind of ridiculous.
yeah.
When you look at China and Japan, you're like, look how beautiful
I
those trains
know,
are.
I know, yeah. I know the trains in Europe are just really nice too.
Yeah. One day. Did you guys see on the news that new bus that was like designed in China that's gonna go over cars on the railway?
No, I didn't see that.
Yeah, it was interesting.
Well, some people here are really into the maglev trains, which I guess are really low energy, but again, that's a really hard sell to American competitions to invest in stuff like that.
Yeah, this one,
Well, there's the one, there's the, what's the one that like Elon Musk is funding?
I don't know.
A bunch of
I thought he
people
was
to-
just going directly to the moon and leaving us behind.
What's it called? Because there's actually some companies working on it. I
If
think
he's behind it, there might be a little more
So
of a
it's-
chance that.
I don't know if you can see that, so it's like a bus that goes over the traffic.
Oh, I see. Oh, that's cool.
I was like, oh, that's really interesting.
That's clever.
How does it not run into cars, but like, maybe one day.
Cars not running together.
Yeah,
But it's a neat idea for using.
Hyperloop.
yeah.
That's the Elon Musk one?
Yeah.
And what is that? Oh, I've seen that.
Yeah, so it's a pod competition thing, and it's also kind of maglev related.
Yeah, okay,
And
okay.
Elon Musk is
He's
funding
funding it, yeah.
a couple of, and it's LA to San Francisco.
Okay, I'm gonna do that. That's great.
Those things are gonna go crazy fast.
Geared towards university students and independent engineering teams to design and build the best Hyperloop pod.
Wow. Yeah, that's good.
I think right now they're like individual pods, so. So one person.
One person?
At least like the ones I've seen are very tiny.
Oh, that would actually make it most cool. Well, the railroads were basically funded by the capitalists, so maybe it's not so bad. You know, the robber barons and all those people.
They kind of remind me of ski leashes. Like,
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
those little boxes.
Yeah.
Why is my Okay.
They had jams.
Oh, I have more.
No.
Actually,
No, this is fine. I mean, let's leave them out for the afternoon. No, it's just these are.
Oh, yeah, that's fine. And the other side.
There's even more. Oh, these are. You know what, at the end of the day, let's take them out and maybe.
I see we have chocolated ones today.
Yes, yeah, I got the cookies.
I already had one.
Yeah, I thought, oh, somebody wants a chocolate covered one.
Thank you.
They really are good. You were absolutely right.
I think I'm gonna grab a couple clues.
They will.
So Sam, I wanted to mention, I might have told you this, but I'm against sabbatical for the first 2 quarters. So, you know, I'll be around and we can talk about Skype and stuff. I just want you here. Very much.
Is someone planning to teach that class again that you presented, or Bill presented?
ICS 5, I don't know. I have to teach one class in the spring and maybe it will be ICS 5.
Bill's teaching in the fall, is my understanding.
Oh, okay.
So I don't know if
So then
it's,
maybe, yeah, that will be taken care of then.
Do you think there's a possibility to be TA in that class, or?
Absolutely, yeah, yes.
Is that a good one?
In fact, you should.
Ankita already put in her request, but you can go ahead and.
It needs more than one. I have 2 TAs and a reader because we got 225 students.
Yeah.
If I were you, I would send a message to every morning each and just say, you know, it's possible I would have to.
But don't you have a first year free?
For entire first years? I don't know, it didn't say anything about it, unless
Well, she has to TA 2 quarters, so couldn't she use?
Good.
She's had classes so well.
That's true, that's true.
I mean, I don't know how Andre does it, I'm just saying, I would try at least.
It says all students are required to work as readers or TAs for at least 2 quarters. Before, during the first quarter in which they are working at this capacity, they have to enroll in ICS 398 day.
Oh, you have to, yeah, people
Where's
check
your
that
package?
concurrently though.
Oh, this is the requirements. What does your package that you got say? I mean, they may not designate which years, but.
That one. This one. Oh, teaching assistantship.
Scroll back up. Scroll back up. Some more. Here.
Oh, during the first 2 years?
Yeah. Generally, you put it as GSR, well, but that's remaining, yeah, so you get 1 year of GSR, freebies GSR kind of, and 1 year of TA. I mean, that's what most students get, so you can kind of do it in either order,
Yeah.
or mix it up even,
Ask
probably.
Andre and see what he says.
Yeah.
He's good at story.
Yeah, yeah.
Andre and Marty?
And
Marty
Marty
Beach.
Beach is the office manager, and he actually has a lot to do with how the TAs.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So I told Ankita if she didn't get assigned to ICS 5, she could TA my ICS
Are you still
30.
teaching them? Do they write the answer?
I'm doing it for free, actually. Well, yeah, but, I keep thinking I should ask Andre if he will recall me to do it, but, I'm doing, I'm teaching a new ICS principles course. So we're teaching it as ICS 10 for the fall, so that you know there's this new APCS principles. you know about this? There's a new AP course called Computer Science Principles. It's kind of about the big ideas of computing, with a little bit of programming. So it turns out to be a good course. It's a good course for either non-majors or also for somebody who doesn't have. Right. But it's also good for students to warm up to go into 31.
Oh, really?
Because you learn a little bit. Yeah, no, it's not a bad class, yeah. It's a lower division class. Well, we're gonna make it ICS 30, but it hasn't been approved yet. So in that way, it'll look like it's a, precursor to 31, 32, 33 for people who want to. There are a lot of places like UW has a students in computer science can get credit for it. There are a lot of places where they don't get credit for it, so it just kind of depends on how we can. Yeah.
So you might get in that.
I signed up to do that in the fall. Yeah. A small version of it with a new so we're doing it in a new collaborative teaching room. Yeah, we got that space. They had one slot open in the whole week. We got I think it's 2:30. So we tried to actually offer extra discussion sections for ICS 10 this quarter, but it just didn't fly because not enough people wanted to come.
Yeah, that's.
Because it wasn't required and there was no perks for doing it or anything like that, so. And we got that room, yeah, we got that room for that. So we've experimented with it a little bit already. It's pretty cool.
Did you like it?
Yeah. So, have you been in it?
I have not been in it.
Social Ecology 101. It's really, they have like, I think seven like pods almost with chairs around them. They all have a big screen up above. So we're gonna do it with doing things like peer instruction questions and stuff like that, so it'll be fun.
I came in halfway through, so is ICS 30 like a ramp-up class?
Yeah, it will be both non-majors and ramp up. So that's what I want it to
Teaching
be.
programming or like teaching information literacy?
No, well, so it'll be, do you know about the new APCS principles course? That's it's gonna be that essentially. A 10-week version of that. So we will then, UCI will offer something that anybody who took APCS principles in high school would get credit for. And then hopefully would also be good for anybody that just doesn't feel comfortable jumping into 31 because they don't have any experience whatsoever. But it'll also be, because APCSP is like these 7 big ideas of computing. So there'll be it'll also kind of cover the breadth of computing. So you learn a little bit about computing and not just about how to program.
What is the rationale behind that AP? Standard? Yeah, like I got a bunch of notification about it and haven't really had a chance to go through it, but I was having a hard time getting over my frustration that the College Board is dictating curriculum.
Well, it wasn't. College Board did not dictate that at all.
That's interesting.
It was really the computer science community that was trying to, because they were, it was, as we all know, the kids that enrolled in APCSA and learned Java programming are the boys who've been tinkering their whole lives, not the girls who've never had any experience, so they don't show up. And for the underrepresented minorities. So this was an attempt to actually build a course that was more engaging, more culturally sensitive, had some ways that you could do that kind of stuff in the classroom and get a broader participation of girls and underrepresented minorities in computer science.
Is it structured like a precursor to APCS?
Kind of, yeah. So now, in a lot of places, they're offering the Exploring Computer Science course, which is even a ramp up to CS Principles, and then APCSA. So there's like a 3-course pathway now that someone could take in computer science. Of course, the issue then is, only one of those is going to count for anything, probably. So.
Yeah. So the proliferation of OPs in high school is a little overwhelming because I'm like on both sides because my kids are trying to navigate it and then I'm also onslaught.
But it really was, I mean, so it was,
That's good to
it
know.
was the National Science Foundation that drove this in the beginning.
I'm very happy.
So it really is the computer science community and all the pilots are at universities. And then gradually they've been doing them in high school.
Should I just like awkwardly lurk back here?
Yeah, sure. We gotta, this tested out before lunch and now it's no working, so that's.
Is your video connected?
Yeah, it won't even detect another display now. And I just unplugged and replugged, hoping that, you know. when
Is
it's
your
out.
sound making sound?
The sound, I'm sure makes sense, the projected, just obedient.
It doesn't? Searching for a signal. So perhaps if you were to give it a signal that it could find.
Thanks, Dad.
Are you plugged in all the way? It looks like you're.
The old source again. Is analog RGB? All right. Oh, and now my monitor's turned off. Even better.
What does it look like you're coming in? VGA?
I'm coming through, I'm doing VGA here, yeah.
Are you recording?
We're gonna try this again.
It could be the, this cable isn't plugged in. Is that
Oh, that would make a difference, yeah.
I mean, it's a video cable. Is that- the video cable not been plugged in?
It's plugged, I mean, it's plugged in here.
Yeah, this one isn't.
Oh, that's relevant. That, I would make a difference.
It's one, I mean, it's a mode of failure.
It's, I mean, let's eliminate that.
So eliminate that one.
Let's-
Where is it that mode of failure has been eliminated? So now if you were to turn on your
Here, let me unplug and replug again.
It's not hard to do.
I have this on a thumb drive if it comes down to it, but given that we just went to the trouble of making it do its thing. Yeah,
And your cable looks like VGA.
it does indeed look like VGA.
So it's supposed to go.
Text another display. Yeah, that's what we want. Now I'm gonna unplug everything. And let's do this in the order of operation. That.
I figured that's what it was.
And then that.
I had the same thing, that's a very similar thing happening.
Let's see if there's a hardware key or no. Display setting.
I used to go to CCW, kind of stuff.
Now it's just frozen entirely. That's yeah. Oh, no, there we go.
It looks like it only takes like one screen.
Yeah, it didn't detect another display. We're gonna, when in doubt, reboot the.
We will leave the.
Again, this is the. That wasn't. I mean, it's a tablet. Right? I haven't done a super hard reboot yet. I did a soft reset. But in the absence of that.
Is that do I try my adapter?
The thing is, like, we tested this successfully right before lunch.
That's correct.
I'm gonna do a hard reset.
Can you?
So
We need DVI?
just for the record, I got VGA too. It's VGI. Just for the record, no point never testing anything, right?
Yeah, no, lesson learned. Never test your
Never bother.
stuff. All right, I'm gonna do a full reset.
Yeah, we could try the less complicated adapter. Simplified.
Let's try yours first.
Because it did work.
It did work?
Yeah, it all worked right before lunch.
Weird.
And then the projector did its weird little power saving cycle and it worked.
Oh, and no working? How about the power cycle?
No, that's 5 minutes.
That's a 5 minute.
It has a fan to cool down the bulb.
X. Is the video embedded?
Yeah, it is. But we gotta reboot. I've got extra time, sort of, but now I'm eating into my extra time, which makes me sad. You got a flicker. We got some sort of detection. Something about it. You know, give it a sec to see what it does. Do we have another laptop? I do have it on.
Let's wait to see what that makes. Then let me go to source.
Well, let's see how many. Maybe it's gonna be something.
Let me try that source.
Whatever you want to do.
Oh, really?
I'm driving back to half the day.
My computer, it's like not.
Yeah, I want to make sure the projector isn't the
So
problem.
I have to power it.
Because it flickered a bunch and did a bunch of stuff during lunch.
Oh.
Yeah. All right. I'm clearly not accomplishing my goals here.
I'm just fine. I mean, it's not.
Yeah, and HCI scholars, if you can solve this problem, getting pixels on the screens. There's no prize in it.
My computer thinks there's a screen, but the projector is.
Just get my plan B.
You're here or?
This is the universe punishing me for trying to be prepared.
No, it's the projector. It's my. There we go.
All right.
So that's my screen. It thinks everything's okay. So now let's switch to yours.
Shouldn't have tested it. I should have just flown blind, clearly.
That looks better.
Operating audio. Yeah, and there's definitely. This hasn't detected a new screen. Let's just use your computer. I've got it on thumb drive.
Is that PowerPoint?
It's PowerPoint. Jerk computer. Throw you across the room. As a PC user, I'm hoping because Exchange has like fonts and other layout. If you have any.
I also have a Mac. So.
I think that'll.
I'd like a non-mirror. My notes.
So it doesn't fly over.
No limits. What's that?
I would start it maybe your member of Congress and see if they help. They might have some access to services. They deal with ones like that. Whoever, who's your Congress?
Yeah.
We love them. Yes. That's right. I was mad at her for not supporting some. Thanks, Dad. That's interesting.
Possible that this version of Office such that it won't open. It does have like a bunch of embedded video and stuff in it. Does anyone have a PC? Does anyone? I can use. And we all Macs. It's like a sea of Macintosh.
Say why is the Mac connector broken?
His connector isn't connecting, his computer's not connecting to the projector, and my PowerPoint won't open his slides.
Is it just a resolution issue?
It's a mystery.
Because it worked before.
Yeah, I tested it, worked lunch, and it worked perfectly and was ready to go.
Can I hit some buttons over here with that?
This is
Looks like Jay is offering his.
Okay, let me check that.
I know. He's a former AV man.
I did. I used to work in the AV industry professionally, and then I said, I'm tired of dealing with these systems. And you go to grad school. It's like karmic circle.
Yes. Thanks, Jay.
What's your, Alrighty. Third computer's a turn.
Looks like it might be.
I just use Google Cast.
The limits. We need to extend it so it can see.
Under resolution.
But mine didn't even detect that. They didn't even have that option. All right, no presentation. Oh, I get to see this.
You got it.
Okay. Ooh. Let's see if we get audio. And let's make sure that there's some.
Okay, so, let's see. Oh, gosh, we don't know what time. Bill's not here today.
There we go. All right, audio.
Oh,
I've used computers before. Contrary to, although.
Okay, so with our requisite technological disasters, we're on a third computer for a system that worked perfectly before lunch. So this is Josh Tannenbaum, he himself and Karen, who I don't think is here, and Marcel Kufal are presenting. Josh and Karen are faculty here at UCI. Marcel's a grad student, and Josh works in narratives and games.
All right, so yeah. I'm a UCI assistant professor in the Department of Informatics, where my wife and I run the Transformative Play Lab. And today I would like to talk a little bit about the limits of our projector running off of the screen. Limits of our imagination, design fiction as a strategy for engaging with dystopian futures that have nothing to do with our inability to get our AV to work. But I want to start with a little AV sequence. Which we may or may not know. Now I can't get my next slide to show up. Are you kidding? All right, I've hit the right arrow 4 times and there's no new slides.
Is it loading?
Well, now the mouse is frozen. Our animation has frozen. I think our laptop is frozen.
Freeze my laptop.
I may have frozen your laptop.
It's frozen. Don't know what to tell you.
So this is a different dystopian future. This is the...
Well, yeah, start it up again.
Oh, man.
You can talk, I guess.
Well, I mean, the next section is a video clip that I can't really speak to.
If only we had a quality of service.
Okay, I'm gonna try mine again because the interaction here is frustrating. This is always on. All right. The definition of insanity is doing the same thing twice and expecting it to turn out differently. But here, why not? Maybe the gods will smile upon the third time on this. Nope. Mystery detected.
Hello guys, hope you guys are doing well.
We'll watch the last one again.
I'm going to present.
Yeah, I got nothing.
Want to try the fourth computer?
We could try on a fourth computer, but I'd really prefer a Windows machine, which I can work with.
It probably won't crash again.
Oh, wait.
It usually takes.
Wait, we got it. We have.
There you go.
Yeah, we got it. Sometimes you just gotta
Try the same thing over and over again.
try the same thing.
It's like
All right, so yeah, let's see if this.
It was hard to know who was more crazy, me or everyone else.
Hello?
Show of hands, how many have seen this?
Here they come again.
So these are the opening 43 seconds of Mad Max Fury Road.
You promised to help us.
I tell myself, they cannot touch me. They are long dead.
All right, so why did I just show you this? Why do we care about this? So Mad Max Fury Road is what we would call a design fiction. Now it's imperfect. The world it portrays isn't particularly realistic, but it does, and it embodies narratives of sudden apocalyptic collapse. It doesn't do a particularly good job of addressing many of the concepts of the limits community, but in this work we argue that it is essential for limits researchers to understand what the film does and how the film does it. Fury Road reflects contemporary anxieties and narratives around collapse. Consequentially, it provides essential insight into how collapse is understood within public discourse. Now, this is important because we often struggle with communicating futures of collapse, especially narratives of long, slow decline, to people outside of our community. Narratives of collapse have a legibility problem for a few reasons. In part, they have a problem because late-stage capitalism has established essentially pathological incentive structures that are more concerned with markets than with populations. But equally important is the dominance of apocalyptic dystopian narratives within popular culture. Without any kind of broad-based public support, a shift from short to long-term thinking and collective political will to change, we will not be able to overcome many of the problems that the limits community is engaged with. So in this work, we argue that design fiction plays a crucial role in both understanding public discourse around collapse and articulating research about limits to a larger community. So what is design fiction? Design fiction is a term that was coined a little over 10 years ago by science fiction writer and futurist Bruce Sterling. In 2012, he redefined it as the deliberate use of diegetic prototypes to suspend disbelief about change. Now, the term diegetic prototypes is one that Sterling borrows from film scholar David Kirby, who coined it to account for the ways in which cinematic depictions of future technologies demonstrate to large public audiences a technology's need, viability, and benevolence. And so in film studies, the notion of diegesis refers to the reality of a fictional world. The common example is that when something is diegetic, it's embedded in the world. So say you're watching a film and there's two characters sitting in a car and one of them turns on the car stereo and the music comes through the car speakers. That's diegetic sound. It exists for those characters. The characters then turn and face each other. There's a romantic moment. They lean in to kiss and the underscoring swells. That's non-diegetic sound. That's sound that's available only to the viewer but not to the characters. And so diegetic prototypes are technologies that are situated within the frame of a narrative. They exist inside fictional worlds. Minority Report is the canonical example of a very successful diegetic prototype. The gestural interfaces depicted in the film were developed by HCI researchers, and they were treated as an actual prototyping exercise. And consequentially, they've provided a point of reference for the general public's understanding of this technology that has persisted for over 15 years. One fascinating example that David Kirby discusses comes from the medical field. So in the early 1980s, Robert Jarvik and a team of medical doctors and researchers had designed the first artificial human heart. But they were faced with significant public anxiety about cyberneticism, post-humanism, and as such, they were unable to find anyone willing to step forward and volunteer to be the first person to take on an artificial heart. And so in 1981, they worked with a team of filmmakers to make a movie called Threshold. Threshold, and it takes on the entire group of designers and medical doctors as science consultants. And in Threshold, it shows the benevolence of this technology prior to it having been actually used in the real world. And it positions the artificial heart within a narrative. The heart in Threshold is a diegetic prototype, and the movie worked hard to communicate how wonderful this technology was, how life-saving, how transformative it was. And it worked. 1 year later, Jarvik's team successfully transplants the first artificial heart into a volunteer named Barney Clark, who lives for several years longer than he would have otherwise. And so we argue that diegetic prototypes and design fiction have three roles that are of importance to us as scholars. First, design fiction has a moral dimension. It can call attention to value systems, it can foreground assumptions, and it can articulate ethical implications for science. Second, design fiction has a rhetorical dimension. It can employ narrative structures to build empathy and understanding about possible futures. And third, design fiction has a playful dimension. It allows us to explore, model, and manipulate possible futures, but it also helps keep us from getting dragged into despair about possible dystopias. And so I'm going to spend a little bit of time briefly unpacking each of these dimensions. My favorite example of how design fiction can be employed to highlight different value systems comes from Mark Blyth. In a 2013 paper entitled The Hitchhiker's Guide to UbiComp, he takes Mark Weiser's foundational SAL narrative of ubiquitous computing, and he retells it in the literary voice of several different science fiction authors, including Douglas Adams and Philip K. Dick. Each of these narratives ostensibly tells the same story, but the radically different authorial voices lead to very different understandings of how the technology and the lived experience is perceived. And in doing so, he exposes the sort of seemingly neutral scientific voice of the original story and shows how it had obscured a number of critical assumptions about surveillance and the role of pervasive adaptive systems within ubiquitous computing. As seen as the example of Threshold given previously, a design fiction can position a new technology within a fictional world in order to make a moral argument about that technology. In this sense, design fiction is a form of rhetoric. Sometimes it takes on a position where the future is depicted is to be desired or despised. It brings the power of storytelling to bear to persuade the viewer about whether to accept, endorse, or reject a rendered future. Other times, it will present a complex future without rendering judgment in order to articulate exactly how unsolved certain problems are. By wrapping these futures up inside of a narrative, which I've argued is the oldest human technology, design fiction provides viewers or readers with the raw materials for thinking about possible worlds. It gives them the building blocks for formulating their own perspectives and opinions on possible futures. Now, last year at Limits, Knowles and Erickson discussed the social and psychological impact of doing research about the end of the world as we know it. Grappling with the dire implications of research about climate change and collapse can be daunting, leading to feelings of helplessness, fear, and denial. See my ostriches with their heads in the sand previously. We propose that design fiction can be used as a technique for gaining a necessary critical distance to work with these kinds of concepts without becoming overwhelmed by them. The diegetic buffer obtained by locating fraught concepts inside a fictional frame can give researchers a kind of protective armor that allows them to work with these ideas without psychologically suffering ill effect. So here we see some footage of a particularly interesting phenomenon that we don't really have time to dig into here. This is Wasteland Weekend. Wasteland Weekend is a Mad Max-inspired live-action role-playing event that arose in the 30-year interregnum between the third and fourth Mad Max films. It is a gold mine for researchers interested in how apocalyptic narratives can be embraced and even romanticized. And it's also a profoundly playful way of engaging with possible futures. However, for the rest of this talk, I want to specifically consider the case of Mad Max Fury Road. We argue that limits and the study of collapse is fundamentally grounded in narratives of the future. For the most part, these imagined futures are dystopian. Ecosystems disrupted, crop failure, drought, degraded infrastructure, scarcity, and social unrest are all possible within the futures that we foresee. The limits community tends to trade in futures where the collapse is a gradual decline rather than a singular apocalyptic event. The popular imagination of these dystopian possibilities, however, tends to be more simplistic and more dramatic. Films like Mad Max Fury Road are embodiments of this collective imagination about dystopian futures. They provide insight into how we can frame our concerns within the public consciousness about the future. Now, by any measure, Mad Max Fury Road is a profoundly successful narrative about the apocalypse. It's a future narrative that embraces and magnifies many contemporary concerns about collapse. And while I don't have time to fully dig into our close reading of the film, I wanted to put a few examples on the screen. So here we see how heavy weather and extreme weather are portrayed in the film. Here, the dictatorial cult leader, Immortan Joe, displays his oppressive power over the desperate population by deliberately wasting water from his own private reservoir, which is situated in the midst of an otherwise desolate and toxic desert. And in this scene, the protagonists are stranded in what was once a bog. One of the characters suggests hitching their vehicle to the only tree within sight, except he is at a loss for a word to describe the tree. He had never seen one before. In a metaphorically powerful scene, the tree is pulled out by its roots during the hitching maneuver, which frees the protagonist's massive and immensely wasteful vehicle. So if we think back to the three roles that design fiction can play, first, we need to recognize that Fury Road is a reflection of the values and assumptions that dominate the public perception of collapse. Second, we need to attend to the underlying rhetorics of the film. Mad Max has a lot to say about wastefulness, about power, and about human nature. Third, we need to acknowledge how films like Mad Max act as playful and also problematic outlets for anxiety about the future. They allow people to briefly project themselves into a post-collapse world, but they don't ask people to meaningfully engage with any actual scenarios of collapse. Now, the future depicted here is designed for mass consumption. It's a vision of the future that doesn't stand up to really sustained scrutiny, especially from our perspective. But the fact that it's inaccurate isn't important. It's the ways in which it is inaccurate that we need to attend to, because it represents a set of baseline assumptions and deeply held beliefs and anxieties that we can be reasonably certain are present in people when we talk to them about limits and collapse. I want to be clear, I'm not suggesting that everybody in this community quit their day job, move to Hollywood, and start making movies about slow collapse. However, I think that we owe it to ourselves to take a page out of Jarvik's book and consider how to position our own scientific agenda within a broader public discourse. The first step is directly engaging with existing narratives about the apocalypse without minimizing or dismissing them because we don't happen to agree with their underlying assumptions. Those assumptions are central to how our work is understood, and until we can understand that perception, we will not be able to refute it. And to close, I'd like to give an example that wasn't actually in the original paper, but I think is really relevant. And this is a moment from a short film called Ambition. Has anybody seen Ambition? Dawn has seen Ambition. Dawn, you know where I'm going with this. Ambition is an especially unusual and exciting and interesting example of a design fiction because it was created by the European Space Agency. It was created by the ESA as a way of articulating the possible future benefits of the science that was actively underway at the time. They released this several weeks before the successful culmination of the 10-year mission to land a probe on a comet. And in it, they argue that the mission to capture the comet was a first step towards an extraordinary future for the human race. The ESA used storytelling techniques to position their scientific agenda as a significant public good. And we can learn much from the example that they set with it. So on that, I will close and take some questions. And Marcel will join me for questions, and Karen's online.
I have a quick question about the last example and also the artificial heart and how they're sort of predicting in the future, like, this is good. What happens if they fail in real life? And how does that change people's perceptions of health?
So, I mean, the artificial heart is a great example, in part because the story of the artificial heart follows this trajectory where it's life-saving, it's promising. Oh my God, there's all these problems with it. And so the experience of implementing this technology goes through this lengthy period of suspicion, acceptance, suspicion, and acceptance, whereas there's this ongoing public cycle there. I thought ambition was a hugely ambitious thing for the ESA to do because they hadn't yet landed the probe on the comet. And this raised the profile of the Rosetta mission significantly, such that the people around the world were on the edge of their seats waiting to see whether or not they were going to succeed. Had they failed after this, it would have been immensely embarrassing for them, I suspect. And so I can see how like there's a risk here. There's a risk to predicting a future that you want and then not being able to live up to that future. But the alternative is toiling away in obscurity. The alternative is feeling like we have no ability to actually converse about the things we think are important or meaningful with the rest of the world, because the rest of the world is so deeply steeped in a set of narratives that don't align with our understandings. Bam! Hands go up. I'll start with Daniel.
Just a comment, perhaps this movie was made by a splinter group within the ESA to raise the stakes.
I don't know, right?
To raise the stakes and make sure that they allocated enough resources to make sure that they succeed.
Right. But of course, like the ESA launched the Rosetta mission 10 years previously. It spent 10 years en route to its destination, and this film came out in the last few months of it, and it was made in the last sort of year of the mission. And so, I don't know the rationale here, but it's amazing to me that the production value of this, the fact that it's got known actors, it's spine-tinglingly incredible. This film, you'll watch it and you'll feel this profound ambition to like go into space and like live in the future that they project. It's really compelling. But yeah, I don't know how it got made. It fascinates me.
So I guess I kind of have two questions that might be intertwined. So, people want to watch certain kinds of movies, right?
Mm-hmm.
And, collapse and topics like soil erosion, I mean, how are you going to communicate that that's going to be entertaining and exciting? So there's some kind of tension there between entertainment and also, information or changing worldviews. So that's one thing. And another is that I'm sure that, being in the area that you are in, sort of heard of these, I guess, theories or something about how we use popular media to basically inoculate ourselves against challenging ideas. And so, like post 9/11, all these apocalyptic scenes of New York City blowing up, I mean, essentially make us used to that whole idea. So how do you sort of deal with that in sort of what you're advocating?
So when you think about persuasive media in general, you think about sort of the role that media plays, it's not about telling people what to think. It's about providing people with building blocks for thinking, right? So like one of the things that stands in the way of people being able to even sort of wrap their heads around slow decline and slow collapse is the absence of popular narratives around it, right? The absence of any kind of narrative representation that they can cling to. And we're talking about like lay people here. We're talking about the consumers of mass media here. The things that we see portrayed in media, they give us metaphors. They give us useful points of reference or frames of reference to throw around ideas, and they open up possibilities for formulating opinions about things that we may not even know are available to formulate opinions about, right? And so we have these narratives of the apocalypse, and in part because the apocalypse is sexy. It's visually and auditorily satisfying to experience the apocalypse. There's something compelling about wanting to see the system broken down and replaced with something new. And so it's a very successful narrative. But
so I guess I have one example. So I'm just thinking about the movie Interstellar.
Interstellar is the only example I can think of slow decline.
Yeah, they're showing the props and the failures there, but that whole story arc that is made compelling is humanity is going to triumph in some way, and that but that's really kind of I guess humanity will triumph and technology will solve the problem, and so we're not thinking about it again, right? So
right, but at least in Interstellar, you have some representation of living in a post-crop failure world, right? Living in a world without sustainable food supplies.
I wonder if we just need to have Scandinavian movies made. No, because every time I've watched a Scandinavian movie, they can just end on a depressing note and that's it. Whereas it seems like Hollywood movies won't do that.
I was just thinking about Interstellar even before you mentioned it, because my son convinced me to go to that movie so that he could ask me questions about the reality of the
crop component part of it. And so I went to that movie and sat through it. But it was fascinating to think about how it changed his, he never thought about
Right.
agricultural at all. So never thought about it.
Well, I mean, they're the tools for thinking, right? Like they don't have to necessarily have the correct conclusion, but they can provide us with cognitive resources for at least entering into dialogue and having a shared point of reference. You can point to that dust bowl and say, this is a possibility. Let's talk about how we get to that possibility, how we get out of that possibility.
And that's why, and because of this mechanic is not necessarily why they need to be persuasive. It's all about starting a conversation. And just like Sarah mentioned, we wouldn't have a point of reference to begin with.
So I'm curious to why you focus exclusively on movies rather than books. Because there is a whole genre now of climate fiction. There's even got its own label, sci-fi. And that there are some phenomenally good books coming out in the last couple of years that basically show slow collapse in action and then situate a narrative within it.
There's books in the paper, although we picked Mad Max as sort of being the most wildly popular piece of sort of apocalyptic fiction to have happened in recent years. It's an elephant in the room. If you talk about the apocalypse right now, you can't avoid having somebody raise Mad Max as an issue. But like, yeah, Paulo Bacagliuppi's work is extremely relevant. It is in the paper.
Okay.
Throwing a book cover on the screen is less exciting than putting that on the screen. But that's important, right? Like the fact that that's exciting, the fact that that's dynamic and engaging is part of the argument here. It's that like the experience of the media provokes us to experience these things in emotional ways rather than purely cerebral ways, right? And like books, you know, they produce their own emotions, but like when I'm in a room with people looking at it, like I could read a passage from The Water Knife or The Wind-Up Girl, or I could show you this guy.
But The Water Knife would make a brilliant movie.
And it was
already done.
I imagine so. I saw in the back, Doug.
Do you see your role as trying to take movies like this and think of all the possible good uses that might come up, or is there any kind of critique? I mean, is this the best we can get? I mean, to me, it seems really quite limited. I'm not sure it has any. I mean, every now and again, somebody's son will, I'm sure, mention crops, but I mean, do you know or have any confidence that this is feeding into the discussion? I mean, you're talking about lay people, kind of like a big mass of people that really don't know anything. And
well, I mean,
people do know things about it.
But I'd argue if you go out and walk around our campus and say to our undergraduates, for instance, I study collapse informatics. I study computing within limits. And they ask, well, what is that about? And you say, well, it's about climate change and sustainability. The odds are they're going to be thinking about this. They're not going to be thinking about Tom Murphy's graphs. And it's not about whether I like this. It's about grappling with the fact that there is a set of existing narratives about the future that our work is situated relative to, that we can't.
But Josh, the question is, has this actually produced anything? I think that's what Doug is trying to ask. Or is it just pure entertainment? Has it moved us along any path?
I mean, one of the things that I found interesting, and I fortunately wasn't able to get like a good Google Ngram to show it, was that after Mad Max came out, there were a number of articles about climate futures in response to Mad Max. Some critiquing the climate futures represented in it, but many of them talking about Mad Max as the movie we needed to think about the post-apocalyptic future we were heading towards. And so in terms of opportunities for public discourse, I think that it moves us along. But I think that we have to be, I think that we have a role in potentially informing the next Mad Max or the next thing that could reflect futures that we think are more realistic or more plausible or more frightening than this.
I'd like to add that a Wasteland Weekend experienced a massive resurgence shortly after the 2008 financial crash in terms of participation and development of it. So we thought that that was interesting as well. I guess Don's had his hand up longest.
I just kind of want to the point of the books versus the movies. I agree with you that these are super powerful, maybe too powerful, because I've been in arguments where people try to justify their position by referencing a movie. And I'm like, that's not data. You can't use that as evidence for your position that was a movie. And so that's disturbing because it means that people are internalizing it at a level that's not appropriate. But I've also never had anyone do that with a book. I've never had anyone say, oh, well, no, that's not the way it's going to work out. Didn't you read, unless it was nonfiction. But,
right.
So I guess like, I totally agree they're powerful and very powerful.
Yeah. I've argued in the past, and I would continue to argue that narrative is a data structure. That's a mode of information communication that is fundamental to us as a species, that it's one of the earliest technologies that we developed, and that it exists because narrative structures and narrative frameworks give us really efficient modes of taking stuff that's in here and putting it in there. That we use stories as a way of communicating our lived experiences, of beginning to understand that other people around us are conscious, that we aren't purely solipsistic, simulated entities in the world. The narrative is this sort of fundamental underlying technology that gives rise to much human civilization. But I agree, like it can become almost too powerful at times, right? It can become intimidating and frightening. Sam, you had a question. Yeah.
I guess the thing that I've been hearing over and over again that I was really hoping you could maybe address is books do allow us to capture time in a different way. Different mediums allow us to capture times in different ways.
Yes.
And so could it be the case, or do you think it is the case that slow collapse or slow decline might not be suited to this medium? Storytelling is because at the heart you're talking about design fiction.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be
Doesn't have to be film. That's a really good point, right? That the way in which time operates in books allows us to think in longer scales than film. Film, by its nature, is these quick, extreme snippets.
Maybe that's our next topic.
And then like, one of the things Marcella's looking at is games. Fallout 4, which is hundreds upon hundreds of hours of time that you spend dealing with this world and actually, simulating and rehearsing what it is like to live in a post-collapse future.
Thank you, Josh.
Do we still need the audio? Or?
No, I think we're good. Can you tap the button there? Old school ThinkPad. Just works.
All right, so my name is Shadi Hassam. Today I'm going to be talking about our paper, Macroscopically Sustainable Networking on Internet Coins. This is what I worked with my colleague at ICSI. So to start with, talk about what quines are. So this right here is a quine. And for computer scientists and programmers generally, the concept of a quine is a program that will produce as output its own source code. So if you take these 2 lines of Python and execute them, you'll get the source code again. And it's something of I'd say, amusement among programmers, especially to try to find the minimal quine in a language. What is the shortest non-trivial program in a language that will produce its own output? In Python, the cheater's way is have an empty program. It's the same thing. But drawing this concept, we thought, what would it mean to have a quine for the internet? And so we're going to be talking about an internet quine as a metaphor. So it's a set of technologies required to create a self-sustainable internet. And we can also think about it as the physical dependency set of the internet. And perhaps we're being a little liberal on using the word quine, maybe a self-hosting compiler is a better metaphor. But once we have this concept in our mind, we can ask ourselves a few interesting questions. And we're going to be focusing on 2 in our paper today. So first, what are the dependencies of today's internet infrastructure? And secondly, what could other internets look like that have different dependency sets? So to tackle the first question, what we did is we disassembled the internet. And the internet is many things to many people.
So we have to first pick a use case that we care about. And so this is the one that everyone's probably used to, end-to-end communication across distance. You have two computers, maybe your laptop and a server somewhere, communicating over some medium, some transmission medium for communication. And our analysis is somewhat limited. We're considering only the material dependencies of the internet. So we're specifically ignoring energy inputs required to run the electronics. These are different systems, and I think many folks in this room and others have done work on the dependencies of those. We're also very critically ignoring the maintenance and operational dependencies of the network. Any network needs a set of humans around it and a human infrastructure to maintain it, ensure its continued operation, fix it, and so forth. And those in turn have their own set of material dependencies that for simplicity we're ignoring. And also we ignore the industrial processes that are required to generate some of the inputs that we talk about. So for example, in our analysis, we'll say this chemical is a dependency of, say, a router. We're going to just treat that chemical as a dependency as opposed to the manufacturing process for that chemical. And despite all this is going to be necessarily incomplete. There's lots of substitutions that one can make in the internet, and supply chains are complicated. We're not the first to look at this, but this is their shot at it. So with all that said, this is the hardest part of the paper, is fitting this graph onto one visible space. This is our dependency graph. If you want to read it, it's in the paper, full page. You got your magnifying glass still. And you don't need to worry about actually reading the stuff on here. I'll walk you through it. But at the high level, again, we start with our use case, which is end-to-end communication. And from that, we extract some logical level dependencies. So these are things like end systems, transmission, queuing between these different systems on the internet. And so these are, you can think of this logical level of what we have. And then we take that into the physical world with products that implement those logical services. So these are laptops, routers, and so forth. Components, we then think about their constituents. So for a router, it will require software, network management tools, require integrated circuit manufacturing, and so forth. And so now we're at the level of industrial processes that are necessary to build and sustain the internet. And those, we can then consider the inputs to those industrial processes, and we finally wind up at the set of natural resources that go into them at the bottom of our graph. So as you can see, it's a very complex web of dependencies that create the internet, but we can extract a few key raw materials. None of these should be particularly surprising, I think, to most people here. We use crude oil not as energy, but as an input to a lot of the industrial processes that are used to build components of the internet. Silicon is obviously important. And something that was interesting to me, at least, in reading, as we learned about all of these, is a lot of the dependencies that we see today at the raw material level aren't necessarily, are not necessarily constrained right now. And they're actually quite in some abundance. So silicon, very widely available. Copper prices have been rising over the past several years. Something like 80% of all copper that's ever been mined is still usable. So there's opportunities for reuse. So the situation's not entirely dire. Nevertheless, if we want to find a substitute to one of these resources or something, in a collapse scenario, if we do get constrained, when you need crude oil, you need crude oil. You can't necessarily rip that out and replace it. So we have to bump up to a level to think about the process dependencies. And this is where we can actually start to consider how we would improve the situation if one of these materials became constrained. So this is basically how the internet is working today. And now given this analysis, we can think about what other future internets could look like. So how do we go about doing this? So we have to give up immediately actually replicating the internet as we know it today. So our non-goals, what we're going to go for instead, I guess I should say, is functional equivalence. We're going to try to maintain this end-to-end communication notion. And so we're not going to worry about interoperability or backwards compatibility. We're not going to try to attain the same levels of performance that the internet is able to achieve today. Those are probably impossible without today's industrial manufacturing capabilities. But we can maintain end-to-end communication between devices, routing between different administrative domains, so we can have systems that allow different people to build different parts of the network. We can be application agnostic, so 2 tin cans and a piece of string wouldn't fill our requirement here because we want to support a variety of things, not just voice transmission between humans. And we'd like to have some notion of automated processing. So this is the mindset with which we went into this next part of our paper. Real-time communication is nice to have, not a requirement. And so we talk about a couple different models of what this could look like, but the one that I want to focus on here is this notion of an internet native salvage. So the primary input to the internet infrastructure in this case would be salvage equipment. And the key idea here is we want to repurpose generalized, general use systems be used as communication devices. And this is nice because there's actually a really massive existing deployed device base worldwide. And as of 2015, there were over 10 billion Wi-Fi devices shipped or manufactured, 7 billion mobile phones in the world, a massive amount of associated infrastructure, power supplies, cabling, and so forth. And because we also see an increasing trend towards implementation of the functionality of software, a lot of devices that we might think of as single purpose or dedicated hardware, we can actually change their role in the network or in the system through software changes, which require obviously minimal resource consumption. And so this gives us some hope that there's a lot of equipment out there that could be used in such a salvage internet. So to give you an idea of what this looks like, it's a little washed out here, but this is a network that we referenced in a paper called FabFi. It's in Afghanistan in 2011. But what you see there is a Linksys WRT54G ubiquitous blue Wi-Fi router sitting in front of some sheet metal that's acting as kind of probably a crappy parabolic antenna for a long distance link. But this is to give you the idea that the technology required to build interesting infrastructure to replace things like, say, a long distance fiber connection is not necessarily technically complicated to do. This is sheet metal, and this is one of the most widely produced pieces of, commodity Wi-Fi equipment in the world. And you can do some pretty interesting things with it. Now, it's important to note that systems like this particular network was a kind of a community-based mesh network. And as far as we know, this is not actually taken off or really gone anywhere after the initial rollout. So the organizational systems around building networks and maintaining them are actually super critical to think about, especially if we want to start building up these infrastructures in a ongoing collapse scenario. There are alternatives out there. People can buy a cell phone and get a really high quality, reliable network. So it's something to bear in mind is how we build the knowledge and infrastructure and the desire to build networks like this is going to be critical for the adoption. And this picture I wanted to show too is I'm sure many of you are aware there's a robust market worldwide for mobile phone repair and kind of reassembly of what we might think of as non-repairable items. So this is a kiosk for mobile phone repair in Hong Kong. Many in this room, I'm sure, have seen similar things in your travels worldwide. But even when a device is completely made of integrated circuits and so forth, it's going to be hard to repair with hand tools. People figure out ways to do it, knowledge is shared, and you can be quite successful with that. So thinking about what we would want to use as part of the salvage internet, there's the three main properties, but the idea is to think about here, this all suggests that using non-hierarchical technologies with large adopted infrastructure bases points us to things like Wi-Fi, where any element that supports Wi-Fi can be used in multiple different roles in a future internet based on salvage. Whereas if you look at something like cellular network, there's different types of elements of that network. So you can't repurpose a mobile phone as a base station and vice versa. So as we think about what these things will look like here, the other requirements here. So we can also get a little more fanciful. IP over AV carrier is in fact an IETF standard. We can imagine that it's kind of crazy, but it gives a place to think about different possibilities. We can make it electronics using pre-transistor technologies. I had a conversation over dinner, someone was talking about using free space optics in many ways and use it creating light and building systems to automate processing on that. Organic circuitry is an emerging potential technology that itself carries a very different set of dependencies that could be used to replace different parts of our systems. So to start wrapping up, I wanted to include this quote here. This is one of my favorite papers from David Clark on kind of the design of the internet as we know today. And so this is actually goal number 2 of the internet's design. Goal number 1 was to connect networks. We kind of take that for granted. But this hits to the survivability notion of the internet. We don't have in our popular notion, the internet is a very survivable system. It's a very sustainable system, a resilient system, I should say. But the way we achieve that today is really through replication. So if we want redundancy in a network, we're going to have multiple paths through a network. We're going to duplicate systems so that we have paths if something fails. Even at the logical level, networks will connect with each other in multiple places and with multiple other providers so that they're able to achieve, ongoing service in the face of disruptions. So we want to push at this notion a little bit in this paper because a lot of the technologies that are used do have these shared common dependencies that are part of the global industrial manufacturing process. And if there's disruptions to that, the internet that we think of as a resilient system may not be so resilient. And I also think it's interesting to note that a lot of the manufacturing processes that we use today are themselves dependent on the internet as a large-scale communications mechanism to provide coordination across all these across the world. So there is somewhat of a circular tendency there. So some takeaways that we had as we wrap this up is that knowledge at the end of the day is the cheapest commodity on the internet. It's something that the internet is good at sharing. And so if we can replace some of these dependencies, these process dependencies, with humans in the loop and allowing people to actually build pieces of the technology, that might also serve to make a internet with fewer dependencies. So we draw on Mumford the idea of having tools that are things that the user imparts the purpose of, as opposed to machines where the purpose is kind of just implied in design time, as a way to think about potentially building future internets that have smaller dependency sets. So with that, I'll take questions. Thanks.
Do you have any ideas of how to persuade people to start building these networks?
I think that, there's a lot of interesting stuff happening right now, I think, on the organizational side of how networks get built. There's a lot of people who are thinking, especially as networks have hit the easy to serve areas in the world, they get out to more rural places that are more resource constrained. People are thinking about kind of alternative approaches that put the operation and installation of equipment in the hands of, more distributed, decentralized mechanisms. That's just kind of happening naturally. In terms of how people actually start building new infrastructures, I think that's going to be challenging. The stuff that's out there today is really good and it's really cheap, and there's not much of an incentive at this point.
I really like the dependency graph that you had that actually first at the internet. Did you find any interesting observations in the ways in which things were either clustering together, or did you see anything interesting in that diagram?
We can go back to it, maybe we can point some out.
I want to know more about it.
Yeah, so again, take a look at the paper if you want to look at this in detail. Everything at the end of the day comes back to integrated circuit manufacturing, unsurprisingly, and integrated circuit manufacturing itself depends on photolithography. And this is how we make small transistors on pieces of silicon at the end of the day. And if you kind of trace, we have a bunch of arrows pointing to integrated circuit manufacturing, a bunch of things go to photolithography, and then we have all that mess. So there's certain industrial processes that, at least for us when we were writing this, we saw it's like, this is where a lot of the material resource comes into play.
So you can find pain points essentially in this.
Right.
Saying this is a very critical activity. If we cannot do this, that might be sort of where our internet breaks down.
And I think it's interesting to think about, who makes the chips. There's a handful of companies that make chips out there, which in some sense it's closer to a single point of failure, but they're also very well resourced. And they kind of depend on this process continuing to exist, and they have a lot of incentive to make sure that it exists. So it's, photolithography is going to be something very challenging to replace, which I think is why when we start trying to remove or substitute dependencies, got to give up chips, and that's a big deal for the internet.
I would add one thing to that. Also, when we first made this diagram a few years ago, and it hasn't changed too much, but the one thing that has changed is there's been a number of new projects on, I guess we call them organic circuits. There's like a whole class of different techniques that don't use standard IC manufacturing. Sure. But the current problem is that the performance that they can deliver is way, way, way low. For the kind of low bandwidth networks, maybe it'll be okay. Maybe they'll, in 5 or 10 years, you'll have a whole other parallel manufacturing process that doesn't depend on any of this.
Thanks.
We have our
breakout.
we have a breakout. So which one is
Collaboration. Collaboration.
Okay, so we want to have one more breakout session, and I think we can actually kind of design this as we go along. But our thought was that we would get together with people with whom we might want to collaborate on papers or grants or brainstorming or anything like that, and you can kind of just find those people, or we can do it more randomly. But sort of think about practical projects, we might be able to initiate having the people who are here in the room together.
And
I
so
don't know how many, is it 30 minutes?
2:30, yeah. Yeah. Well, we're just short of 30. Yeah.
Right, okay, so yes, we have 30 minutes for doing that. Let's do some brainstorming, that's usually where I start. Why is it hard?
In terms of like other professors from other schools, does that usually happen a lot?
Oh, in other schools, I see. You're a great place. Like you're going to a project and there's some link, like if you're doing something.
Yeah.
We're the ones that might be cheating.
Congratulations. Where's your Will you be getting an internship? Right.
Chooses are two. So I'm just trying to figure out
Yeah. That would be sure. At least people. Then only then if she right, and getting the expertise involved.
Yeah, family would have money. Yeah, I think that's.
Oh, that's exactly.
Yeah, they would just.
As a design.
Yeah. I sort of. No,
I was gonna say, what do you achieve? Game, I guess, is exactly what you said. For people to think about.
Yeah, no, I'm interested.
The goal of this would that's what we want to
This year I'm actually.
Well, according to physics teachers so everything okay, so they
you don't want to offer people that branch to cling to. Yeah.
I mean, we're interested in.
Yes, then you start
Oh, he does that. It's a different. It's also but yeah, but now, yes, the way right.
Yes.
Essentially.
Interdisciplinary conflict is, right, like I work. I feel like a lot of people can figure that out are working with devices.
Like he had like another fellow. Exactly. He spread the.
I have never really thought about. But I do it's very
So maybe is there
I have a computer science, right? So, well, I guess so. Yeah, I think it's nice. I have those books where they're that would be if you decide that you want to break down that route and this class, I would definitely check it. I know that there's 3 of them that are and so they, you know, like the next time I
so if I could.
there's some nice courses here, or we ran into study here. I started on some. I'll learn about GIS. So I actually.
That's neither here nor there. The event.
I don't know what person or what idiotic system has designed
mind blowing. Like how do you do that?
enjoyed them.
Digital systems.
That's
right.
So that's what I was going to say, is that here there's the LPS like I love right. Yeah, one of them I taught him how to programs.
So,
It's interesting when you say something like GRE and like they do better in math than some of the other people. There's some general philosophy. It's not like people used to say like philosophy.
I think it's harder to very so philosophy books that I read are I really
create new systems knowledge creation
but what's interesting about
we're open to indigenous communities.
very interesting. Especially LPS, and so then after that,
That's confusing.
I think I've decided that
Yeah, it's really, really
Yeah, so it was like an addition framework. She's currently at the University of Minnesota. And she's just
So is there any questions?
Yeah, it's like my aspect not only I'm just a member of which the next one. Have to.
So how did you get into
If we can change just there, we can, last year.
It's very good, but it is.
It is, it's all the same. Yeah.
Yes.
All right, well, good. So I'm curious to takes that service. And they don't consider it's changing
This kind of project.
I guess I got kind of because he always said this is really hard. He didn't say it in his words, but he said this is really powerful.
Oh, I would love it.
Because I've always said.
Oh, okay.
use is sharing. Okay, sharing, resharing. Because I'm thinking of this very differently. When I think of sharing, I think of the actual services. Like, that's what I'm saying. Hardware, kind of reuse.
Well, that's kind of the opposite of valuable. But that's kind of interesting. So what did you
Anyway, they both.
and you studied history? So that's how we go. I kind of asked you about that for a while. You got my parchments, right?
Well, when I say it, I mean, in like the oh, I see. Like people who are using the student form there.
Yeah.
Were you gonna say?
How are they going to sustain it? I mean, are they going to have a
Yeah.
So they're doing some creative things, it sounds like.
Yeah, that would be nice, I guess.
I like yeah. They say that. Oh, that's good. They're much more aware than we are. But even if the leaders are, I mean, that's incredible. That's interesting stuff. All right, well, I'm gonna get some t-shirts.
Yeah.
Oh, but yeah, if you can put me into this, you know, the application.
Wow, he didn't actually do that. Just kidding. No. Well, it puts me on it.
If you want to borrow.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Brad, could you see if someone is outside and just after the interview?
So how do I program here? Is it in here?
Click off that black thing, yeah.
Ah, it's mirror here.
Yeah, it's coming across correctly on YouTube, but so that when you look at it, you raise your right hand on the right side.
But do they see that picture? No, they see.
Yeah,
So I should take care not to look too much there because.
Yeah, you just need to make sure you're in frame.
Yeah, sure. And that's good.
Although it's not a problem. Hasn't been a problem.
No. So I'll just go out and see if there's anyone outside.
Probably saw an email from Mike. That's this. Pieces online. Here. I don't know if he's trying to make a remote presentation.
He has a recording of him presenting next to a slide, some sort of.
Should I start?
Yeah, I think you should.
All right.
Yeah. There's someone almost entering. Okay. And there's someone more. Okay, so I'm Daniel Pargman, and I will present a paper, our paper, Limits to the Sharing Economy, that I have written together with my colleague Elina Eriksson, and Adrian Friday at Lancaster University. And I have 3 objectives. So some people won't read this paper, and I'd like to then give some sense of what it's about to those people. And of course, my major goal would be to get people who haven't read the paper to actually do read it. That's the second one. And the third is for people who are going to read it, or I know that some already actually have, is to kind of add something. So I won't just repeat what's in the paper, but some sort of like added value. For example, I might say something about the paper that isn't inside the paper itself. Yeah, so the sharing economy, and we chose the term the sharing economy here. There's discussions about terminology. The sharing economy, is it co-opted by big business like Airbnb and Uber? Should we then talk about something else? For example, collaborative consumption or common space peer production. But we are using the sharing economy for pragmatic reasons here, because that's kind of the most well-known term. So most iconic examples that people will think about is Airbnb and Uber, and I think you all know Airbnb. So I have a screenshot of the Swedish Airbnb homepage. At least it differs slightly with bo där, live there, live somewhere else, live in someone's home. But there are also other examples of these grassroots, bottom-up sharing economy services. For example, Restaurant Day, a food carnival where anyone can open a restaurant for a day in your home and have 5 guests, for example. A pop-up restaurant, which is organized in many different places then. And the second example is Office, which is home office. So basically come and work at someone else's home, someone else's living room and kitchen. It's a pop-up office for a day, with a Facebook group where you sort of coordinate and offer up your kitchen to, you said earlier, like strangers, but of course that's not they would like you to think of these unknown people as potential friends or some other metaphor rather than strangers. You know, that's the whole point.
Swedish.
Yeah. Being inspired by gift economy ideas and actually by Eastern philosophy, the guy who started this. I've been in that kitchen, by the way. It's nearby. This is a Stockholm-based. No, it started in Stockholm, and then there was an article in Fast Company 1.5 years ago, and now there are office groups in all over. But this is one of the bigger ones, though, with like something like 1,700 members and office sessions being organized most days of the week in different places in Stockholm. Okay, so these are 2 examples, 2 kind of like small-scale, bottom-up, grassroots, non-profit, and all of that. And then another example, which some of you, or perhaps even many, might have heard of is the WeShare network. And they have a 2-minute movie, and these are things that just flashes on the screen. So collaborative economies, digital social innovation, co-working, co-making, co-living, blockchain, yeah, it has it all. Basic income even there, which seems to be on another level. Anyway, so there's a network, and they have a magazine, and they also have this festival once per year. We just missed it. It has been in Paris every time since it started 4 years ago, 2013. And they will have another one I think it was in May also next year. And it's kind of branching out. So there's actually the first North American WeShare festival right now I think it was in Canada, I think it was in Toronto or Montreal. Actually Montreal. These days. And 4 months from now, there will be another one in Barcelona. And David from Barcelona is involved in organizing it. Actually, I learned yesterday. So, deconstruir, combinar, y reinventar. So, I might go there. Anyway, so the basic idea anyway behind this groundswell of activities is to make better use of resources by sharing. And it could be physical resources. It could also be space, for example, like someone's kitchen becomes an office for a day. And this sounds really great. We are concerned about resources at limits and limited resources, or making do with them. But then the basic premise and the question we ask in this paper is, sure, but is it limits compliant then? Do these two things gel? Do they always, by necessity, mean the same thing? Should we encourage all kinds of sharing economy initiatives? And here we have been very inspired by Rob Hopkins, who is the founder of the Transition Town Network, from his book, The Transition Town Handbook, From Oil Dependency to Local Resilience. He talks about these two dual challenges that the Transition Town movement is handling or trying to find a way to work with or work around. So you have peak oil on one hand, you have climate change on the other hand. And what he points out is that if you regard peak oil as a problem but separate from climate change, you might take measures which goes counter to handling climate change and vice versa. So what we want then is we want to be here in the middle and handle both of these at the same time, or perhaps even see them as intertwined or as two aspects of the same problem. So here's the bottom part of this. So if we think that peak oil is the problem, I want to fill my car with gas, and that's the overarching, that's the only problem that I'm thinking about. It might seem like a good idea to go for coal to liquids or tar sands, but that would be very bad from a climate change point of view, and then vice versa. So we should think about things here in the middle that kind of are good for both of these, handle both of these challenges. And so we were inspired by that. So like sharing economy and limits, but what would a limits compliant sharing economy look like then, which would be the middle column here. So one example, we have two main examples in the paper, but here's one example of when the sharing economy could go wrong. Okay. So I mentioned Airbnb, and it sounds really great. Offer up idle surplus space, like an extra bedroom or an unused summer cottage, instead of building new hotels or just utilizing current resources better. So it's efficient. However, as we know, efficiency might not always be the best of goals, because there are rebound effects and unintended consequences, and Jevon's paradox, which we have known about, or he knew about it 100 years ago. So two examples of unintended consequences which actually are detrimental to sustainability goals and limits would be the fact that, yes, it might be good because we don't need to build new hotels, but by making travel more convenient, we might do a lot more weekend trips in Europe, for example. So that's kind of like the system boundaries. If it's just the living, Airbnb sounds great, but if we think about the whole package, including the trips, it might not be that great. And then another one, which has nothing to do with the travel aspect, is that it might be the case that people who live in Berlin and don't have a lot of money have a harder time finding apartments, because it makes more sense for me to rent it to Don and to Barath and Bonnie, who have lots of money. Some of them, perhaps, anyway. More than someone who works as a bus driver in Berlin. So even if I just rent it out a couple of days per month, it makes more sense for me. And then I'm taking apartments away from the market, and that's really bad. So that's an unintended consequence. So basically, the sharing economy then could be a force for fundamental change, but it could also align with or slot into and further fuel the current economic system. Okay. So again, which I just said, so it would be then more fruitful to see the sharing economy plus limits as two intertwined problems or challenges, or two aspects of the same problem, and we should then solve them together and at the same time by, which I also already mentioned, developing a limits compliant sharing economy, or reframing that slightly by developing a sharing economy that works in a future of scarcity and limited resources, by developing incentives then to support this future limits compliant sharing economy, and by developing incentives that works against a future limits non-compliant or non-limits compliant sharing economy, or whatever. Okay. Now this is where we ran into problems in the paper, and that's because we hadn't read Barath and Shadi's paper close enough about future internets. So we kind of got a little bit stuck here and said, yeah, but if we're going to design a limits compliant internet, or a limits compliant future internet, we need to know what that internet, or what the infrastructure of that future looks like, to be able to discuss the services. For example, can we assume that we will have always available computing power? Or should we think about like bandwidth and bells and whistles versus plain text? Or should we think in terms of ICTD, something that would work in a place with less advanced infrastructure or intermittent energy sources? We didn't really think about avian carrier internets or salvage internets, which I guess we could have, but we didn't. And that's actually very intriguing. Organic circuitry internet sharing economy, something like that. Yeah. So we cleverly avoided admitting our problems in the paper by talking about something else, like any slick politician will know. So what we talk instead is about, so what could then happen? We shortly described three scenarios. So one is that, yeah, we actually do embrace sharing economic solutions and services and so on, but they just slot in and become incorporated in the current growth-oriented economic paradigm. Another is that we fall onto hard times, and so we just have to, not necessarily voluntarily, but we either have to make do or do without. So therefore we use sharing economy solutions without necessarily knowing about limits, but this could be post-2008 financial crisis conditions, the next financial crisis or whatever. And the third scenario would be that people actually read our paper and come to, well, kind of what they will have a hard time doing because of the ostriches in the previous presentation, but that they actually understand that, oh, we are facing a future of scarcity, we should sharing sounds great. So and then we discuss the fact that even if people would adopt capitalist compliant sharing economy solutions, that actually could still be pretty good, because it might still encourage the development of values and attitudes and behaviors and abilities that would be very useful in a transition to a world of limits.
for example, trusting strangers and inviting them to your home, etc., and cooperating to a higher extent. So even that scenario could be pretty okay. The other scenario, the hard times, is that is also very interesting, because either you share or you have to do without. And here we were slightly inspired by Dmitry Orlov's book, Reinventing Collapse, where he, as a Russian American, having been raised in Russia, talks about, in Russia things didn't really work very well in the 80s and 70s and so on. So people couldn't really trust the production of food and the distribution of food, for example. So a lot of people had a small plot of their own. And they didn't do it because they loved. It wasn't a urban garden, which would be like the #1 alternative. Let's do urban gardening because it's so wonderful to move around and sun and neighborhood community stuff. Here's more like, they weren't very collectively oriented in terms of their plots also in Russia, but like, this is our plot and we actually need it, and we can't trust that we will get fresh vegetables, so therefore we have a plot of our own. And Orlov then says that they were inadvertently collapse prepared, because then when everything collapsed in 1992 in Soviet Union, they had their plots, and that was really great. And he says, if you're going to fall out of the window, it's actually better to be on the first floor than on the fourth. So the fourth floor is like living in a society where everything just works until it doesn't, while the first floor is Soviet Union, where things doesn't work and people adapt skills and abilities and so on. And #3 is obviously very desirable, that people actually design or think about the sharing economy in terms of limits, but that's probably the least likely. And I will wrap this up and say, this is actually the last sentence of the paper, or last 2 perhaps sentences. So, hence, it is difficult for us to discuss the future of mediated sharing when we have 2 plausible visions of the future of computing in general. And one of our main conclusions in this paper is that the research community needs to develop scenarios, even though most of them won't come true, of what a world of limits would look like in terms of also infrastructure, computing infrastructure. That actually fed into the workshop we're organizing after the summer at the next ICT for Sustainability conference, which is called the workshop Computing Within Limits, Visions of Computing Beyond Moore's Law. And we say in the invitation that there are many disruptive factors that could come into play within the next decade, such as blah, blah, blah. We will develop a limited number of scenarios at the workshop and work through various implications of these. So, of course, I would all invite you to come to Amsterdam at the end of August and join our workshop, and also go to the ICT Press conference. And with that, I have my talk. Thank you.
I'm wondering how many of these things fundamentally need, modern computing to achieve. I mean, I think you could easily achieve Airbnb with a massive catalog with a couple of pictures here's a house and it's in this place, and you just flip through the catalog and you mail out a new catalog every, quarter, and you call up on a phone to reserve it.
Yeah.
And you can make reservations that way.
Yeah, and there has been, actually, I was a member of something called Intervac. I don't know if you have heard about it. Anyone here, Intervac? Probably more European thing. It started somewhere in Switzerland like 50 years ago. Basically, you live in my house and I live in yours on our vacation. And it's, of course, something for the affluent middle class who has nice houses to offer. I should mention this, first of all, say that. But they are thriving, but I actually think that they do better business, it's non-profit, but they is more attractive now that they are on the web, though. But it existed in basically that form for decades. I think it started, I don't remember, it might have been like mid-50s, of course, really small and then growing. So, and there are tons of houses, but it does raise the threshold, though, of course, there's a threshold already now. You should get in touch with people 1 or 2 months in advance, and you have to do confidence-raising activities like telling them who you are and saying, trusting strangers, So sure.
Yeah, but okay, so let me say, Clay Shirky, I like his 2007 book about social media. It's called Here Comes Everybody. Now something about organizing without organizations. And basically what he says is that what social media does, or perhaps the internet even, is that it decreases the cost of coordination by a magnitude of, by an order of magnitude or more. So yes, you could have done many different things before, but now they're so easy and convenient. And not only that, there are some things that you couldn't do before, but now they're possible because the cost of coordination has been decreased. So that I find that to be a useful frame to think about these things. Yeah, many things could have been possible, but more effort, and then some of them wouldn't have been done, and some wouldn't have been possible. 1, 2, 3, and I think we have 4, and then.
I just wanted to observe that the H office thing seems like it comes out of a desire to have better human connections. And maybe this is a Swedish thing, but I feel like all the sharing, and even restaurant day, it seems like, it's almost like a potluck sort of thing. But I feel like in the US, we do this to make money.
But there is office nodes and networks. I don't remember exactly how many, but yeah, it could. So what's your question?
It's an observation that the culture has a big play in what comes out of the sharing economy.
Yeah.
Because I feel like H office in the US, there'd be rent.
Yeah.
And I feel like.
Then it wouldn't be called, actually it's called office. Then it wouldn't be kind of, the whole idea here is that it's a gift economy thing. You can't charge, and by not paying, you also have to decrease your expectations of what to expect when you come into someone else's home. You're a guest there, you should appropriately thankful, etc., etc.
So this is something that comes from Sweden, though. Like I can't imagine that coming. I can't imagine that starting in Orange County.
Yeah, and you know what? There's something to what you say, because when we discussed this, like in class with my students, we actually used the sharing economy as a theme for a project course 2 years ago. And everybody thought this was a great idea, but I had students who came from other countries, and they said like, yeah, but this would never work in Russia, or this would never work in Venezuela. They might kidnap me, or stuff like that. So there might be something to it, but I don't have an answer. But that's an interesting observation.
Maybe Swedes are more have been better prepared to share with each other.
Possible, but yeah. I can't really say anything except anecdotal. Well, you obviously haven't seen this movie because according to that, I don't know how great a data point I am for proving something in terms of culture, but yeah, it does work, and it's growing, and people are really happy about this. Also because it's a structure of getting work done, so they're really happy about participating because they actually get a lot of work done, and these are often consultants or like persons working in one-person companies or something where you have so much freedom, but it's really hard to sit home and get things done, or at the cafe and pay exorbitant prices. So we have a few more questions, and we really have to. They were Steve.
So it almost feels like there's a dichotomy here, because you started off talking about transition town stuff, which you very, very explicitly doesn't require any confusion whatsoever. It's hyperlocal. It's you get together with other people in your town, you have face-to-face meetings, you think of cool stuff you can do out of the community. And the all the other examples that don't require computing also have that kind of hyperlocal. I mean, Office is a very hyperlocal thing. Yeah. Contrast that with the ones that absolutely do require the internet, which is Uber and Airbnb, which almost don't count as sharing economy. I mean, a student cited Chris Martin's paper. This is just neoliberalism gone mad.
Yes.
They're not the sharing economy, they're just unregulated brokering services. Yeah. And calling them something other than that is misleading.
So what was your question?
So I want that dichotomy picked apart. So it seems like there's a piece of the sharing economy that doesn't intersect with us as a computing community because it doesn't need us. And then whenever we get the computers involved, it turns into this neoliberal nightmare where everything gets monetized and consumption is increased. Right?
No, but it is. I think that the computing is very beneficial for office and for. I mean, I could repeat myself and answer kind of like the same thing that I did for Rath. It decreases the cost of coordination, so it makes some things that were hard easy, and it makes some things that were impossible possible. So, but. Yeah, I have the paper here. I was actually going to mention.
I want a constructive example where the computing piece is absolutely essential, but it doesn't have all the bad outcomes that Uber and Airbnb have.
Yeah. Okay. So
about carpool organizing. Like there's sort of just-in-time carpool services that you can.
What's wrong with Airbnb or Airbnb without money involved?
Free, but is there one? I'm not asking to speculate. I'm not asking for a case study. One that actually exists.
Couch surfing.
Couch surfing. Yeah. Which couch surfing?
No, it's not.
There's that home sharing website you mentioned too. That's great. Home sharing one.
Yeah. Interback.
There's another one.
And US is on the map on Interact, even though most people apparently don't know about it.
Yeah, sabbatical homes.
Yeah.
Which is a house swapping service.
Do you swap?
Yeah, you swap.
Yeah.
No money involved, you swap.
Yeah. So there are people thinking about categories of action, swapping, gifting, borrowing, and renting. That then it becomes like, is that part of the sharing economy? Or let's redefine it and say collaborative consumption, where we actually avoid renting them because it's not okay for purists like Steve. We have two more questions, and then really we have to. Sarah?
Yeah, I was just going to get back to the question about whether or not this could just be in a catalog format or something like that. And I was just thinking about like my own transition to something like Airbnb, where a few years ago I would never in a million years done. If somebody explained Airbnb to me, I would have been like, no way. But then I make trips to France and decide this is okay. But basically it was because of the review system. It wasn't because, particularly it was on the internet, it was because of all the other things that were there, like updated reviews, that I could Google Translate the French and know exactly what was going on, that I could go into Google Earth and see exactly where that site was and see if they're running routes around there. So it's like all those interactive pieces that, for me, got me over that barrier.
But I think I covered that. Yes, it could probably be a catalog, but it might. Yeah, it would be something different, of course, and it wouldn't be that popular, for example, and so on. Last or okay.
It would be interesting to develop a kind of typology of sharing economy innovations that were higher or lower in terms of their negative impacts on the environment, in terms of economic inequality. Some of them pull resources out of the local economy and put them in corporations, which are more globalized but much more restrictive. Others, like the house stocking, don't do that as much. So it could be interesting to kind of differentiate between different types of sharing technologies in terms of their social impacts, their environmental impacts, consumption, etc.
Yeah, and it might be the case that the paper that Steve mentioned that we referred to might be your answer. It's called I was going to mention it somewhere in my presentation, but it's called the sharing economy, a pathway to sustainability or a nightmarish form of neoliberal capitalism. And it has 5 different frames of thinking about the sharing economy as an economic opportunity, as a more sustainable form of consumption, as a pathway to a decentralized, equitable, and sustainable economy, as creating an unregulated marketplace. That's what the labor unions think, of course. And 5th, there were 6 of them. 5th is reinforcing a neoliberal paradigm, and the last one is an incoherent field of innovation. So that could be a start, of the taxonomy that you're asking for. Yeah, I guess I should.
Aren't these all sharing economies? Isn't Facebook a sharing economy? Isn't Google a sharing economy? What is not a sharing economy? That's hard for me I kind of feel like the level of granularity of sharing kind of is really hard to do analysis.
Yeah.
Almost all, you have to be that general for it to be a valid.
Yeah, and I think that my conversations here, sitting across from Six Silverman, was very helpful, and he made an observation which I thought was really good, and that is that, you know, as soon as you take in external money, be it some sort of angel investor or whatever, then that money expects a return, and then that's the slippery slope. You know, you start by Airbnb was perhaps, or yeah, it was more idealistic, but then when you get money, it becomes an ordinary company on the stock market and has to maximize the returns. So, you know,
that's a very classic Marxist analysis.
Sure.
Right? You know,
sure.
Yeah. And what is the means of production in this?
Yeah.
Is broadcast TV, is that a sharing economy? They make money from commercials like Google, so if Google is one, all the major networks are.
I don't really know enough about the economic model of broadcast TV in the States, but we have public, well, you have public TV or public radio also here, but yeah, I don't know. I have
no commercial television stations?
Sorry?
There are no commercials?
Yeah, there are. There weren't when I was a kid, but now there are. We only had 2 television, state-owned television. That sounds exotic to you here, I know. With healthy and educational children's programs. Yeah, and a fair amount of socialist propaganda too, some would say. That's why we are willing to share, you know. We really have to draw a line here.
Yeah.
I can see Bill way with
it.
Yeah. Okay, so thank you very much. Here you are.
Okay, so I'm Paul Schmidt. I'm a PhD student at UCSB. I'll try to keep this short because we're super late. But generally, I work in the ICTD space and networking. And so what this paper was sort of a catharsis for me, where I'm just kind of complaining and saying that wireless engineers or wireless networking researchers should care about things in sort of limited environments or resource constrained environments more than, say, making Google's data center better. So that's kind of where this comes from, but I'm coming at it from an ICTD space. So what is the collapse scenario that we're going to deal with? You know, certainly there's not fire and brimstone. We all sort of agree with that in this room. But Jay last year said that ICTD gives you this nice sort of analog collapse environments where there's sort of degrowth or decay of networks. And I think that makes a lot of sense in terms of what the reality is on the ground. And so because of that, there's really interesting opportunities to do research in limit scenarios right now because there are sort of collapsed networks to mess around with. So what this work is just to look at sort of what we've done in different areas and then try to tie those to limit scenarios and then motivate network research. So in terms of locations that we've done work in, this is the Zatri refugee camp in Jordan. This is near the Syrian border. There's around 80,000 people, and it sprung up in 2012. And essentially what we've done there is last year I spent time just analyzing the mobile networks that are serving the camp. And basically that's the only means for residents to get out connectivity-wise. And what happens is when you build a city in the middle of a desert that's a previously rural area, surprise, the cellular networks can't handle that. So essentially there's just utter failure on the part of the carriers. And it's not really their fault. They would like to build more infrastructure, but there's some public sentiment against the permanence of a refugee camp. And so they've been barred from sort of building up infrastructure. So we can see a sort of steep decline. This I feel like is a good example of a very sudden collapse of infrastructure where maybe forced migration or something like that, where infrastructure just simply can't keep up with people. Another location that I've spent time in is rural Guatemala. So there's a little town called San Cristobal. And what I did there was very similar to Zatri. And it's just sort of looking at the mobile carriers that are serving the area and we use sort of the US as a baseline, and then of course Zatri is the very worst end of the spectrum. And San Cristobal is kind of in the middle. So they have 20 times the failures that we have in something like Santa Barbara, but Zatri is 1,000 times end of things. So similar environment, but I feel like this is in terms of limits, maybe this is an early on in a collapse or a slower collapse scenario where there's infrastructure not really working great, but it's there. And then lastly, our lab had a presence in Macha, Zambia for several years. So this is a rather standard sort of sub-Saharan African community. There's a lot of subsistence farming there. And what we did there was sort of build some networks and trial deployments just to see how connectivity works there, if we could do anything smarter or better. But it's what you would expect in a location like this. The infrastructure that is there is very, very expensive. It's very, very poor. It fails all the time. And people have essentially just moved on and given up. So I feel like in terms of limits, this is like a sort of late stage limit scenario where everything has collapsed and they've reached this bizarre homeostasis where people just live their lives and don't expect connectivity anymore. So it's an interesting environment. So I feel like the biggest problem with infrastructure, mobile infrastructure especially, is we all sort of just hope for this benevolent being, also the carriers, or known as the carriers, to deliver this infrastructure for us. Because mobile infrastructure is super complex, it's super expensive, and so we just wait for it to be delivered. And this sort of oligarchy and these hierarchies that are built into mobile connectivity now are a real problem in sort of developing contexts as well as limit scenarios. So if we need to do something different, we need to start redesigning infrastructure fundamentally to deal with connectivity in areas like this. And I think across the board, what makes sense is to build infrastructure from the bottom up rather than rely on this top down. This is what people should care about rather than Google's infrastructure or Google's data centers. So bottom up infrastructures. Shadi's done a ton of work, Tax Group has done a ton of work on local cellular networks. They're really, really great technologies. For $100,000, you can build a small scale cellular network. There's a lot of sort of regulatory problems that pop up when you deal with these kinds of networks. But I think a different sort of problem that exists in the space is coexisting with commercial carriers. So a lot of the work has been in sort of greenfield where there really isn't any connectivity. But maybe, in the case of the refugee camp, the carriers are there, but they're just failing. So can we take this local technology and sort of overlap it with commercial and do smart things to augment or offload local traffic, things like that. So, of course, the problems that come up are how can you deal with seamless connectivity if you're actually jumping between carriers, essentially. Another thing that's come up in the local cellular space is getting transit. So it's really hard to sort of get access to the global telephone system. Unless you know the right people, shake the right hands, it's really difficult to get your SMSs or your voice traffic to sort of arrive to another place in the globe. So, cellular has moved towards packet switch systems more and more. The upcoming standards, VoLTE, things like that, we're all moving towards data-like systems rather than the old circuit switch systems. So why don't we start thinking about this more like data networks? Why don't we start dealing with things like tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 providers? Certainly they're there in name in the real world or in the telecommunications system, but are they really? Like, are they where you could just simply have something like IP and you're shipping it up to the provider above you? So how can we actually do something like that? Another thing I think is interesting is unlicensed cellular. So there's been a big push by industry to operate in frequency spectrum that's unlicensed. So Wi-Fi bands over 3.5 gigahertz, which is really great. LTE has this new or this upcoming LTE standard where you can aggregate disjoint carriers, and it basically shows, it logically binds them. It looks like you've got one big data pipe. So that's good, and the industry's been working on this, but of course they're the industry, they're interested in making money. So AT&T has said, we're going to build these base stations that operate in unlicensed bands, but they're only going to operate with phones that we have branded. Like they have to own both ends of the system. And I think this is incredibly short-sighted. The reason that Wi-Fi has fundamentally changed, we use personal computers, as almost everyone in this room is doing, is because there's open hotspots. So why can't we build open hotspots, open LTE hotspots? Why can't every Linksys device that comes off the shelf have an LTE chipset that's just opening or offering an open LTE hotspot? And then the providers can deal with this extra channel. So you can grab it and just make use of it rather than have it sort of branded by carriers. In terms of networking research, there's always the problem with service guarantees. If you're going to operate in shared spectrum, how are you going to deal with that in terms of sort of unsupervised access to spectrum? So I think there's some good things to do there. Another thing that I've been thinking about is the idea of bringing your own infrastructure, BYOI. So when people use something like a talking drum, they can communicate long distances, and it travels with them quite easily. Similar to like smoke signals, it's really easy to build a fire anywhere. But now that we've sort of moved towards relying on these giant infrastructures, these unseen superstructures of manufacturing, distribution, power, and everything that goes behind a cellular tower, we no longer can move that. So if there's a crisis or if there's a disaster that causes mass migration, you can't go out and rip out that cell tower and take it with you. So is there a way to bring your own infrastructure in your pocket when you're forced to move? And I think there are some opportunities there. I think there's a new LTE standard called LTE Direct, where you can have communication without the presence of a base station, in theory. The industry, again, has been behind this, and they've been mostly concerned with figuring out ways to still bill people, sort of tethered to the base station. The base station still needs to be present. But I think if this hardware exists to sort of have peer-to-peer cell phone communication, why aren't we going to look at doing something like a sort of mesh cellular network? And Shadi said earlier that there's no way for cellular phones to be base stations. Why not? Like, if you've got this hardware that does LTE Direct, can't you figure out a way to sort of, I mean, maybe it's a hack, but can't we start thinking about different ways of providing connectivity rather than relying on this top-down? So that starts merging problems in the networking space from like mesh networking and gateway selection and path selection, all of that. But I certainly think there's something to be done there. And then lastly, networks of networks. So everybody, when they designed the internet, it was supposed to be this global network of networks, but it's really pretty centralized in a lot of ways. Mobile networks even worse. They have this assumption and this reliance on faraway infrastructure and connectivity. And so what happens when you start removing edges and nodes from this network topology? It fails. So are there ways to sort of rethink that and start coming up with decentralized services in terms of cellular that actually work? Are there topologies that we can re-engineer and come up with better decentralized connectivity? So just to conclude, as we all know, communications infrastructures are currently really ill prepared for collapse. We see that in real scenarios today. The good thing is, I think they're interesting problems. So maybe we can convince some people. I don't think I can convince anyone in this room. You may all have already, you are convinced already, but maybe we can start talking about this with other researchers and convincing them that working on this data center connectivity isn't necessarily the best. And lastly, I think leaving research and innovation up to industry and corporation, they do a great job, certainly. And there's a lot of really good work that comes out of industry, but we know what they're after. We know that they want to make money ultimately. So if we simply leave it up to them, it's going to be predictable in what happens. And the networking research community needs to actually think about these things and try to push forward with our own sort of agenda. That's it.
So for the peer-to-peer use case that you were talking about, like what about like other technologies like radio, like those pretty cheap now, walkie-talkies.
Yeah, well, and Wi-Fi. There's a lot of options. It's just
the Wi-Fi doesn't have the same kind of established device bases like radios, two-way radios do. They're kind of being made really cheaply. They don't have this. Wi-Fi doesn't have the range also of these two-way radios.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, in like a disaster scenario, do you expect people to carry ham radios with them?
Walkie-talkies.
Do you think people have that like en masse? I think everybody has a cell phone.
Well, I mean, you're talking about things where you would deploy things in. So I'm thinking about you're thinking about you can talk about deploying a base station. I think that's a good idea, definitely, because then people can use the existing devices. But then another organization. I'm just wondering about the trade-off versus
right.
Without.
Yeah, I mean, there's obviously 50-year-old tech that makes a lot of sense in these kind of scenarios. So maybe we don't need.
I guess my question is, are the costs of that kind of technology decreasing also along with the cost of some of these technologies? Can we leverage those trends also, or is it only?
Yeah, I don't know the state of that field.
From what I know, the little I know about ham radios, the cost has not come down.
Right.
It's been declining very, very slowly for far too long. It should be much cheaper now to get a ham radio than it is. Right. But maybe it's just that there's no market.
It's still pretty cheap. $50.
Yeah. Well, on community radio, like just broad like FM radio is relatively easy to set up. You can do a lot with that.
Yeah. That's
mm-hmm.
And phones work with phones too.
Mm-hmm. If they've enabled it. Yeah.
Have you, since you did measurements in the refugee camp?
Yeah.
There's like this old model in networking, the gravity model, right? About people mostly talk to people who are geographically near to them, and then they talk less frequently to people who are geographically far from them.
Mm-hmm.
So was it the case that people were mostly communicating within the camp, and so a radio sort of system may make a lot of sense versus they're trying to talk to relatives who have gone to some other faraway refugee camp, in which case you actually need to connect to the global infrastructure?
We didn't do that analysis in Zatri. You can't really decode that from paging messages or the broadcast messages that we looked at. We have done that with CDRs in the past, and there's a decent amount of locality where it would make sense. That's why the sort of local cellular networks make a lot of sense in that case, where you can sort of just offload all of the local traffic. There's no reason to be globally connected for a lot of the phone calls that are actually occurring.
Are there people in your research community who are interested in ideas like this, or is this kind of over to the edge for them?
Yeah, I mean, there's at
least some.
Yeah, there's a few. In a lot of ways, this paper was just me sort of shaking my fist at the cloud, which is handy that the cloud is actually a thing that people use as a nice metaphor these days. Yeah, I think there's some sympathy. Okay.
Well, I think you said again have combat potential is something effective. Cellular network infrastructure is not particularly resilient. And So I spent a lot of disaster scenarios, different scenarios. One of the first was in shipping about the life of the cell phone. And it's done in a top-down coordinated way by mobile carriers. Not really a question of that, it's more of an observation, but it's something that my background very sympathetic to this line of thinking.
Right.
It makes a lot of sense that it's something that we should bear in mind.
Yeah.
In a lot of places, they work really well.
Absolutely. I mean, I think that there's a lot of priority given to cellular networks. People recognize the importance of cellular networks, so there's a lot of push by government. When failure does happen, people give a crap. You know, like they're really working on it quickly. But then there's still the sort of problem of you've only got one base station for thousands and thousands of people or something. You know, it's hard to bring yourself back up to full capacity quickly.
I'm also reminded of something Bill was mentioned in the past, the sort of difference between crisis informatics and collapse informatics. About are you being able to bring quickly marginal resources from the outside because everything else outside of the crisis region is totally functional. And so you can afford to bring all the infrastructure back online, or is everything kind of crabby all over the place? And so nobody has any spare resources to send in. So things slowly degrade, but they don't get fixed quickly. I don't know if that's a fair assessment.
Yeah, no.
I think it is important to verify that what I alluded to earlier is that the organizational requirements of building networks are a lot higher than people.
Yeah.
At first, if we need more systems to
Mhm.
Yeah, but it's also like the kind of embedded ideology in technology itself. Like, you know, the main function of cellular networks besides communication is billing, right? That's the main.
Right. Right.
So that also kind of it both limits and enables things that you can do, and fits certain kind of social forms of organization and doesn't suit others. As opposed to FM radio, which has a whole set of different characteristics.
Definitely.
So I mean, I often think we pick technologies because of convenience without thinking about what unintended ideological consequences.
Right, I think in the interest of having 5 minutes of break, 5 minutes of break. Right, thank you. So it's 3:24, we'll reconvene in 5 minutes.
How about 10?
10?
10.
Okay, 10 minutes.
Also 10.
Sure, put it. I love it. Don't know if it's open, don't know if it's going out.
I'm gonna go, I'm gonna go get a cup of coffee from Java City. Get a cup of coffee from Java City.
Yes, you're welcome.
Yes.
So you can tell the answer to the things.
The things that made the answers.
Yeah. When more and more cellular casts. Well, as you're kind of carrying on the traffic. So interesting to see the compound. You must be close.
Yeah.
I wouldn't mind talking. I was reading
breakfast.
Well, and sometimes like educators trying to figure out.
It's called the edge of the paper that he's on.
Yeah.
Step one.
I think it's maybe the very first time. I don't know who put it together, but the school of entities. Yeah, but it is such a lot. Contract Institute.
And so there's all, yeah, it's pretty cool.
We have a new, we all have a new class. Oh, yeah. Yeah, well, it looks like
But it's really, like,
it aligns pretty well. Yeah. Unleash the capacity.
I don't know, it's,
Okay, now we can.
How many people you are interested in research?
Right. Yeah, a little bit.
Okay, so this is an island?
Yeah, it's sort of vaporized. I just wanted to do reorgs that our provost gave us. Oh, well, yeah.
But anyway, so.
No. Yeah. And so,
So what do you think you would find if everyone was not in any science research?
well, the idea, well, unleash all that pent-up and the idea is that you guys are all some other development entrepreneurs are. City, I was already.
Yeah. How are you, you're at the other, yeah, and then is that where you're trying to be for a while? You're from the States region? You've been involved in this kind of collapse business?
No, not really, actually. One last year.
So is this second year they're doing it?
So Jacob, and it's actually.
Architecture.
Yeah. And who's it's basically no one like any secretary or any other officer.
I think this is what's on it. Examples, but I think one idea that entertainment can use so that's how exactly to really talk about it.
Yeah, first three maybe.
Yeah, no, I agree that can be, but then I also, I was just hearing people talk, that when somebody is exposed to that kind of stuff, then it's good if they talk to somebody who actually can flesh out some of the stuff, like the crops, you know. Yeah, and it seemed to be, I mean, narrative. You don't want to be too much into it. Right. Like, I feel like that's like one of
those.
You don't want to shut it. What do you think? I don't know, not even what do you think, but isn't that?
Yeah. We gotta do this, right?
I'm just thinking about it's just like this is now.
I'm gonna get it.
It's part of the report.
Yeah, well,
That's what I think. You know, and they're not doing, they don't generally. I mean, the pieces are, I don't know how that's. Like, I was thinking, just into the Mad Max or whatever it is. Muscle car. It's really constrained. Go drive by. You know, and you can even see it off to the side. That's exactly what. That's what it is. That's, but.
Well, that would make it more people. We do have ecological classes, but it's.
You just have to go in there and spend 45 minutes.
For the mummies.
They have the Wild West and the Thames. And those are perfectly successful narratives and interesting. And this is just, all shoot up all the time. And maybe it has.
No, she's got incredibly. Every day a Grizzleville man goes and watches has a bite.
But then you're not saying our kids go to that one. Can it be a color? Because they.
Well, so I don't see that there's any issue with necessarily using stories and narratives as a mechanism for fitting them. You're not gonna get it from you might get it in this long, get it film that's sometimes visuals or less flashy. It's probably still possible to like capture time, but I think it's too much.
Or Norwegian.
Seriously. I actually really like them. They're so
They're really good.
I don't know. Like there was one about an anthropologist who was studying people in regions
And they said,
I don't know. The entire movie was just.
No, you're right. He's busy. He's first and then. I don't know if Steve's
Developing with guys in the house because they were both old men who were like absolutely like.
Oh, yes, and that's me. What does he want? Is he on Skype?
I have no idea. He sent an email. Did you see his email from an hour ago?
Okay, I don't really want to watch that.
And you guys are.
No! The bright side now, I
It is such a computer science.
Oh, I don't know. One of my like a dear friend of mine. Yeah, this was an incredibly important vote for many. Also, I have not watched this movie yet, and it turns out I'm terrible.
No, I haven't either.
No, so it's on HBO Go now, so I'm gonna watch it.
It's also like The Martian, where it gets back up to actual science.
Yeah.
Except the basic premise of the movie, right?
Pardon?
The basic premise of the movie actually is wrong. Because their spaceship couldn't have gotten knocked over by the wind.
It was to be fair,
It was supported by NASA. And like, why can't they get support from us saying like this is what could happen?
well, we're not flashy yet.
Although,
Space is sexy.
although it was it's a frequent thing, is they get rejected saying that this is a Mad Max experience. People cited rejections as a, they both know it like Mad Max, but they dismiss it because it's a movie, and of course it can't be real.
In that sense, you think that that would be something that.
Who wrote that?
Yes, like,
I just remember when I was very young.
Yeah, that's what it doesn't have to screw with it. Once
Vision and such, sure.
Sort of more control. Yeah. Soon as it becomes
sorry, it's okay. It's almost like I really want to watch that. Or basically saving it. Right, like what I just said.
See our computer. Next he is recorded and then he's online.
With a beautiful graphic, yeah.
Computer's not down.
Still upset. What a waste.
Okay. Hello. Our next presentation is by Mike Hazas in Lancaster, if I recall correctly. And he is also online and has made a remote presentation for us. So he will join us by video as soon as we're done with the presentation. Okay. He used a fancy presentation software. So.
Grass is greener.
Everything's better in Europe.
Hello, Limits. In case I haven't been introduced, my name is Mike Hazas, and together with Janine, Oliver, and Adrian, I'm at Lancaster University, and this talks about limits to data growth on the internet. We're part of the Social Digital Sustainability Group, so credit to not just the authors, but really the support of the group. I'd like to start off with an excerpt from a text by Chris de Decker in an article in Low Tech magazine, which postulated that the internet, unlike other infrastructures like roads or hospitals, because of the way it's composed, it has no real limits to growth. Of course, fiber capacity needs to be increased and so forth, but in theory, there's no serious material or physical constraints on how much data we can put over the internet apart from the energy supply itself. So because of that, essentially the energy use of the internet can only stop when energy sources run out. So it's limited by our imaginations. So that's what kind of got this paper going. So just a brief outline. There'll be 4 parts to this talk. So the first would just be making the case for data traffic volumes are growing and sometimes at an exponential rate. These are linked to actually rising energy demand due to the internet and its services, which compose that traffic. Then we go on to consider sort of that's actually being used for. So the fact that human time and attention can be linked to this growth in various ways, and that human time actually has a limit on it. But then we go on to consider just briefly the data traffic potential of non-humans, and thinking back to whether the internet really does have a limit. So if we look at home broadband volumes in the UK, they've gone from just under 20 gigabytes per month in 2011, all the way up to around 85 gigabytes last year. If we look at an Amsterdam Internet Exchange, we've seen about 20 to 40% annual growth over the past 5 years. Sandvine are a company that do analysis for internet service providers, and they publish aggregate figures for different regions using kind of a representative sample of those providers who volunteer. So they show that essentially volumes have been steadily rising, looking across their reports in North America, whereas in Europe they've doubled over the past few years. Mobile access data tend to be smaller, so instead of gigabytes, we have more like megabytes. Again, this is average per subscriber per month, but they have consistently fast growth, typically around 50% a year. So if we look at averages from Cisco, we can see a sort of increase, and similarly from Ericsson, a similar sort of increase. But overall, or 60% growth since over the past 2 years, and a similar level of growth, around 50% forecast out to 2020. So this takes me to the second part of the talk, which is that these rises in data are linked to rising energy demand due to the internet and its services. So you can look across the life cycle analysis literature, and specifically the part that looks at IT, and there's varying figures between 5 and 10% of global electricity is information technology and the internet. The growth of the internet in particular has received some press coverage recently, which sort of argues that if we keep growing at this rate, which it's not clear that we will, but if we do continue at this rate, then we'll quickly soak up the energy supply that we have. But if we return to the academic literature, and Andre and Edler in particular, sort of looking out to 2020, you can see there's sort of, again, a fairly steep rise. Actually, the fixed access lines going out everywhere. Again, I guess that's additional capacity that's anticipated will be needed, as well as data centers being quite a big component. And that's kind of what they call the expected case. If we then look at the best or worst cases, there's quite a lot of variation, where the worst case shows up to 50% of global electricity being taken up by the internet. So moving on to the third point, the way we spend our time and the services that go into that can be linked to the growth in traffic. So again, if we turn to the Sandvine data, this is the most recent Sandvine in late 2015, which shows kind of the breakdown of traffic. Sort of the fixed is on the left, and mobile traffic is on the right. You can see that streaming, and most of that is video streaming, takes up the lion's share. Social networking and general web browsing, which could support a number of practices, are also quite significant. But in general, what we've been looking at is that there's more internet services being used in more ways. So essentially, these network services are moving into many areas of daily life, so including cooking, jogging, outdoor wildlife watching, and many others, as I'm sure you'll appreciate. Would also point out that these these services can also be kind of drawn upon concurrently, as people use sort of small and handheld devices, while larger devices may be used for video streaming are on in the background or being watched kind of in alternation. So these are sort of also kind of linked to then kind of this growth. But what do we really know about time use? We know a little bit, depending on kinds of surveys that different countries do. So if we look at the sort of the UK, the Office of Communications, Ofcom, the surveys that they do, so the time spent online in the UK has risen from 9.9 hours per week in 2005 to around 20 hours a week in 2014. We could look at sort of the surveys in the US, which looked at the time spent paying attention to digital activity. So clearly, sort of the time is going up. Not dissimilar to the kinds of factors of increasing data that we're seeing year on year. I'd also like to point out briefly that it's not just the amount is growing, but also there are subtle shifts in how time is used, and this can also be kind of linked to the timing of data demand and thus energy demand. So basically, sort of there's more kind of TV, media, and games in the morning, and less perhaps in the early evening than there was previously. So we can think about whether there might be limits to internet traffic, which is kind of either created or consumed by people. So we can say that that obviously the global population is finite. We can put a number on it, despite the fact that it is growing. So we could say, well, actually only 43% of the world population uses the internet, so this could grow quite a lot, but we could put a number on it. We've still got some way to go to hit the limit there potentially. We could, because we could already point to sort of some countries already having their mobile phone subscriptions nearing saturations. We could also say that for the people in the global population, the hours in the day that they have available to them, to media, to manage it, to generate it, to consume it, is finite. Before I move on to the final part, I'd just like to point out that there are certain caveats. So we can have kind of similar practices, similar time spent, but potentially more data, and this has already happened, and this has contributed as well to the rise. So we have a rising fidelity of video. So first it was somewhere near standard definition, then it quickly moved to high definition, and then if you ask Netflix, it went to super high definition, and now with 4K, it's gone to ultra. And potentially we could have 3D, we could have augmented and virtual reality streams, which would generate even more data. We tend to have increasingly networked and increasingly social applications. So if we're using, say, Messenger, which is tied into a social networking app, 7 years ago, we wouldn't have necessarily had videos that started playing. These might be adverts, these might be videos generated by our friends on the social network or friends of friends, but these actually generate traffic without us necessarily doing anything. So even if we spend the same amount of time messaging with friends, the app is generating more traffic on our behalf. Okay, so I'll just move on to the fourth point, is that so although there might be limits in terms of the human attention, the data traffic potential of non-humans might be much higher. So I'll just return to the breakdown of fixed and mobile in Europe that we pulled from Sandvine's report late last year, and just point out that around 6% are what are called marketplace. Actually, a lot of this are software updates. So again, these may be app purchases, but more likely app updates, operating system updates, and that kind of thing. So we're already sitting around 5% of traffic. That might be as high as 10% of traffic if you include gaming. And this more or less matches up with a study we ran with 8 participants. So again, these kinds of things, these kinds of sort of automated backups, machines doing things on our behalf, updating their software, already comprise significant amounts of traffic. But if we look at kind of what's called kind of machine-to-machine communication, we have currently, it's estimated to be around 6.5 billion connected devices, which is about 86% of the world population, and that's forecast to be potentially up to 21 billion by 2020. And some have theorized that this kind of machine-to-machine communication will actually comprise 45% of all internet traffic, again by 2021. So I mean, a lot of these we might argue, well, it's just a smart meter, or it's a thermostat which is network connected, or and so these might be kind of very slow sorts of data rates. But actually, there are lots of applications which are emerging, which might be kind of deployed actually at scale, and some of them are starting to be, which could be particularly data intensive, like self-driving cars, wireless cameras already for security. You can often log into to your camera from elsewhere and see what's going on at home, streaming. And things like wearable medical devices might need to send fairly high fidelity data fairly often to guarantee a certain level of healthcare provision. So just to wrap up, I'd like to kind of point out that the data growth we've seen so far its dynamics are changing. So first, it's becoming less closely tied to human attention and time use, as I hope I've argued. And this is because the data intensities of certain kinds of service are increasing, and background connectivity like cloud backups or automated updates and connected things in general are more common. So you could even download a software update for your refrigerator. And as we move forward, this kind of the phones of the Internet of Things and automation in general could make the long-term limit quite high, but certainly unclear. But I'd urge that the shaping of these dynamics are still very much up to date, and this is something that we as a community should participate in. And I'll just conclude by pointing out that the energy intensity of streaming this talk was probably at least 20 watt-hours, depending on what else is going on in the system at the time. So thanks for your attention, and I'll now take questions virtually.
All right, let me just bring them up. Do you have this, perhaps you have this email? Oh, we got it. Oh, maybe I got it. Yes, to do a hangout, and it was online, and now it's off. So I got it. Yeah. Hi, Mike.
Oh, sorry. I was just getting ready for bed. Let me just. Yes. Hold on.
That's well received. Let me see if I can point you at the audience so we can. Okay. We just watched your talk. It was great. Thank you. We were impressed by your fancy online system. All right. And if I can't hear, I'll try and mediate. So, questions, internet, data. Well, maybe to get us started, you could. I was kind of amazed to hear the statistic about 10% of the time on the internet being used to provide updates to software. That was sort of fascinating to me.
Yeah, that's. I mean, it's not. So they categorize that. Sorry, are you getting a lot of echo from my end, or is it just something I'm hearing?
A little bit of background, yeah.
A little bit, okay. If it gets bad, I can try to switch. I've got another microphone set up as a backup. But yeah, so they provide these categories which don't really specify so for example, Mark, it codes through the App Store, and it could be, it might be, I don't know, it could be like music or whatever, but generally it's, I mean, the evidence we've seen so far is that it's mostly software updates. Certainly that's from our own studies, but also kind of anecdotally talking to others really who have studied these things. So yeah, it's a difficult one because the figures aren't there, but I would say once you combine it with gaming, you're easily at 5%, if not more. It's just kind of updates because the update tends to be as big as the original thing you downloaded, more or less. So, right. And these happen automatically. I think that's the thing to stress as well. Like by default, they're on. You can turn them off and you can do some management, but yeah.
Brad.
So has there been an increase? I haven't looked at the statistics recently in terms of the energy intensity of various communication technologies. So the trend, I know that because things are getting more efficient, providing a gigabit of capacity is not 10 times as energy intensive as providing 100 megabits of capacity, right? And because things get more efficient, then we can keep up with the data trends that you're projecting without having to increase energy proportionally to that data trend. Because increasing the internet's energy intensity by 50% every year would be crazy. But the question, I guess, is, are you arguing that despite the fact that things are getting more efficient, the data trend is so extreme in terms of the growth of data on the internet that we need to explicitly put on the brakes, otherwise we will end up consuming way too much energy in computing on the internet? I'm just trying to tease apart what would I take away from this in terms of, you mentioned the limits community should be part of this discussion. So what's the discussion then?
Yeah, so that's very much our starting point there, is that, like many other kind of areas or concerns in sustainability, efficiency is no match for demand. So I guess, if data is going up, you might say exponentially, demand for data, once you factor in efficiency, then the energy required to support that is going up linearly, sort of. So, I mean, that's just a rough kind of thing. But yes, no, absolutely. There's the demand is far outstripping any efficiency gains. And that's why I only showed those stories from kind of news media briefly, but that's why those kind of stories come out. It's like, if you keep going at this rate, we won't have any power for anything else apart from the data centers in 20 years or whatever. So yes, no, absolutely, that's the case. So I guess with the mention I made towards the end about sort of the limits and community part of that debate. So far, generally when you in news media, those are very carefully selected stories, but generally it's not, the amount of data consumed is not really up for, it's kind of all you can eat, good thing, and all the usual sort of thing. And you don't necessarily get that with other utilities like electricity or water. But the people who are debating it tend to be behind the scenes. So I think it was in the news, was it back in 2007, where Netflix and was it Comcast were in a big row because Netflix wanted to sort of start moving the Super HD content, which is 3.5 times the data volume, and and this kind of thing. So but it happens kind of sort of behind the scenes, these arguments. But actually, this should be certainly something that we as the research community put in, and I would say it should actually be a societal debate about what do we actually think are important, what kinds of services do we want to be supporting with this kind of energy, and how might that sensibly be limited so we don't carry on this sort of growth.
But just a follow-up there, I'm curious then, I mean, in some cases, the use of the internet is offsetting other energy uses, such as what we're doing right now. You didn't come here, yes. So this is using way less energy than you flying here. And it would have been nice to have you here, but you saved some energy by doing that. So I'm wondering, I mean, of course, the extreme, and this is what Tom Murphy was talking about in his talk yesterday, the extreme scenario is that everything is just virtual, but you can never really get there because you need to have food and you need to move people around. So is it really this debate about how much should we virtualize? I mean, that's also the other extreme, right? If we make things more virtual, then we actually use less physical resources and move things around less, which take a lot of energy. But I assume that we don't want to live in an entirely virtual society. So, I mean, it seems like there's a tension, a strange tension there in terms of sustainability.
In travel with IT, that tends to, that's a win usually with network traffic. But I suppose, I mean, you kind of read papers that come down on both sides when they do overall analyses of, sort of how much is actually replaced and what's been the savings and that kind of stuff. So it's kind of, there are clear wins, but kind of the extent to which that's been successful is still debated, certainly. But I suppose what we tend to focus on in our work is kind of things like watching and all the different practices that social networking has come to support in different ways. These tend to be layered on top of existing infrastructures which continue to operate. So the classic example is Netflix versus broadcast television. Broadcast is still running. They're trying to shut down parts of it, but so for example, we talk to BBC a lot, and they're so they have to keep iPlayer going, obviously, and that keeps has a 3-week catalog and people stream, but they also have to keep broadcast going, and sort of it's when we we tend to keep these other things running in addition to the new internet services that people also draw on. So so I suppose those are where I tend to focus my attention. I think travel. I think this is working out. I think so far well, at least for me. But it would have been nice to be there.
Shadi in the back has a question.
Curious if you can say anything about how usage-based pricing is playing into this growth of internet or of data usage. Is I guess part one of the question. Another, as we're talking about energy, how much of the energy growth is in the network versus the services, like the servers and so forth, and the end devices that are responsible for these new streams of data?
So to just repeat the question in case you couldn't hear it, it was, the first part was, does any of the growth in the usage of the bandwidth and network capacity have any interaction with pay-per-use services or data charges that go along with that? That's part one. And then part two is there any sense of where the electricity is going, sort of like at the endpoints or in the infrastructure in the middle? Is there a sort of any sense of like where the biggest parts of growth are?
Okay. So yes, there's certainly, particularly with mobile subscription. I mean, it differs because there are different expectations about what you can charge for mobile data use. So that certainly has an effect. And you had this, you had, I don't know, it was in popular media about Facebook's autoplay getting switched on, and then people losing their entire month's quota in a couple of days, even though they, the software update is applied automatically and nothing. So there's certainly kind of maybe there's a rational resource sort of manager approach where we could, sort of by changing the way it's charged or doing micropayments or something like that, you might be able to somehow rationalize the use and curb it. And then the second one was, sorry, remember the second question?
Trying to ascertain where the electricity use is going across the entire internet.
Yeah, so this is something, again, the life cycle assessment literature deal with. I'm just working from memory. There are some references in our paper, but I'd be happy to provide more over email if you're interested. For things like, you might say the last, from the central office to the premises. So for example, home broadband. That's not such a big part of the system. But like going sort of the core and metro networks, they're called, which is kind of the backbone, and also the data center. That's kind of a major area for growth. but yeah, so they have that literature makes lots of discussions about where's the growth going to be, where's most of the power. But I would like to point out that for Wi-Fi there's a bit more because you have to kind of then have a Wi-Fi router, so it's automatically an extra 5 to 7 watts. And then for mobile, it's something like the total system is something like 3.5 times the energy than if you just send it over Wi-Fi or Ethernet to the endpoint. So just a few fun facts there, but I can point you to some papers that give the bigger picture. Good question.
Happy nod. Another question in the back.
Yeah, I'm wondering if you've thought at all about the interaction of this growth with encryption, in that as we get better processing power, we have to use larger and larger encryption keys to safely secure our data, and that means more bandwidth and also more processing power encrypting everything. And also that it would then become harder to track data growth because when the traffic is encrypted, we may not be able to tell what is going on and what type of traffic it is.
Okay, great, thanks. So the question is centered on encryption and the ways in which increased demands for encryption cause increased needs in bandwidth, number one. So both, I guess, because things are now being increasingly encrypted, and then because of computing power, we need bigger and bigger encryption keys, which generate more electricity usage. So one sort of question is, how is encryption affecting this? And then the second part of the question is encryption going to harm our ability to measure the resource usage in the system? Grant, you're not an encryption expert, recognize that, but maybe you've seen something in your studies.
I've not seen anything. That's an interesting one, actually, because I did wonder about what's given the overhead for encryption, either in terms of computation or having to send a little bit of extra network traffic to support that. What are then the impacts of doing that? So I can't speak very much to that at all. But thank you for bringing it up. It makes me feel less alone in my concern. But yeah, I wonder, is it an extra 1% or is it 3 or is it, where is it? Because we're running these systems anyway, so adding a little bit maybe is okay. But yes, as they get more sophisticated, then how is it kind of growing? But yes, I was gonna, as I was listening to the first part of your question, I was also getting to the same place that you were going to with your second part, which was this makes it super hard to study. So you see categorized in different reports, whether it's Cisco or Samsung or whoever, this kind of VPN stroke tunneling, they call it. And who knows what that is. And that's like, depending on the network, you're looking at 10% or more, and we just don't know what it is. And that's even, these broad categories are already hard enough to study. So I gave the example of marketplaces and how much of that is software updates and that kind of thing. But yeah, once it's VPN or tunneling, then you're really in the dark. So yes.
Thanks. Bharath has an answer to the encryption.
Yeah, so for the first part of the question about encryption, ironically, well, there's two things. One is that we haven't really needed to increase key sizes for quite a number of years. AES 128 is still basically as good as it was when it was first introduced. Ironically, actually, the newer symmetric encryption modes like AES are more efficient in terms of cycles per byte than old ones. So, things that were used before AES, it just turns out the designs are better and they're more targeted towards chips. And then because of the introduction of specialized encryption support in chips, like the AES instruction sets in Intel chips, it turns out it's even more efficient now because the hardware vendors are providing that support because there's demand to encrypt everything. So it ends up not really using up the main processing power on a CPU because there's already sort of specialized hardware to support it. In terms of making it difficult to monitor and to measure, that's definitely true.
Yeah. So short answer was that hardware support has made the encryption not use as much electricity, but the mystery of where the bits are going remains. Anyone else? Okay. Thank you, Mike, for staying up or getting up early, whichever you were doing there.
Staying up late, I'll go to bed in an hour or so. Yeah.
Next time we'll see you in person. Thank you.
Yes, that'd be great. Nice to see you all.
Do you need sound?
Yeah. Is it okay if I push the podium?
Yeah, absolutely. I thought it's heavy. It's asking you to change your screen resolution.
Yeah, sure.
Jay, when you needed to change the resolution, what did you switch to?
The 1024 by 800.
1024 then.
Thank you.
Okay, so thanks for everyone who stayed until the very last presentation. I can't promise that I'll be done in 12 minutes, but I just counting I have 20 minutes. So. The paper, okay, my name is Summer. I'm doing an MSc at the Department of Computer Science at the University of Toronto. And the paper I'm about to present is it's a proposal for a research cluster that sort of falls into collapse informatics, sustainability informatics, disaster management. And for this presentation, rather than kind of summarizing everything that we've included in the paper, I plan on dedicating half of it to walk you through what made me propose this research cluster. And if I convince you of why we need this and if it actually could be useful, then I can kind of move on to other ICT venues and convince them. If I can't convince you, then please give me lots of feedback to help me strengthen my case. All right, so in a nutshell, what I'm trying to do is to supersede the role of architects, especially in scarce resource contexts with technology to enable self-help shelter provision. And I'll walk you through what that means. So I spent about 8 years in architecture school before coming to computer science. And so 8 years between undergrad research and grad school. And one of the kind of most successful essays I've ever written there was a paper that discussed, will computers replace architects? And the reason why I was asking this question is because I don't know how familiar you are with the architecture discipline at the moment, but it's become very kind of technology reliant, especially these kind of generative designs where you have algorithms that generate all this interesting geometry, tools for analyzing components, generating the BIM, like the electrical and mechanical systems. And there's also a lot of work coming from the HCI and the graphics ICT communities about optimizing floor plans. So it's almost as though we don't need architects, you know, just give your requirements to a piece of software and it will spit out a design for you. And my conclusion in the paper was, despite all of this, no, we still need architects. Machines can achieve efficiency, they can give you shelters, but there's something called delight. So let's say walking into this building, the nice atrium there. This is something that you need the human intuition, the architect intuition to achieve. So I said, no, we still need architects. And then I went on my education, and at U of T, architecture school is very kind of up to date. So we learn a lot about these complicated buildings. And I did, most of the research I did was kind of on Internet of Things and responsive architecture. But I kind of had a feeling that we were being deceived in a sense. The reason why is because I read this recently. I don't know how accurate this percentage is, but this is a book. And it's a fairly popular book, and it says architects. So what we were being taught is really only going to contribute to 3% of the built environment. Everything else is either engineers or it's non-architects. And that's where I realized there's things that we don't see in architecture school and we don't learn how to handle. For example, refugee camps where people go and supposedly live in a tent for maybe a year or two, but then this becomes 10 years or more. People living in canvas tents, and then winter storms hit, winter after winter, there's excess winter mortality. Other areas where you don't even have tents, you just have to use whatever things that you can to build something. And then there's slums, some more slums in the same one. Towns that get completely destroyed for various reasons. And I'm showing you this because maybe it resonates with some of the post-collapse scenarios that have been mentioned in this workshop. Again, others. These are, for example, caused by climate change. So climate change migrants not knowing what to do. And then some others. These are more urban, and they're waiting for the government to kind of restore their houses and clear out the area. Now, the reason architects are actually absent from all of these contexts because relief organizations and policymakers, they perceive design as a luxury, but rather than a necessity. So in all of these contexts, architects are not being invited to participate. I'm not going to say no architect is contributing. There are definitely people helping, like post the Haiti earthquake. But for the majority, even with tents, there's more efficient ways, there's more beneficial ways of aligning tents. But no, it's kind of this realm is preserved for policymakers and relief agencies. And this isn't to say that we've always had architects building. No, it's looking at the vernacular architecture. People were not architects, but experiences were passed on from generation to generation, and the communities built their environments. Problem, again, going back to these camps, this sense of agency is no longer there. People are not allowed, and they can't build their homes. You just take whatever the agency gives you. There's no architects involved, and obviously there's no resources. And so the result are these, which you might say, okay, fine, 1 year, 2 years. I'll show you a scary number. The average displacement period on the community, and today it's unbelievable, but it's true because wars are starting and never ending. The invasion of Iraq is an example, and then the Syrian conflict has been going on for 4 years. Africa also has many examples. Today there is about 60 million displaced persons, and then plus over 800 living in slums, and then by 2030 it's expected that this number is growing even higher. So now that I'm in computer science, I've asked myself this question again: will computers replace architects? I still think no, but in contexts such as these, yes, it has to. ICT could, in fact, fill in the role of architect because it's more affordable and it's more deployable. You can more easily send a piece of software to a camp rather than an architect. So now I'm done with my deviation from the paper. So I'll go back to some of the things you mentioned in the paper. Now, in the images I've shown you, obviously these are contexts with scarce resources. In terms of food, medicine, transportation, energy, capital, these are all things I think we all agree on when we speak about resource limitations. But there's other kind of limitations that are more specific to shelter. So in this paper, when we speak about scarce resource context, it refers to all of the infrastructure and energy deficiency, but any context that also exhibits one or more of these characteristics. From a shelter perspective, it is in a kind of scarce resource situation. So obviously architects, modern building materials, so we take concrete and steel for granted, but These are manufactured, not everybody has access to them. Beams and columns and drafting tools. A minimum covered shelter area of 3.5 meters per person. And this number is set by relief agencies. Again, there's hundreds of millions of people with less than 3.5 square meters of space per person. And then supervising entities is someone responsible for maintenance, for cleaning the streets, for paving them. All of these kind of fall into our definition. Now, and this should be the more interesting part to the audience. How could information systems help in such contexts? For now, they are still kind of not relevant. There's still almost no connection between ICT systems and shelter provisions. To a certain degree, relief organizations, for example, they do use information system to detect like satellite images, to detect destruction, to plan evacuation routes. So they do use technology, but for the most part, and I mean like computational algorithms, interesting things. But even in the research community, and I've done the literature review, I've spoke to some of the ICTD experts, and it seems like, yeah, shelter is not something that makes it to the discourse. It's mostly focused on education, healthcare, connectivity, and that stuff. So that's why we're making a case that we want shelter to be on the topics for the ICTD research. So, having said that, and because the theme of the workshop was about, we thought it was still collapse. The 4 research arms that we are proposing, they're specific to, a collapse has happened and we need to establish a new community. What type of tools or things that we could pre-compute or pre-prepare and then use them if that thing happens. And these range from, so we start from like a very big national level, like trying to allocate settlement points. In the paper, we describe some steps and algorithms of how this could be done more intelligently. Preserving the vernacular so that you have an actual construction vocabulary to use that is viable. Assessing the quality of the built environment to help occupants once they are kind of in this new neighborhood to maintain it and identify the problems. And finally, this one is the project number 4 is the one I'll focus on because I feel like it's the most novel and it's the most interesting. And sorry, I made a mistake. So actually it's called an interface for participatory design in refugee camps. Now, I'll just mention number 2, which is preserving the vernacular, because this is something that has come up several times in this workshop. There's all this amazing knowledge that our ancestors had and that developed over hundreds of years, or thousands even of years, of using local materials to build these amazing shelters. This courtyard is in Egypt, and it could be, and I'm speaking from experience, it could be 45 degrees Celsius outside, but you go in it and it's nice and cool. It's very, very smart. Unfortunately, we're not being taught how to design these. I don't know how to design these. And then none of you on this one know how to design it. Because, there's no longer a shelter agency in the community. So then, and there's books, by the way. And I've read quite a few of them because it's something of interest to me. But that still doesn't give me the construction knowledge. So if someone, I don't know, has a way to preserve this knowledge, please, that would be something useful and interesting. Video would be probably the best, like seeing if there's still communities practicing these construction methods, then maybe documenting these in video would be great. But that obviously entails challenges. Anyways, so I'll move on to kind of the primary project for this presentation. I'm sure that some of you might have seen it in the military. They use these bags and they fill them with sand or dirt, and then you can stack them up and use them as a dam or something. So there's this really, really cool construction method called sandbags, where you fill out these, could be rice sacks or it could be more sophisticated. You fill them with dirt, maybe some cement, maybe sand. You stack them, and so you lay them, you put a barbed wire in between, and then you keep stacking. And then you plaster, you paint, and you end up with these really, really gorgeous structures. And it's flexible. So this, if you don't put any cement in the mixture, it could last you maybe a year. So it's temporary, it's appropriate for refugee camps. But you put more cement and it could last for 100 years. And it's been used the UN has used it in the past in refugee camps. Now the problem with using these, like let's say there's been a collapse situation or a new camp needs to be built, these would be appropriate, especially like for example Middle East or US if there's lots of sand or desert. How would you build them? How would you go about building them? So we proposed this tool, which we are actively working on, and we've done some user studies. The flow goes like this, and this is almost typical in HCI, like graphics software, where there's this paper kit that has some instructions, some illustrations that teaches the user some basic knowledge that they need to know to design these. There's some input, like there's a survey, there's stickers, and then the user sketches in Planet View, their home. An algorithm kind of optimizes the sketch, and then the result is a manual, a step-by-step manual of how to build this structure. The cool thing about, and I'll show you this, the cool thing about sandbags construction is that it's a no-brainer to build in the sense that you just go like row by row by row. It's a lot easier than others. So this is kind of a zoomed in image of the type of vocabulary that the user can use. We included templates in the package, and this is it's on paper. And this has kind of I'm having such a hard time convincing the ICT community, especially HCI, of why it should be on a piece of paper like the sketch, not on an iPad or a computer screen. And I'm saying, in a refugee camp, there's tens of thousands of people. How would you get them like iPads, all of them? Whereas paper is easy to share, and you scan it, and there's a digitization mechanism either in the camp or it's shipped somewhere where there's more computing resources. And then, these are the other tools, which are simple to provide and don't require power. This is kind of, again, a sketch. The idea is that the algorithm, once the sketch is scanned, should be able to perform some more optimization. So like if the user is drawing something that cannot be built, the algorithm should suggest other ways of approximating the shape, but with something that are more efficient. This part of the algorithm I haven't implemented yet. But this workflow, this is in Rhino. It works and it extrudes and locates where to put columns if you're using beams. We've done some user studies, so these are some of the sketches that we got back. And the result being 3D models. And then we asked one of the participants, and he's only 11 years old, to take these, like the sequence and use Play-Doh to build a model at 1 to 100 scale. And he was able to do it, I think, majorly on his own, I'm not sure. But it's at this point in time, this project, we only started it like 3 months ago. It's hard to test at full scale. But so we're kind of trying to see step by step if it's doable or not. And I'm sorry I didn't go over the other two arcs in detail just for the sake of time, and the details are in the paper anyways. But the goal of all of this is, again, we're trying to preserve this knowledge, make it available to people so that they use it when they need it, and that gives them agency to orchestrate the built environment that they want. Again, I use sandbag shelters as an example. It doesn't have to be because they don't work for all contexts, but any other vernacular method that is appropriate, a software could be built for it and deployed. And just to conclude, this proposal, there's so many challenges with it, obviously, and it assumes certain things. It assumes that, in the future, if someone finds themselves in a camp, or even like in a migration situation, that this has been allocated strategically. There's certain resources nearby. There's proximity to transportation networks, and it's not just in the middle of the desert. Engineers hopefully would have provided some solutions for like water, because that's always a problem. Politicians would have arrived at a way to convince host governments to provide those migrants or refugees with plots that are decent in size, so maybe 1,000 square feet for a family of 4. And then there's a change in the way the global aid system works. So we're not sending blankets or food anymore. We send tractors and shovels, and things that help the community stand on their feet. And then people that use the tool kind of design their shelters, and kind of life thrives gradually. Could be that nearby there might be some permaculture activities that happen. The sand that gets digged out to build the houses creates swales, and that kind of helps maybe agriculture. And you know, this vision, it's not as nice as a building like this, obviously, but it's also not as bad as this. We're trying to arrive at something in the middle. And you know, at the end of the day, if we can make people, you know, happy, content and dignified, I think that is the goal of all of our work. And that's it. Thank you so much. Okay, so one.
I don't know if this was sort of the motivation for it, but it feels like you're sort of making people into 3D printers a bit. Like it seems like some of these optimization tools you're talking about are the same ones that get used in 3D printing to make sure that the thing that you're going to print is going to work okay. And then the deposition methods that 3D printers make look a lot like what you're doing with the sandbags as they build up. So I wasn't sure if that was actually the motivation or not.
Oh, absolutely not, because this specific construction method has existed since not early civilization, but I would say at least 100 years ago, and it was patented in the U.S. Like in the 90s, which is before kind of 3D printers were even like mainstream.
So you might be able to leverage 3D printing software to that's doing the structural integrity work already. I don't know, just an idea.
Yes.
Two questions. First, could you explain in that process how to build the bricks, for example? Or the different components of the brick?
Well, yes, so that's the goal of the package, which I should have brought with me to show, which is the education. Like this one, this part here is a document that's, I lost my mouse. It's a document that's about 20 pages long. And it's assumed that in a community where this activity will take place, there would be some instructional videos displaying, like even somewhere communal, and you know, and Paul's presentation, and then some of the subsequent discussion. Networks, or at least a TV or a monitor, is something that you would potentially have in a context like this. So that should teach them the principles of how it's built. There could be some volunteers from nearby communities. I don't know, I said, there's lots of challenges with this, but possibly this should teach them at least 80% of the knowledge that they need to know to build these shelters. And again, I chose it just because it's a lot easier than using brick. It's a lot easier than using, wood or bamboo. Second question.
And second is, if it's possible to contribute with new designs, it's open to the community to just make proposals, and if that proposals are open source, I can take, I can reuse, I can improve.
Yes, absolutely. Yes. The idea of open source did not occur to me. The only thing I'm putting is some 6 templates or something of shelters that have already been designed, and you get the plan of these stencils of the plan of these shelters, and you can reuse them. But absolutely, open source would be, that's a great idea. Definitely.
The way to maintain.
Yes.
It's just giving.
Absolutely. Yes. I'm sorry.
So yeah, really great interesting project. So yeah, I don't think the case for paper should be hard. Both for ICT, there's a long tradition. Abigail Zellen, Wendy McKay, ICT also doing paper-based systems. That shouldn't be hard. So also in development, there's long tradition of kind of low-tech print design methods. Robert Chambers, participatory rural appraisal, other things. So there's long traditions both on the development side and the ICT side.
Okay.
To argue for why paper, and I'm happy to give you those references.
Absolutely.
But one question I was curious here, why you focused on the individual, for a particular design context, why you focused on kind of the individual structure as the design artifact as opposed to thinking about something about the community, like thinking more of like kind of an urban planning sense. Because I think those are the kinds of questions that probably come up more, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Land use,
Sure.
Where to go to the bathroom and where to put various services and so on. Yeah.
So some of this work, these renderings are actually, I've taken them from the thesis I did in architecture school. And this had, one of the first components prior to this is a master plan. So there would be a few master plans prepared already for different sizes, maybe like 1,000 square meters, maybe like smaller. And then, you just reuse those master plans in whatever like context you are. It could be done, obviously, in coordination with the community that's going to occupy this space, and then arrive like what is the best master plan to use. Again, like we have to try and minimize the amount of customization that happens on the ground, because based on the kind of disaster relief post-war construction literature that I'm reading, it becomes chaos. So the more kind of ready, like things that are ready that you can just apply, and then. So the shelter, the customization of shelter, that is doable, because if there's a software component involved, that's fine. But customizing the master plan might be a bit more challenging. But absolutely, that there would be a few templates, or maybe even a software could help with that. Yes.
I really like this, and I'm curious. You're moving towards building elegant and permanent or semi-permanent structures. And you mentioned that on some level they don't want that. I mean, some of the governments, they don't want these things to be permanent.
Yes, exactly.
But they end up being effectively, they last so much longer than anyone anticipates. And I'm wondering,
yes.
Is there, and Paul mentioned this too, I mean, there's as soon as now you have these permanent settlements, then it seems like you do want all of the other parts of civic life to come. You want agriculture, and you want, probably other civic institutions to come up.
And proper infrastructure, like washrooms in every house rather than communal facilities.
And is there a tension between, I mean, it's great to do this, and then I'm wondering, have you talked to people who are governments in these countries, or people in the governments who see if they have pushback, they don't want these kinds of permanent camps?
Okay, well, that's definitely on my to-do list in the near future, hopefully. The idea was kind of almost rely on tricks. So you start the first batch not using any cement in the sandbags, and so the governments are assured that this will not last you more than a year. And then with proper maintenance, you could make it last longer. So the plaster, so once you put the rows, the plaster is one of the kind of most important Velcro. It's putting it together. This is going to wear off in a year, depending on what you use. So after a year, if the problem isn't resolved yet, you kind of put more plaster and so on. Again, in my MArch thesis, I have a kind of a whole chapter on Palestinian refugee camps, because this is a good precedent case where, in the 1940s, the idea was, it's going to be 1-2 years and then going back. It started very, very temporary, and then now they're like 68 years old or something. And there's a very interesting, like if you trace it, the way that this tension was like, this is temporary, it's just a tent. And then you see it 3 years after, and it's like they built one concrete wall. And it's very, very gradual, but there's no other choice. And I haven't been able to visit Azakar yet, which is the camp that Paul mentioned first. But there's also this kind of is happening. So there's tents, and then they brought them caravans, and then people are combining tents with caravans and so on. It happens informally, and it happens despite the host government. But up front, you can't just tell them, we'll do this permanent thing. Yes.
Right at the beginning, you had mentioned the idea of getting information about local construction methods. You had all the different places. Yes. And so do you envision a pipeline then where local communities produce their own sort of little kits for their context? So, if you're in the South Pacific, you have a South Pacific kit where you have designs that could translate in this way.
That's exactly the vision, exactly. Because, sorry, Tap has it.
Well, no, I was going to follow up on that.
Yes, but yeah, I mean, that's the notion, because one size doesn't fit all. So if it works for, again, I have said, yes, sandbags work for certain contexts, but these are much more specific to their context, and so they would be applied.
But in that sense, then this would be like the perfect demo of the fact that this entire pipeline works. You
Yes.
don't have to do that. You could open source it, and then other people in different communities could then do their own versions of your sort of like
Right.
full stack prototype, essentially.
Right, that's great suggestion.
So cool.
But that, just to follow up on that for a second, there's a lot of existing organizations doing that kind of work. For example, in India, Western India, there's an organization called Hunarshava that's been working for 25 years. Basically, it's a very sophisticated model. Basically, it's involving traditional artisans, not only traditional vernacular craft, but they're artisans themselves in process of reconstruction, rehabilitation. Started after the Kutch earthquake in Bhuj, and then later on replicated in other places, and other places as well. And so they've built up a lot of capacity themselves in traditional models of vernacular actor, but also how to enrich them with current artisans and fusion methods. So I imagine there's people like groups like that all over the world doing that kind of work.
I've heard about the Philippines, but yeah.
You guys are great. But the question about what you said about open source, there are, IP concerns. And you shouldn't ignore them just because the vernacular doesn't mean that people don't have concerns about.
Well, some of it would be sacred, for example, yes. Some are not. So I guess, yeah.
So in India, some people have innovated like really very sophisticated compressed earth kinds of manufacturing techniques and so on, that kind of bridge between traditional techniques, but also modern manufacturing methods, small scale. And I'm not sure like any of those people really care about IP, but we shouldn't assume that they don't, right? Because there's definitely innovation.
A couple things. First, a comment as a former structural engineer, if you can replace architects, they'll be cheering over in the engineering building for decades as the architects are frog marched off the job sites. Suddenly the building only costs half as much. It's not going to have the right colors, but
yes,
we can all live with that. And then the other thing is that, and Dawn brings up the really excellent point about the 3D printing is that what you put up here is a kind of a semi-automatic 3D printer for houses. And these design primitives where you have the one slide where you have all the little circles and you can put all those circles in and imagine your space, just being on the edges of those boundaries and having all of these different primitives. This is the core methodology of one of the most popular CAD programs that's used for 3D printing. ProEngineer is they made their bank on building these primitives, shapes, and then using those shapes in a stackable way in a CAD program, erasing out the middle of it, leaving the outside of it, and sending it off to a 3D printer. And so there's a lot of synergy between what you're doing and what's going on in the CAD world, and the extension to 3D printing, I think, it would be a real novel, approach to all of this.
That was great, thank you, Smart. It seems like there's still a few skills that people would need to have, like, if somebody said, here's a structure, plaster it, please, I would be completely useless. I mean, I don't have any plastering skills. So do people who end up in these places have some of those more traditional skills?
Unfortunately not. Like, take the Syrian case, and I keep bringing up examples from the Middle East because that's the area that I know about and I study. There's people in the camp who've been doctors and professors, and so they come and they don't have these skills. So this is, and just like the suggestion that you mentioned, there should be a kind of a continuous pipeline between preserving not just the vernacular, but some of these basic construction skills that you need to know in order to build your shelter, and find a way to communicate that or like share that knowledge back to those who need it. Absolutely, they wouldn't know. And there's a part that is challenging about these is you need to dig a foundation. So these need kind of like, you need to dig like 2 rows underneath the ground, and then you stack your rows on it. That would be a substantial piece of work, which I don't know how to resolve yet. Or before you start building, you need to trace the plan, like the complete plan on the floor. So imagine if your house is like, I don't know, half the size of this room, there needs to be another way for them to trace the plan. That is hard. So again, it's another challenge that I would have to address. Sorry, Liz.
Sort of a related question, it occurs to me, you're talking about all these other stuff like crazy plan and stuff, like how resilient is the sandbag style construction to mistakes? Because, you know, certainly the construction of that issue, if you put something out of place on one side, and by the time you get around to the other wall, pull things off. And you can assume that the refugees would not have sophisticated measuring tools to keep things in line, and they wouldn't have, even if they can be taught by video the basics, they wouldn't have the practice and the expertise to do everything exactly. So that's the question that occurs to me, is how resilient is this to small, you know, my row of sandbags is not perfectly level, will that mess me up 10 rows up?
Okay, great. So there's actually a place called California Earth Institute, which is about, I don't know, a 90-minute drive from here. And they're the ones who like they train people about this type of construction methods. And so based on the videos I've seen of them, even if you're someone who's a novice, they have tools to help you ensure that you're on the right track. One being compasses, but they're very simple. So you dig, you put a nail on the ground and you extend a thread, and then as you're building your structure, you use it to measure. Like if you're building a dome, obviously it's kind of caving in. So this will help guide you and ensure that you're receiving by the appropriate amount. Things like these tampers that you have to use them really hard so that it becomes level. And then that's, again, another cool thing about this construction is that it's not perfect. So you can kind of tell in this image that there might be some bulges, there might be some areas where, you know, they put this wall almost, so it's a bit forgiven. It's definitely more forgiving than concrete, for example. And that's the thing about the vernacular as well. It's not perfect. And I mean, it's engineered and it's smart and it's calculated, but there is some room to make little mistakes. But obviously that is something that I have to investigate in the future as well. I don't want these falling off on, yeah.
You know, T-frame, I don't know the term, I'm not architect, but then a wooden frame.
Yeah. Yeah.
Simple design codes can really guide this kind of construction very effectively too. And when, again, back when I was a structural engineer, we used to joke that, you know, most buildings are held up by the force of habit. It's, you know, why did I design it this way? Well, you know, we've been doing this for 50 years, none of them have fallen over. And so there, you know, simple design codes can really help a designer to produce something that's beautiful and functional and is resilient to a little wobble here and there, and as long as it doesn't get too bad. And in fact, 3D printers have this sort of error correcting mechanism in the machine themselves to kind of account for that as well. And so there's all kinds of little tricks that you can bring into an innovative idea like this that would help out.
Well, we were talking yesterday, and my students were actually building these a few weeks ago, and they actually put the stuff down once, like the first row, and then they had to undo that whole row because they had made some mistake. So that happens, but I mean, as long as, if they had 10 rows up, it would have been far worse. And then they said that leveling was pretty important, and they all enjoyed the fact that they sort of learned how to level. So I mean, the skills are learned pretty quickly. So if you worked on one, you'd be able to do the other. And I didn't know we were going to be talking about this, or I would have briefed them, or gotten more information from them. But one of the things they did is there's these hoses or some sort of, you know, I don't know if it's plastic or whatever, but you get that, and then it's hard. I mean, you can still have, it's not going to be perfect, but you're a lot more likely to get that fairly uniform stuff. So they didn't, I mean, there was a certain amount of not doing it right, and then they corrected. But I was still wondering, they're not done. And it seems like to me that the top business is gonna be more difficult. You know, but maybe it's just obvious, you know, how much has to be there. I noticed that's not, you know, it's not a sphere like St. Peter's or something. It's
No.
more of a cat area or whatever it's supposed to be.
It's called a corbel dome or a false dome, so it's not like hemispherical like this, where it's like the height is half the diameter. It's actually 1 by 1, so the height is equal to the diameter, which means for a smaller room, there's more like the height is obviously taller. I don't know. I mean, I'm seeing it from videos, and I'm obviously hoping to. I have to do some training on the ground soon again, and I'll try for myself and see. On YouTube, there seems to be videos by amateurs, and they haven't done the official training. And just like you said, they learn by making mistakes, and you kind of maybe take that role and use another.
I'll ask our students if they took some videos. We can, they can.
Yeah, that would be very, very helpful. Absolutely.
One more data point.
Yeah.
All right, time for one last question, or is it?
No. Thank you.
All right, thanks very much.
So we're thinking we'll skip the final discussion and we'll go to a dinner and you know, thank everybody for coming. It's been great having everyone here. We're planning on having a sort of both post-mortem and also planning any future limits tomorrow if you're around. We are planning on meeting here at 9 for anyone who's interested in discussing where do we go from here for next year or for other spin-offs or whatever.
We should give our co-chairs a round of applause.
Thank you all for coming, and I hope to see many of you next year.
Not all of you.
You know, English is my second language. The recordings are on YouTube if you're interested in seeing particular segments of the talk. And the good thing about the YouTube version is you can skip through the breaks, so you don't have to watch it live. But I think if you search for Limits 2016, Day 1 and Day 2 show up, and if you can't find them, send me an email and I can just blast them.
Thanks for doing all that, Don.
Yeah, thanks, Tom.
So, about dinner.
And dinner is right outside again.
Maybe a few more minutes, I'm not sure.
See you next year.
Okay.
Got a final.
See you next year to all the people on the